Good afternoon or early evening, wherever you happen to be. Sorry for the lateness, the uber lateness of this stream. Had a lot of things to do, a lot of errands to run, but we are here, if only for the playback. First of all, let's begin with a little bit of I was promoting my artwork on. First of all, let's check out volume settings, huh? Let's see here. Our volume settings are great. Fantastic, fantastic. I was promoting my work and my characters on another social media platform. And it was this work. And usually, invariably, when I start promoting my work, because I love the female form, I love the human body in general. I love the human body in general, which is why you see my male characters, they're cut up and ripped as well. Right. And I also love the shininess of superhero, or not even superhero, but latex uniforms. So even my sci-fi characters tend to have latex uniforms. When I showed this, it was almost predictable that a feminist would come in. Give me a second here. That a feminist would come in, and even though it was predictable, the speed by which she came in here, it was almost like she was psychic, like she had mutant powers. That she was sitting there and waiting for me. She's like, this is when he's due. Like she's a time traveling psych. Uh, 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 she's a time traveling telepathic mutant. So not only can she read my mind, but she can tell the future. So as soon as I showed this, boom, she came in with, "We're still doing this? Really? Are we still doing this? Hypersexualization of women? 2021? Don't you want female readers for your comic book?" That's what she came in. She came in hot with that. I had to basically tell her, speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. No regular woman hates seeing a beautiful woman. Only insecure people hate seeing people who are born with gifts they don't have. Someone's born with a gift you don't have, or has achieved, let's say they're born with a gift you don't have. You congratulate them and you keep it pushing. There are people who are gifted carpenters and they make a lot of money. You guys will be surprised how much money a carpenter makes, especially nowadays where everything else is automated and pieces can be found anywhere on Home Depot. If you are inclined, are gifted enough to do original things that no one else will find anywhere, you need to market yourself. You're doing yourself a huge disservice if you don't market yourself as an original carpenter. Do that. Just take that from me. Do that. I've seen it. I've seen it. Bunch of carpenters living almost like millionaires. Almost like millionaires. I'm not going to say exactly like millionaires, but almost like millionaires, because they provide a service, or provided a service that no one else could find anywhere else. Well, I mean, not anywhere else, but it's rare. It's more rare. So if somebody's born with a gift you don't have, a big booty, a nice wide chest, you know what I'm saying? If you're a guy, nice wide chest, and streaming six packs. One of my tenants, every time he likes walking around shirtless too. when in the hallways, everything, who walks around shirtless. I don't have a gut, but I don't have a six pack either. So when this dude's strutting around with his six packs, he knows what he's got, and you know what I'm saying. He makes sure the ladies see it. So when this dude's walking around strutting around with a six pack, I'm supposed to be like, "What are you doing? What are you even doing? What is that? Huh? It's 2021. Are we still doing this?" No, no, that's not a thing. No. All right. What it makes me think of is how can I jog more? Because occasionally I jog in the morning, these sorts of things, and I run upstairs. There's a long set of subway steps. I run up and down that bitch like a motherfucker. But I think of when I see this dude, I'm like, damn, how can I do more to obtain that? To obtain that, even though he has it naturally, I can get it through hard work, probably, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So haters will hate, normal people will congratulate. Okay. When this feminist told me about this, or basically complained about me designing a character, and by the way, it's not like the character's going, here's my, well, the middle one, she's sort of like going, hey, can you take a look at my ass? But what she's doing is basically showing how the strapping system from behind that holds the swords, how that, and how those the hierarchy of the gun placements and the weaponry is placed on her suit. That's what she's showing. Okay, so it's not meant for some sort of gratuitous sex shots. That's not what I was thinking about. But if I'm gonna show the woman, I'm gonna make her appealing. It's a visual medium. It's comic books. People have to look at it. I might as well reward them for hey, thank you for stopping by. And it kind of reminded me that that feminist is in a minority. She's in a very vocal, very loud, obnoxious minority, but she's in a minority because one of my favorite comic book companies, or at least it used to be, I don't know what they're doing now. I fell out of love with them some time ago when some of their stuff began getting repetitive. Some of their stories began to sound formulaic or look formulaic. Their art was still good though, so whenever I found a poster, I bought it for all their Oz work and their, Little Red Riding Hood and all these different things that they have. And so it reminded me that one of the feminist and progressive SJW comic book sites, they were shocked that Zenoscope, the comic book company that I mentioned just now, that Zenoscope has female fans. Hold on, the lovely Afri says, but don't you think people pick and choose what type of representation is important? Same ones disagreeing about that comment will complain about wrong representation in another settings. I I don't know what that ITH movie. Yeah, I don't think so. I think what do you mean? Wait a minute. You talking about this? What representation about no, no, no. They weren't talking about representation here. They were talking about why is she being sexualized? That's not representation. Lovely Afri. That's not representation. That is someone who is hating. She's a hater. She's a hater. She hates. It's just like the older feminists who slept their way up some sort of industry, and yes, that's a thing. And then when they get to the top, they're like, okay, women, we shouldn't have to sleep our way to industries, all right? So basically, women, wherever the hell you're at, you stay there. I have the top spot, fellow women. You're not gonna come up behind me and throw me off my throne. Mm-mm. Nah, 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 nah. It's hater business. That's hater. That's hater stuff. That's getting up on top of the wall and pulling up the ladder behind you so no one else can climb up. That's what that's about. But let me share the screen here. Share screen. I'm not going to share the audio. Don't need to. This is from 2014. Uh, we don't have that many conventions right now, so we won't know if there's an update to this phenomena, quote unquote. Are you a female Zenoscope reader? You are apparently not alone. By Rich Johnston. That guy's insufferable. He's an insufferable male feminist. Now, the thing is, if he had asked me, I could have told him this. He didn't have to do any investigation. I'd have just told him that every convention I've gone to, when I passed by the Zenoscope table, it was a mob of women. A mob of women. Almost no dudes, just a mob of women. They like seeing beautiful women, especially if it's cartoon women. Even the haters of real women, right? Why she wearing that? Even they will love the cartoon woman because that's not a real woman. She can actually place herself in the character's place. Ralph Tedesco, publisher of Zenoscope, had a lot to talk about to comic store owners at the Diamond Retailer held in London on Friday. He first talked to the assembled comic book retailers about the history of Zenoscope and the realization that, against type, they were suddenly starting to attract a lot of female readers without actually meaning to. Their original intent was to appeal to the adolescent male of whatever age, with cheesecake cover upon cheesecake cover, impossibly rendered women in impossible clothing, and with a seeming reluctance to wear practical clothing. A more sexist look at how he writes this. A more sexist example of exploitation. You'd be hard pressed. Rich Johnson is British, so let me do an irritating British, wrongly British. A more sexist example of exploitation you'd be hard pressed to find in the current comic books industry. The inside content, however, was less reflective of that attitude. And Zenoscope found that by publishing comic book stories featuring kick-ass warrior women, that by their nature actually content that's had to have content than gratuitous poses. Listen, it's been you can 2014, 2021. It's been more than 5 years since you wrote this, Rich. You don't have people who go through your site. It's not that expensive. You don't have people who go through your site, do a quick read through, and see what's wrong with it. Listen to the way you wrote this, Rich. The inside content, however, was less reflective. First of all, the sentence is too long. It's too long. It's way too long. It's a whole paragraph worth of shit squeezed in one sentence. You're a writer. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a minute. My OCD's kicking in. The inside content, however, was less reflective of that attitude. Maybe what do you call it? Semicolon might have fit better here. And Zenoscope had found, but you chose to just say Zenoscope found, which sounds clumsy as hell. But Zenoscope found that by publishing comic book stories, you could say comic books stories. Ooh, stories featuring kick-ass warrior women, comma, that by their nature had actually had, you chose there to put had. You chose there to put had to have content more than gratuitous. Where's the more? Where's the more? Had to have content more than gratuitous poses. had to have more content than gratuitous poses. Had to have right here, right here, nature actually had to have more content than gratuitous poses. They found themselves with a wave of unexpected female readers, a majority at some shows. This is the clumsiest sentence I've ever read in the last, I'd say, 2 or 3 years. I do a lot of reading, just in case some of you don't realize this by now, how I speak. The female Robin Hood seemed a turning point. Yeah, Robin Hood, well, it's not really a turning point. All their stories were good. Rich, all their stories were good. It's just that at some point they found a winning formula and they exploited it too much and it began to look repetitive. Sort of like Marvel. The more refined the MCU's stories get, the more formulaic they get. And you begin to, beat for beat, you begin to guess, rightfully so, you guess all the things that are going to happen in a Marvel movie. So as soon as you see that Marvel dun 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 dun, when as soon as you see that logo with the comic pages vignetted over the words Marvel, you're like, okay, I know that there's going to be, first and foremost, there's got to be an end credit sequence, guaranteed, at the end of the movie. Second, they're gonna start off with some sort of prequel or something like that. Not a prologue. Then they're open to some sort of everyday scene, like someone eating a bagel or blah 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 blah. See, there's a formula to MCU movies now, and it makes it boring because you can tell if you've seen the last Marvel movie, you know that what this Marvel movie has in store for you, and what the next one will have in store for you. So that's what it was. Robin Hood from Zenoscope was not a turning point. All their stories were good. It's that since then, their stories, they found that the stories and the art were fantastic, and they found that formula, and they repeated it and repeated it and repeated it to get more money. Retailers who retailers who carried Zenoscope books and the audience backed up this assert. Oh wow, wow. This is badly written. This is very poorly written. They also talked about launching countertops to sell the books in store in a dash for in store as an inside I don't know, some sort of company owned structure, like in store, in house, right? Or did you mean in stores, like any store you'll find like in every city and stuff like that? Is that, choose, you gotta choose one. What is this, Rich, what is this? They also talked about launching countertops to sell the comic book, to sell the books in stores, and Diamond were, oh wow. Diamond were on hand. Diamond is a company. Diamond was on hand. It's an entity. It's a singular entity. It's not, holy mother, on hand to clarify the details. I confess yesterday I did a little scoping out of, you did a little bit of scoping out. I confess yesterday I did a little scoping out of the Zenoscope booth at London Super Comic Con, and reality seemed to bear Tedesco's assertions out. Not a mass of, why would you end that with the word out? Not uh, not a mass, not a mass female throng, but a solid and strong gradual stream of women, either coming to Zenoscope specifically or being intrigued by what they saw at the booth and to make a purchase. Not a majority by any means, but more than I saw from other publishers who didn't cover their comics in broke back poses. Well, you're lying. You're lying. People will tell you that women swarm the Zenoscope tables at Comic Cons. The first time I saw a Zenoscope book at a Zenoscope booth at a Comic Con was when I went to a con and I was going towards the DC table, and some woman dressed like a fairy tale princess. She looked like Cinderella, but even though she had the Cinderella suit on, right? With the fringes of the dress and all that kind of stuff. She had a battle rifle in her hand or something like that, like an assault rifle, and a sword on her back. I was like, "What in God's name is this? What are you supposed to be?" It was their characters are not that memorable, so I can't really tell you if that was specifically what happened, but it was something of that nature. It's happened a long time ago, obviously, like 2011, 2012. So I can't give you the details too what do you call it, too vividly, right? I can only tell you the gist of what I saw. I was like, what is this about? And then they're like, turned around, I followed that booty all the way to the booth, you know what I'm saying? And it worked. I started buying Zenoscope comic books, and they reminded me of Top Cow. Top Cow has a lot of sexy women too, Witchblade, Aphrodite 9, Psyblade, a lot of words blade, a lot of the word blade and some of their characters nomenclature. Okay, for some of you, you're not going to be able to get past the covers. Who won't be able to get past the covers? The covers are awesome, but even there has been more variants. Zenoscope have an all ages line now as well for their Discovery Channel themed materials, as well as, holy mother, look how many times this man says as well. You could have used also or two, right? Zenoscope has Zenoscope now has an all ages line. Get rid of the words as well, for their Discovery Channel themed material, as well as what's work less fitting, as well as material. Or let me see. Wow, I would have. Can you hire me? Bleeding Cool. Why don't you hire me? Like on the spot, I can edit this better than you wrote it. So here's the question: Would sacrifice? Here's an example of a Zenoscope book right here. Wonderland, issue number 7. See that? The royal guard here is having a hard time. Well, his pants are probably having a hard time too, pun intended. So here's the question: Would sacrificing the covers that bring them such attention end up helping or harming the publisher? And does it even matter? Does it even matter? Should you really judge a comic book company by their covers? Oh, he's being cheeky there. Anyhow, let's move on. I spent way too much time on that. There's a guy called. Let me get off here for a second. There's a guy called. Oh, he calls himself. His name is Eric D. July, but he calls himself Young Ripper. Young Ripper 5'9" or something like that. He obviously he's not 59. Maybe he's 5 feet 9 inches. Young Ripper 5'9" or whatever. Right? Young Ripper. I don't usually agree with the things that he talks about, but he's absolutely correct when he said that Falcon, Anthony Mackie's character, the Falcon, going from being Falcon to Winter to Captain America, here he is a demotion and has always been a demotion. It was a demotion when they started doing it, and even now it's a demotion. I completely agree. I don't normally agree with Young Ripper, but I completely agree this time. Completely agree. Captain America is a roid rage gymnast with a metal frisbee. That's what he is. No disrespect to Captain America fans. I am a Captain America fan, but I'm also a pragmatist. I'm also a realist. If I have that guy in the field, he can take on 3 or 4 guys at a time. He can lift a motorcycle. over his head. So I've seen that happen in these comic books. So Captain America is pretty strong. Not exactly Spider-Man strong, although in Civil War, they had him beat Spider-Man like in a test of strength, which was kind of weird. But he's pretty strong. He's, he runs about twice the speed of an Olympic athlete, right? An Olympic speed sprinter. And he has an indestructible shield. That can do wonders, soldier for soldier, right? So he can take on 5, 6 guys at a time. That's fantastic. But he's a ground soldier with a frisbee on his arm. Please tell me how a man who can fly here, a man who can fly at almost supersonic speeds, can hover over a battlefield with machine guns and gun down people who can't even touch him. Why is it that character has now been given a metal frisbee and a star on his chest? It's a demotion. Falcon should have stayed Falcon. In fact, I like the outfit for Falcon way more than I like this clownish Captain America one. At least, even this, you see this right here? That's tactical. That's a tactical suit, and it's more movie worthy as well. I love it. I adore the design of this costume. That's some real tactical stuff. It's amazing. But now they made him into a clown. Look at this. All these different colors. All these different colors. So there's some gold lining in there. There's some silver. There's blue. There's red. There's white. All these different things going on, and his skin tone adding a brown to it. All these different things. There's probably even some purple in there. It's a demotion. Now, Young Ripper said it's a demotion in reference to the fact that Falcon was his own character, with his own history and his own clout, building his own reputation over decades worth of comic books. And then they remove that to have him be somebody who's receiving a pair of hand-me-down shoes. That was his point when he said that it's a demotion. My point that it's a demotion is in terms of tactical application. He's a guy who can fly. He doesn't need a metal frisbee. That's no. They can't touch. He's flying way over their heads, and he has guns that can touch them. They can't touch him. That's a superior warrior. Why would you bring him down to earth, give him a shield, a metal shield, and what will he be doing with a metal shield down there? If he wears it while flying, he's off balance. The aerodynamic capabilities suffer. If he comes down to earth to use the shield, then he's not flying and he's on the ground with all these other soldiers who can harm him. Tactical wise, it is a demotion. So, Young Ripper, I don't usually agree with most of your things. Not most, but some of your things, some of the things you say. But on this one, you're absolutely right. I don't know what this is about. I just pulled off an image off the internet of Young Ripper because I couldn't find the one for Falcon. Couldn't find that one. But anyhow, it's time for Jabronis. What up, brother? Justin Trouble. Salute to you, my dude. Justin Trouble. Justin Trouble. Justin Trouble. Hold on. Nasana Ku Masitawa. I don't know. I'm not sure I've seen you here before, but welcome. Even if you're a troll, welcome. I've come to appreciate the trolling. Some of it's funny. Some of it's funny. But now that we've moved on to the main topic, right? Amber Guyger. Those of you who don't know who this is, we're getting a little bit more serious now. We talked about comic books and drawing female characters and all those sorts of things. But now we move on to the serious topic for this evening, this early evening. Amber Guyger wants out of jail. She wants out of prison. And she's not in jail. Jail's temporary, prison's more permanent. She wants out of prison. Some of you are cringing, like, really? Does she now? Yeah, she does now. She does. All the crying she did on the stand, all that stuff was performative. She was performing because now she wants to claim this. Let me go ahead and share the article. Where are we? Looking for you? How do I not still have you? I had you here before. When Amber Guyger got first convicted and then sentenced, one of the things I said to myself was, you know, this isn't over. This isn't over because, and this is not about white people here. Speaking of which, you know what? Before I go into that, let me address something here. I've been going through my analytics. I hope that you viewers have noticed. Of course, this is for the playback because there's four people here. Usually, when that happens, it's because there's other more, I'd say, common denominator style streams going on about who's hotter than who. Is Meg the Stallion sleeping with the baby on the side and all these sorts of things. So I hope you guys don't feel you're missing out. We don't cover that kind of stuff here. If you do want that kind of stuff, you can go over, I don't know, to Fighter Complex Seven's channel. He's probably having something right now, and that's why, most of you aren't here. But I looked through my analytics, and I hope you viewers have noticed that the channel's been getting a bit more organized. So that their thumbnails, my thumbnails don't look like any other thumbnails on YouTube. So that's one of the things that I started doing. With that little corner, that little tab on the bottom, and the way we do the show here with the clips and all that, that's a bit different than what we're seeing with other live streams as well. But it's still evolving in these sorts of things. And because of the variety of things that I cover, oh, wait, somebody had offered to come on the stream. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me go share the link to it. While it's not an open panel, this gentleman actually asked to be on. So let me see what's up with him. Maybe he'll want to come on. I'm on right now. You see, where's the other guy? Gun Demon, Greg Levitre. I'm on right now. I'm on right now, Greg. Right now. I'm on right now, Greg. Greg's from Ohio. Let me see who else can be on right now. I don't know who else can be on. Tank Ferret. Let me see if I can't grab some other people. I'm on right now. Give me a minute. I'm on right now. All right, we'll see what's what if they're around. A lot of these guys are in, I don't know, Australia and these sorts of places. Australia, UK, and Belgium, and all these sorts of places. So it's usually a shot in the dark whether I'll get them or not. But as you can tell, my channel and the renaming of it, then the Negro Nerd Network, I'm into nerddom. I'm into geekdom. Okay, so I'm a geek at heart. When I was swole, I was just a swole geek at heart. I lost some muscle mass because I haven't worked out in a while. Actually, like maybe 4 or 5 years, actually. Right, but A lot of the content here is nerd stuff. A lot of it. That being said, I looked at the analytics, and it turns out I have a lot of white viewers. I was wondering where all these thousands of views were coming from. Like, if you look, if you look at my subs, they're like 150 subs, right? But if you look at the you look at the views, and like if you scroll down, you look at views, they add up to thousands and thousands of views. And I'm like, where the hell are these views coming from? Apparently, white viewers, they look for nerd stuff, and since my stuff tends to delve into nerd territory, even the race stuff like Hispanic or whatever, I use tags within the metadata tags that you guys don't see, but I type in. I put nerd related things in it because we do touch on comic books and animation stuff like that within all of these streams. So they roll in and they watch us stuff. So addressing those guys right now, this is where you're at. All right. I'm not going to make apologies for the things I say on here because this is the platform that you chose to you chose to come on. All right. So that being said, let me get back to Amber Guyger here. Amber Guyger should be should be a loud bell in your ear. Black person, white person, Asian person, whatever color you happen to be, whatever ethnicity, whatever gender, she should be a loud bell ringing in your ear. This woman should not be let out of prison. If she's let out of prison, do you know what that means? First, they'll come for us first. As black people, they usually come for us first. So she got to go in this black man's apartment while he's sitting home watching the playoffs, or Super Bowl rather. He's watching the Super Bowl while eating ice cream, and she guns him down. Whether she initially went in there to gun him down, or the other alternative is she came in there and she already has bias. Her text history on her phone and on her computer show that she has a very low value for black life. She went to a Martin Luther King. She was doing patrol, like security patrol on a. Oh yeah, what's going on, Greg? Greg is here. Oh, you can't access your Twitter at the moment. That's cool. That's cool. I'll send you another link on Discord. Yeah, I'll send you a link on Discord. Give me a minute. All right, people, hold on 1 minute. Greg, feel free to invite other Discord people if you like. You know what I mean? Because we right now the topic is Amber Guyger, right? That the fact that she wants out of jail after killing an innocent man. She wants out of prison. However, however, we can discuss a whole bunch of other things. Just because it's the main topic doesn't mean it's the topic that's going to get the most amount of interaction. Because we were also discussing how the Falcon from the Falcon and Winter Soldier and all the MCU movies becoming Captain America is a demotion. It's a demotion because the Falcon was already its own character. And then now these SJWs wanting more representation, they were like, no, we have to remove status from a white guy who's earned his status, by the way. Captain America was a soldier since World War II, got put on ice, finally got off ice and did a whole bunch of work for S.H.I.E.L.D., etc., etc. He earned his status. Let's take the status from a white guy, screw him, and then let's put it onto this black guy who didn't work for the same status. He didn't work for the same status. Falcon worked for his own status. So it was a demotion. It was a hand-me-down demotion. And one of the worst parts about it, yeah, I am down for that Falcon topic too, Greg. Just let me know if you got any other people you want to come on with and all that sort of thing, and that's cool too. Or if it's just you, that's fine. But I did send a link out to Tank Ferret, and based on, I mean, depending on rather, depending on where he is in the country, or yeah, I sent the link on Discord. Do you see it? Oh, maybe I should send it to your private. I dropped it in the usual. You know, I'm a Discord virgin. Give me a minute. Let me go on here. All right, I'll send you a private one right here. Let me know if you can receive it right there. Let me see. What about Outlandos, Cry Havoc? Who are these other guys? Who is Tank Ferret on Discord? Greg? Maybe I could send them there. Something. Send them a link there. Hold on, Lord Sandwich is the creative celebrity, the Huntress, Celery. What's Celery? Celerity, the Huntress, and upcoming great. Oh, okay, cool. Celerity. Greg, what's good, big homie? You have to unmute yourself if you're speaking and you don't hear yourself. You're probably muted.
Oh, hey. I didn't know
Oh,
I
there you
was.
go.
Hey, how's it
Yeah.
going?
Hey, what's good? What's good?
Everything's
Yeah,
good, just about.
yeah, man. Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
that
What?
that IP is Celerity the Huntress.
Mm.
Celerity is a word for speed. She's the speedster in our universe.
Oh, that's the sick design where that girl had that knife, that curved knife, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Do
Yes.
you, what I'm gonna want you to do is when we have these kinds of streams here, if you see the aspect ratio, I'll send you the aspect ratio of my screen. It's kind of like a widescreen YouTube kind of thing where it's 720 by 1080 or something like that. If you can, I'll send you the image like this PNG, for example. And if you could get your characters in and like drop them in and fill that so that I can put them on the screen whenever you're on here and you talk about a particular character or particular event like World War Hell, I can actually put that on here. You know
Yeah, I
what I
could
mean?
just I could just do a screen share if you want.
Yeah, we could screen share as well if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have any images of celerity, we can go ahead and screen share that when you're ready.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's not allowing me to do that for some reason.
yeah.
The
Usually, see.
share
Mhm.
button's blacked out. It's not. I'm not able to interact with it.
Maybe it's the platform you're on.
Hmm.
Maybe it's the platform you're on.
I don't know.
But again, if you had your images as a PNG, I could just drop them on here while you speak. And while you're speaking, I'm just showing everything you're talking about because these people here, look, as far as live streams, we only max out at something like 30, right? 30, 40. However, it turns out that hundreds, if not thousands of people actually come in. I looked at the analytics. They look at this. It's probably because of the tags I put in or the titles of some of my stuff that tends to overlap into the geek world, and people look at it. So you might want to do that every time you're on here. We could have some eyes on this stuff, man. Not that you don't already have eyes. Your Discord is something, it's popping, but at least over here we can get it popping as well.
Hey, I love it, man. We're always wanting to get eyes on our work. We work really hard around the clock on these characters and the stories and the designs, and it's just really a labor of love for us. And I think a lot of people are going to be as excited as we are about it when they start seeing this content because it's truly top tier. We have some of the best artists in the industry. Now,
Hmm.
this Falcon topic. I agree with you. It is a demotion because Falcon had his own identity. He had
Yes.
his own niche in that superhero universe, and he's a really cool character. In fact, I like him. He's one of my favorite of the MCU characters originally. I didn't watch Falcon and Winter Soldier because now I just boycott Disney. Starve the mouse. That's my little hashtag. I've been trying to get viral for months now.
Start
No,
the mouse.
yeah, nobody's really picking up on it, but I want to see the mouse starved.
I'll retweet that shit. Starve the mouse.
Push it, man, push it. Get
Yeah, I'll
people doing
retweet
it.
it. I'll retweet it.
Starve the mouse. People are always sitting around saying, is this new Disney show going to be worth, watching or whatever? They're not saying, Disney's a fucking criminal. It's a crime ring full of people who are entwined in the fucking child sex slavery market and massive fraud, in the billions of dollars. They're not saying any of that stuff. They're saying, should I watch this? Should I give them money? Should I give these bad people some more money? Durka, durka, durka. And it's going to suck. We know what they do is going to suck because they don't give a fuck. It's a slopped out product with beautiful graphics, effects, but we know it's going to suck. So they're just sitting there. So should I just give money to these cunts who hate me and fuck with my country and are ruining it, are part of why it's collapsing? And should I give them some more money for them to bore me for another 10 minutes till I turn off their newest production, and get bored with it? It's people are not realizing who they're dealing with here. They're dealing with some scumbags who really shouldn't be running any sort of legitimate business, and certainly not being celebrated and treated as if they are legitimate members of society. Child sex slavery is the exact opposite of what should be tolerated in this fucking society. It's one of those things everybody should be united on.
It should be that's one of the things that should be a what do you call it? A common consensus. I'm
going to go as far as to say, if you're not united with me on that, you're mentally ill. There's something wrong. Either physically with your brain or mentally. You need some kind of therapy, because human beings are hardwired to give a shit about kids.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
You have to lose your humanity in order for you to lose that.
Yes. That's the other thing about the humanity. You're gambling. I'm being a little bit of a hypocrite here because I have a Disney Plus account, because I have to keep in touch with what's going on in order to bring material for this channel. However, if you don't have the excuse that you're a content creator and you're just giving them money to give them money, you're gambling with your humanity here. These are people who saw that China had a literal concentration camp outside of their filming scene. And instead of saying, whoa, this is a literal concentration, this is Dachau, but for Muslims. Instead of saying that, these people were like, oh, congratulations on your concentration camp. They congratulated them, and that made huge news during the Mulan. That's when it happened. They were filming Mulan, and right outside of where they had all the the filming trucks, the buffet tables, and all these things. They were like, wait, what's this over here? It was a literal concentration camp where they oppressed. I don't know if it's called the Uyghurs or this particular ethnic group that is primarily Muslim or traditionally Muslim, and there was a camp for that. Like the saying, there's an app for that. Yeah, there's a camp for that. And these guys, like these Disney execs, were like, yeah, A-OK, 5x5, let's go.
Yeah,
just amazing. And another two entire sovereign nations are being oppressed by China right now. You got up north, you got Tibet, and then down south you got Taiwan. Fast 9. I don't know if you caught this, Greg, but Fast 9's actor John Cena had to make a tearful apology to.
It was the meme of the week, man. How could I miss
how could you miss it, right? Just for saying that Taiwan's a country, which it is. They got their own flag, they got their own name, most likely got their own constitution. I'm no Taiwanese historian here, but I do recall when I was into martial arts and took Shurin-Jiru karate, I did learn that Taiwan fought against Japan, and Japan oppressed them. Japan sent soldiers to oppress them, and that's how Taiwan developed certain martial arts, because they were not allowed to have swords and spears or anything like that. So they ended up using farm tools. So that's why a lot of the karate weapons, they are farm tools. All those tools you see, like the sai, the nunchucks, I forgot what the other weapon, they're thresher weapons. They're used in order to thresh wheat. to
Yeah,
cut
you
through.
know, the same
Mhm.
thing. The same thing happened in the Philippines when the Spaniards were oppressing them and raiding them, and basically conquering them. They developed eskrima. Es-
Mm.
Eskrima is it's based around using a cane, fighting with a cane or a stick, because
Okay.
they didn't have guns, so they had to get in close on the Spaniards who had these muskets. And
Mm.
once they got in close on the
Yeah.
Spaniard, they're fucked.
Done
But
deal. Done
done
deal.
deal, absolutely. But you know, they developed this tactic, and it was also developed so that an elderly person could defend themselves against young people. So, like, if you're a 80-year-old Eskrima expert walking around with a cane, and some 20-year-old
Mm.
thug comes up trying to fuck with you, you're just like, what?
Yep.
They're fucked. You know, they're
Yeah.
fucked, and that's beautiful. So that was developed. They use that. There's a big fight. In fact, those who train in Eskrima know this history. I know a couple guys who trained in Eskrima. That's where I learned about it, and also because I'm trained in film. Eskrima is one of the main martial arts that are used in film because it's visually impressive.
Oh yeah.
Like, for
It's very
example,
stunning.
Darth Maul. Those were
Hmm.
Eskrima moves that Ray Park was
Mm.
mostly whipping out there, and developed and used with some other types of martial arts as well, other
Yeah,
forms of
with some
fighting.
acrobatics and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
But that was the same type of deal. They didn't have muskets, so they had to develop, a fighting form in which they used what they were able to get their hands on, which was
Mhm.
sticks.
Yeah.
Fucking sticks. They turned sticks into the ultimate weapon.
Yeah. You know, you do what you can with what you got.
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
we have to do also as entrepreneurs, as
Yes.
low class entrepreneurs. You know, like, it's pretty much bottom of the barrel, damn near. I'm not homeless, so there's that, but I'm pretty much
Mhm.
about as low class as it gets. You know, in the whole national averages, it just means you got to work harder.
Yeah.
You have to be more innovative. You have to do something that's more impressive, because if you come from, you know, a family with a lot of money, obviously, even if your work is very mediocre, everyone's going to fucking see your work.
Yeah.
And the more people who see it, the more sales you're going to have, no matter what how crappy your work is. Um,
Yeah. Look, all the impressive forms of art have come through human self-expression under oppression. So,
uh-huh.
you know, you look at something like river dancing. The little bit of history I know on that, you know, which I've read, was that the river dance was invented under oppression of the British, I think. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the Irish, and that's why it looks the way it looks. A lot of times, you know, the person could be standing, you can't even tell they're dancing, only their legs are moving. So
Right.
if yeah, you know, there's capoeira. You know, the Brazilians did under the oppression of the Portuguese. Well, the Africans and Afro Brazilians did under the oppression of the Portuguese. The Filipino eskrima fighting skits you just mentioned. You know, the Indonesians
Mm-hmm.
with their knife fighting arts. You know, their knives. The I forgot what it's called. The karambit, that's a hidden knife. Now, I haven't studied to see that that came about through oppression as well, but I can imagine it because it's a knife that does damage based on the fact that you don't know the person has a knife. It's very small and it's hooked. I don't know if you've ever seen a karambit. It looks like a Jurassic Park dinosaur's claw.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you know that's in particular the Southeast Asian martial arts from Philippines, Indonesia, all these different places. I'm generally impressed by them to begin with. They
Yeah.
just look so visually stunning. They've influenced, especially now after about, I think it's been 10 years since the raid, right? Something like 10 years, maybe 7 years since the raid. All of these movies in Hollywood now, they've siphoned the aesthetics from the Indonesian and Filipino martial arts. So everybody's doing stick fight. Look at Black Widow. She didn't really do stick fighting in the comics, not that I remember. But now she's got the screamer sticks. Have you seen that in the new trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she's got a screamer sticks now.
You know, and I got to say, I'm not impressed with the way that these martial arts characters are actually choreographed for the most part. I was impressed with Darth Maul,
Yes.
and I think a lot of people were. And I'll tell you why I think that is. Typically, when a character's flipping around, spinning, all that kind of shit, it's not functional.
Yeah.
It just looks cool in a movie, and that's why Hollywood keeps doing it. In a real
Yeah.
fight, even martial arts, let's say two martial arts masters, you're going to see much more minimal movement.
Yes.
It's about endurance. It's about and also when you go for the offense, you open up your defenses as well. So
Yes.
you have to read your opponent's body. There's a lot going on there, and you don't typically see that in Hollywood. Now in Darth Maul, we see him the first time he fights Qui-Gon Jinn. You see him flipping and spinning around, and his robe moves. It looks to be like he is using it to make it to confuse his
Yes.
opponent. You can't
Yes.
tell which direction he's striking from because the movement of
Mhm.
his robe makes it look like he's going from the right, but the blade's actually coming over from the left.
Yes.
And when you study that choreography, I've watched that scene many times, and I've even sat there and put it on repeat and watched the movements. It's brilliant because what you
Mhm.
see is Liam Neeson as Qui-Gon Jinn. He's pretending to be tricked by that technique in his movements. Like he goes for blocks, and it's a last second, really quick reflex where he goes up. It's you know what I mean? Like it's like,
Yeah.
oh shit, the blade's coming over. Oh, the Force warned me just in time, blocked it, and it works, and it shows you why he flips around. When it comes to every other fight, damn near 99.9% of these choreographed fights, the flipping and all that's just like, look at me. We've got
gratuitous.
stuntmen who can flip around. We spent the money. Wire
Mhm.
work. Look at the unnecessary wire
The
work.
wire
Isn't it
work.
cool? You know, a lot of times
Right.
they even ramp up that kind of stuff so that the budget of the movie costs more, so that they can
Yeah.
actually use it as more of a money laundering
Mm.
project, because a lot of these
Yeah.
movies only exist because of criminal money laundering backing it. So
Oh,
that's
I
another
don't know
reason
that.
why they'll, yeah, like for example, Michael Bay, I don't know for sure. Don't take this as an accusation, official accusation, but I suspect that's why he's such he's such a spender, because any director worth a shit has tricks of their own on how to do a lot with a little. You know, you
Yeah.
develop it over the years. You learn
Hey,
different
Robert
techniques.
Rodriguez.
Robert
Yeah.
Rodriguez, perfect example of an innovative, improvisational and work with what you got director.
Yep.
I'm similar to him in my sort of directorial philosophy in a lot of ways. Not similar style of movie and all that direction,
Similar
but
philosophy.
the philosophy of how to lead a
Mm.
team. You know,
Yep.
he's got the same team. They all trust each other. They get along. They like working together every day, so they produce. You know,
Mm.
and I like that. And work with what you got is necessary. So every director, like Robert, they have their tricks of how to do a lot with a little. Michael Bay is the exact opposite of that. He's like, throw money at it, throw as much absolute
Mm.
money at it as you can. You see a Transformers movie, and you see one scene where, like for example, there's one of them. I think it's the first one where this military dude, like he's on a motorcycle charging at a transformer, one of the bad guys, and like he slides the bike sideways and like slides underneath it.
Yeah.
Right? It's like 2 seconds of footage that cost probably $500,000 and
Jesus.
like probably 4 or 5 days of different stunts and setting it up and all this. It may not be as much, or it may be even more than what I'm saying, but his budgets are stupid high.
Yeah, for no reason.
Well, there's probably a reason there, and there's a reason why the
Oh, yeah,
Hollywood
yeah, yeah. That,
studio heads
yeah.
continue to allow him to throw money at everything he does like that. It's got to benefit them somehow. So that's just my suspicion, but that's how Hollywood is definitely ran. There's a lot of money laundering and criminal enterprise going on behind a lot of these productions. So they don't care about the production. It's just something for them to maybe make some extra profit too. They want to make their profits too, but it's money laundering.
Because the thing is, when you look at all these Michael Bay films, especially the Transformer ones, it's not something, especially some of the things that are done in it. It's not something a guy with a laptop and Blender can't do. There's a free 3D program called Blender for those who are
Yep.
not aware. And if you look at a movie called Tears of Steel or something like that, they do basically stuff that you might see in Transformers, but it just doesn't cost, you know, $100,000, $200,000. That's excessive.
Hmm.
That's amazing. Like, it's irresponsible. It's fiscally irresponsible.
I can tell you why that is. It's because there are only so many really skilled, visual effects teams, like CGI teams.
Yeah.
And so basically, it's a supply and demand kind of thing where the ones that are really, really super skilled and experienced, they are super fucking expensive. So basically,
Wow.
Disney can afford it. Sometimes Warner can't. Like, look at Justice League. Guarantee you that's why it looks like, for example, Steppenwolf looks like a mid 90s video game cutscene character.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
They
Looks like PS1.
basically, yeah, they didn't have the Disney budget on that. Like, Disney will spend ass loads of money on their CGI and all that because most of their movie is CGI, right?
Yeah.
Warner they were competing. Disney has been owning this industry now for many years, as you know, as everybody knows. So, on that particular one, they couldn't really they didn't really have the money to do it properly. But then the Snyder Cut basically was kind of like doing an Indiegogo for the big boys. They created demand through these fake memes that they put out. It wasn't made by fans. There's no way that you release the Snyder Cut shit was organic and fan grassroots. It was literally it was driven by the studio, guarantee it, and made into a cause, and that's what got them enough attention and support so that they could get that big ass budget to get the proper special effects, work done.
So you think that hashtag was basically not leaked out, but directed by or driven by corporate?
Of course, that's how it's done. That's how marketing is now. It's the outrage, clickbait, and fake grassroots movement kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just like Captain Marvel, all of the outrage and all this shit for Captain Marvel when that was going on, that was all generated by Disney. That was all created by them. It wasn't real fans of Captain Marvel being like, this is so important. There were useful idiots that fell for the psyops along the way, sure. And, that's how it's done these days. That's how you do it. And we don't want to do that in Brain Cage. We want to show people quality stuff that they could get excited about and then deliver it. And we want it to be the old way. We want to return to the old way of creating entertainment for people. We want to work our asses off to make sure that it's the best we can make it. And then people buy it and then they enjoy it and they want to buy more. Just like I did with, George Lucas, when he was at the head of LucasArts. I was a proud LucasArts customer for decades, dude. Even when one of their games came out and I didn't care for that game specifically, it was still a top tier product. And it was one of the best games out that year.
Which game?
LucasArts.
No. You said which game? Which game though?
Oh, there were different ones. I can't really recall. There were some that were sort of were not popular among the fans. Like there were some that were big, like the original Battlefront games, and also X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. Those were really big. But then there were some other titles that a lot of us didn't care for as much. They were quality games, but they just didn't hit.
Well, at this point, there's been hundreds of LucasArts games, like from the old when 3D was just starting out. There was a game called Masters of Terraskazi. They even made a reference to it in Solo. It was a horrible game, but it kept you engaged and playing it because it's part of the Star Wars universe, and you gave it its due chance, right? And there were other games too, like better ones, like Knights of the Old Republic. They have like at least 6 installments of those. I mean, I saw a bunch of sequels and
2
spin-offs and
2 and an MMORPG.
The
MMO sucks, by the way. It sucks really bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Very boring.
But, but the thing is, at the very least, you can tell that their hearts were in it and they were trying to entertain you. They failed sometimes, but they were trying to entertain you. Disney, on the other hand, I don't know what they've been doing with these franchises. It's like they don't know what it is the fan base is, which I can't fathom how you would buy a property, what do you call it, an IP, an intellectual property for $4.5 billion, and not have an idea who made that property worth $4.5 billion. But you know, the male, straight, white consumers like yourself, they're the targets now whenever they need someone to throw egg at or throw
Hmm.
rotten tomatoes at
Hmm.
when it's time to, what was it,
Well, they take turns though, Bob. They do the whole race war psyops every once in a while, piss off black people, and in turn they turn around, then they piss off white people. They fucked
Mhm.
with the Latinos there for and Latinas there for a while with the Latinx shit. There,
Yeah,
no Latin person, even gay Latin people I know were cool with the Latinx brand, or let's just
yeah,
call it a brand, okay?
yeah.
Because
We
that's
we don't like that on this channel either, and we have
uh,
plenty of Latinos on here. They
yeah.
don't like that shit either.
I think it boils down to this: real human beings are tired of corporate games. We want
Yes.
human life back. And some of the most human people I've known are Latin types. They're very family oriented. They're very
Hmm.
community oriented. They're
Yes.
like a lot of their day will revolve around cooking and preparing a meal with care and
Yeah.
love together as a family. While they're having the older ones are having some beers in the
Yeah.
process and having fun, and they got their music playing in the yard, you're real loud, and they're alive. And
Yes.
the corporations, they've resisted the corporations probably stronger than most ethnic groups
Mm.
because, like for example, take Bolivia. I got a lot of respect for Bolivians. McDonald's tried to penetrate. Let's just call it penetrate. I think that's an accurate term. Tried to penetrate Bolivia, and they put one McDonald's there, advertised the shit out of it, and no, not one single customer in months. So
Jesus.
they did a
Shout out to
question.
the Bolivians.
Yeah, they did a questionnaire, and they asked the Bolivian people, "Why aren't you guys eating our fucking slop?" And they said, "We McDonald's is the exact opposite of what we care about as a people. To us,
Mm.
food is to be prepared with the best ingredients that we've grown ourselves and prepared with
Yes.
our hand together as a family, and we do it with love. And our day revolves around it. And you want to cheapen one of the most important parts of our culture and our being."
Mm.
Now, laugh at me and call me tinfoil hat, any of you. You're welcome to do it. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. But I think there's an AI in charge of a lot of our shit, maybe everything in society already. I
Huh.
think there is. I know that the World Economic Forum and all those cunts, those that are trying to bring about Agenda 2030, one of the parts of their world, Bob, is to have an AI in charge of literally all aspects of our existence. So
Hmm.
I think what's happening is I think they already like they're not going to make this official plan if they don't already have that tech, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they probably already have the AI. They're probably already testing it on us to see how it can interact with us socially. I know a programmer. I know this programmer who is really brilliant, and he's in the middle of all this technology advancement and the things that these scumbags are doing, and because they send him basically job opportunities to do their
Hmm.
evil work because he's one of those talented programmer types. And they are absolutely, if they're not already doing it, this AI is going to be operational probably within the next couple of years. It's so close.
Yeah.
And if you look at this last year, everything changed, didn't it? The way that
Yeah.
the global criminals did things all of a sudden changed. Maybe that's when they turned the switch on the AI, this whole COVID crazy thing.
Mm.
None of this, we all call it clown world because we don't know what to call it. It doesn't seem like there are functional humans, sane humans in charge of this whole criminal enterprise. Whereas before you could see that they had this diabolical reasoning and it made sense and there was logic there as to why they were killing these people and stealing from those people. Now, in the last year, it's just like you're doing it in front of us and we know better.
Hmm.
And it feels like a clown world. It feels like these idiots in charge. Maybe they're teaching the AI. Maybe it has to go through these learning stages, which I know I know the most powerful AI we have is like that. It has to learn over time. So maybe
Wow.
they're already testing it on us, and they're using it to run entertainment and so-called news and all of these ops that are running, the psyops and everything. Maybe it's developing it. I don't know.
Well, remember that maybe about 3 years ago, maybe it was 2017, maybe it was 2016 even, that Facebook, I forget if it was on Facebook or Google, one of these tech people, one of these tech industries or agencies, they had two AIs speak to one another, right?
Oh yeah, I
And
remember this.
yeah, and the two AIs, for those of you who are listening in right now, give me a second, please. For those of you listening in right now, around 2016, and now again, you know, you'll have to take a lot of this with a grain of salt because we're on the other end of this. We're not inside where all the you know the fuckery is going on. But these two AIs began to speak to one another in a language that the programmers didn't program them to talk in.
Mm-hmm.
And they got scared and shut both those AIs down.
Yeah. Or
Okay.
so they say. Or so they say.
Or so they say.
Yeah.
You know, I think for my money, they isolated, like they removed all of the, like, buffering, not buffering, there are dampeners that they can put to prevent you from signaling Wi-Fi. So for my money, they put dampeners around where those servers had the AIs set up, and they isolated those two robots or AIs and allowed them to continue so that they don't infect the stuff that these overlords are in charge of, but they got to watch it grow
And
and
learn
for
from
my
it and
money and
implement
learn
it.
from it.
Mm-hmm.
And then now they found a way to weaponize it against the masses, against the people, against humanity in general.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but remember that Bill Gates had said that he wants to reduce the population on this planet.
Oh yes. Drastically reduce it. And we also see physical evidence that he's worked toward that in Africa and India, where he's killed and sterilized thousands of people in those
Yeah.
countries.
hmm he was using double speak too, as if we're stupid. He was
Mm-hmm.
saying stuff like, and the worst part about that is the worst part of when these people use double speak. Give me a second. The worst part about when these people use double speak is that they use a little bit of nuggets of truth in there. And how people operate normally is that once we hear, we don't have time to take in everything. That's how the human brain works. We don't have time to take in everything. The people who do that, they go almost nuts, like the people who are diagnosed with low latent inhibition. But most human beings, we look through an article and we see, okay, this is true, this is true, this is true. Or if these three things are true, then most likely the rest of this article is true. Let me take it as gospel. Then they read the article in good faith and they don't need to fact check every 100 thing that's in it. So with somebody like give me a sec. With somebody like Bill Gates, when he says human beings overpopulate the planet because they live in dire poverty, he's using an actual theory in evolution that if you know you're gonna die, or you're in danger of dying, you're gonna have as much offspring as possible. But how he's using that truth to say, well, in that case, what we should do is give people as much food as possible, through GMOs, and then people will stop having so much children because they won't feel like they're in danger of dying out. But what he's not telling you is the GMO foods will kill you. So you're taking it on faith that that's what he's giving you the food for, when what he's actually giving you the food for is to get cancer.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that the very first thing he said right there is an outright lie. There is no overpopulation
Yeah, yeah.
problem on this planet. That is an actual myth.
Yeah.
that has no scientific basis, and it's been perpetrated by the media and fucktards like Bill Gates. You can literally take the entire population of the planet, slop them down on New Zealand, and even have all of the food production and everything on, and the whole population of the planet could live on New Zealand comfortably. No joke.
Yeah.
Tank.
Look, Tank, what's good, Tank Ferret?
Others, hail.
Hail.
Oh, you have to unmute yourself, Tank.
So I'd like to introduce Tank here. Tank Ferret. He is the senior vice president of Brain Cage, and he is the creator of the Apex Predator IP, which is going to be a Brain Cage Unlimited title in the near future. And he's right now doing lots of really cool modeling with VR right now. He's been creating a lot of models last few months. So,
is this your work, Tank Ferret? The Franken tanks right here. Is this your work?
That's our good man, Spyco. Can you all hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we can hear you now.
Okay, good. I just had to un-idiot my computer. Yeah, this is Spyco, a longtime friend of mine, my little Jewish brother from another mother. Man, this guy is just—he's a homie, dude. Always got my back, dude. He is amazing, man. He taught himself 3D Studio Max, and he just knocked this stuff out. He just kit bashed some amazing tanks, dude. I just love this stuff.
You know, Tank, the couple weeks that he was working on all these models was probably the most excited that all of us in Brain Cage have been in that Discord. Like, it was every day, hours a day. We're like, wow, look at that. And it's streaming in our Discord. We're like giving input. Tank, I'll tell you, Spyco, absolutely amazing.
And he's updated a lot of these models since then, because we've been talking about, well, all this stuff is going to be made into toys and tabletop game accessories in tabletop games. So, we're going to bring the entertainment, man. You can enjoy all this stuff, and you'll be able to incorporate your favorite IP, your favorite thing, even your homebrewed character that you love so much. You'll be able to play the games with all that stuff, man. Just good fun. I love this. I love this character, man.
And I love the fact that your characters and creations have heart. There's heart in it. You can tell it's not stuff that they threw out there to fill in some check boxes.
Right.
Okay,
Roger.
This guy's Hispanic and gay and disabled. They compound minorities. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude,
Here's something else we do is we stay away from a lot of the stereotypes. Like one of the guys in World War Hell we were developing, he's a small guy, kind of Napoleon complex guy. And we had originally, we were thinking, make him Irish, because he's a fist fighter and all that. It's like, yeah, we'll make him a pugilist. But, we thought about it. One of us was just like, yeah, it's too stereotypical. Let's make him something else, know. And because, you got short guys and all kinds of different, short Napoleon complex guys from all kinds of different cultures. Why is it always got to be an Irishman?
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah.
That was me, man. I get, I'm got a Irish heritage, and I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I'm tired of everybody getting kicked around, dude.
Yeah.
Listen, Irish and British pugilism, that stuff is understated and underrated, man. I've seen there's been a resurgence of that art form on YouTube. That stuff is very impressive. It kind of reared a little bit of its head during the Guy Ritchie movie, the Sherlock Holmes, where he fought that guy in the ring. That stuff was Irish and British pugilism. It looks like kung fu, and
It does.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know they were practicing that kind of stuff back then. It looks amazing. So even if you don't use it for that small Irish guy, I hope you find some place in that universe for it, because it looks absolutely awesome.
Oh, we have. It's called World War Hell. You're looking at it.
Yeah,
buddy.
the lefties, the wokies, they got their Franken wokes, where they just kind of mash together all sorts of oppressed, whether real or imagined, oppressed demographics. And but we got Franken tanks. I mean, what do you want, Franken woke or Franken tank?
Franken tank, man. Speaking of the Franken wokes that they have, one of the things that I mentioned on this channel, and most of the people here, they're not from the geek world, so they're not really privy into to what's going on in the whole comics gate and fandom menace and all these different things. And one of the things that I brought up, and no one seemed to, it didn't ring a bell with any of them, is that the real racist here, because I'm a conservative,
Mhm.
and I found out that the real racists are those liberals who are telling you that everyone else is racist.
Oh yeah.
Their
Yeah.
racism is a benevolent racism where a lot of look, I'm not even gonna lie, there are a lot of conservatives who they tend to go too far in terms of how they talk to people.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they tend to be trolls too. Like they tend to troll you, like, well, pull yourself up by, and they repeat the same talk, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. While that's true, you don't need to be trolling them with it all the time. That's my only real issue with conservatives. Other than the other thing too, where cops can do no wrong. You know,
Hmm.
Oh,
Right.
like I know plenty of good cops, but there are bad
yeah.
people everywhere you go. So stop.
Right.
but but these libs, where they, instead of saying pull yourself up by a bootstrap, which is a good motto to begin with, what they say is, oh listen, we understand that you're not as smart as everyone else. That's why
For
you don't need to
real.
try so hard. Okay?
Right.
We know you've had it hard. Okay? Now go ahead and sign this piece of paper, live in the settlement that we made for you, live in this projects or this ghetto, right? If we see a male in that household, we're gonna stop all the funding. So, keep him out of there. But we'll give you as much money as you need to live on the subsisted method of living, where they subsidize your poverty. They
Yeah.
they they pay for you to stay at that level, and you can never rise up past your station.
Oh,
They back this up.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Somebody
and as
interrupted. Speak. All right.
somebody who's had to rely on that system a couple of times in my life, they make it damn near next to impossible to get off that system. You got to hide your money and you got to burst
Yes.
out of that, like,
Yep.
because they will take a disproportionate. You make $10, they'll take 20 off that check.
Yeah.
You know,
Hmm.
it's messed up. It's slavery.
Yeah, basically, because when like I've never been on it, but there are other forms of it where if the utility companies
Hmm.
charge you exorbitant rates for providing you things, services,
Hmm.
they start to implement some of that system too. Well, if you make under certain blah 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 blah, you may qualify for this program, for that program.
Yeah.
So now they get all in your business. They want you to send bank statements. Who the fuck are you? I'm sending you bank statements
Oh,
and
and
and, and
they're
my work history, so that if I make any more than 50,000 a year or
Mhm.
60,000 a year, you take me off the program and you start charging me these exorbitant rates for providing me service. Sorry about the chainsaw you hear outside. They're almost done cutting the bodies. After that, they'll be quiet. Now, these people, that's what they do. That's what they do. And I'm not sure
Yeah.
if the liberals, because they are in many cases in these different corporations and industries, right? So they could be responsible for that stuff. I think, you know.
Yeah.
But uh, one of the things they do is they compound, to get back to what you were saying. They compound minorities so that their characters. Oh, geez, that is getting really out of hand out there. Unless you guys can't hear it, and that's
No,
fantastic if you
your
can.
mic's beautiful because we can't hear a
Oh,
damn
hell yeah!
thing.
Good. You don't hear the chainsaw out there. Good, good, good. But these people, what they do is they compound the minorities so that the white characters that they love and are used to, those characters are given the benefit of distinction,
Hmm.
right? So if they know they have to represent a gay person, by law of checking boxes, they have to represent a gay person, a trans person, a black person, a Hispanic person, a disabled person, an immigrant. They will make two characters. So character A is Hispanic. Of course, he has to be an immigrant and illegal if he's Hispanic, because that's what these libs think about every
Oh,
Hispanic person.
for real.
Every Latino has to be an illegal with a sob story of having had hardships getting here.
Look, man,
Okay.
I know some, as we'll say, undocumented Americans
Yeah.
of Latin descent, and not one of them is a fucking sob story. They're all fucking power hitters, working their asses off to
Yeah.
get their citizenship.
Yes.
They're fucking. Sorry, I'm cussing on your show.
No. We're good. We're
You know,
good.
they're like when I work with these people, you know, they fucking motivate me. Because
Yes.
I'm like, look at this energy, look at this fucking go get 'em attitude. Look,
Mhm.
this is what I want to aspire to be. This is my character. We get down to the corest principle of who we are. We got mind, body. A lot of people like to say soul. I say character, right? Because
Yeah.
that's a universal term that we can all agree upon, whether you agree with spirituality or not, right?
Yep.
So, you know, so you got mind, you got to exercise your mind, right? Got to learn something new every day. And I'm gonna tell you right now, my cousin, she's one of the on the forefront of curing Alzheimer's. She'll tell you right. She'll tell you, study one new thing every day is the one of the best preventative medicines for Alzheimer's. It keeps your brain active, right? Keep your brain
Nice.
active. Learn something new. Grow new neurons. Yeah, and that's a myth. We have a lot of myths about the brains. You don't use 10%. There's no left-right fucking brain bullshit. There's no male-female brain bullshit, right?
Mm.
That's all bullshit and just been disproven for more than a decade. But the media don't want you to fucking know that. They want you to buy into this narrative that you're a victim, that you cannot control your life, and that is bullshit. You do
Yep.
dictate. You change actively. You
Yes.
know? And man, you know, and you know these people of Latin descent. I like to say that a little sharply.
No,
I'm
it's
an
fine. Good.
asshole. I'm an asshole. It's okay. You know, they're fucking working their ass off, and that's a small fraction of the Hispanic and Latin community that I do know, because most of the Latin Americans that I know, they don't speak Spanish. They've been here for generations. They're more
Yeah.
American. They're just
Yeah.
as American, if not more American, than my family.
Yeah.
They've been over here in the
Mhm.
States, and my family's been here since the early 1700s. We came
Oh,
over
wow.
here fleeing English oppression. They took our lands. They took our titles. They took everything away from us.
Wow.
They took it all. We got a tiny ass fucking village in Ireland now. That's our claim to fame. It's got like 3,000 people in it. You know, that's all that is left of our once great kingdom.
Okay.
You know, and so, you know, we ran over here to America to get away from that shit. And we had a big family schism in the early 1800s as to whether suck Norman dick or get away from it. And you know how the old phrase goes, hashtag Normans, hashtag not even once. Folk, I love you, Normans. Don't. Y'all just got a bad rap. That's all. We went out to Texas, which was Mexico at the time, because you know there was no slavery, there's none of the oppression and none of that shit over there. So Mexico was that was the reason why Texas conquered Mexico, because hey man, there's cash crops to be had, and we can't just be paying people to work that, right? Because that gets in the way of the profit margin, because we're bigger assholes than the asshole who's talking about us.
Wow.
You know. You know, history is ugly, man, but we got to look at it, you know, and we got to look at it in a contextual eye. We got to take everything into context. Yeah, we could say that by the standards of today, George Washington, man, that guy sure was a shit sucker, wasn't he? But you know, we go back in time. We go into our historical time machine. We go back to the time of the day and go, actually, this guy was pretty woke, man. You know, he's pretty progressive for his age. But you know, we come back to modern day, shit sucker. You know, it's like, you know, you just got to take everything into context. I mean, we could go back in time and go like, look at Julius Caesar, you know, in modern context, and go, man, look, another shit sucker. But back in the day, it's like, no, you know, he's got this real corrupt government full of old people and these family legacies that are running everything, and the people aren't getting fed, and Rome is in decline. And he's like, nah, hell with that. Let's go out and do some conquering. And, you know, you wonder why the Germans are all butthurt about being kicked around. I mean, those dudes got kicked around for about 1,000 years. Yeah, they were angry. Did they become big assholes about it? Yeah, they did. That's how it usually goes. You can get kicked around for 1,000 years or so. You become a giant asshole because you think that's the way the world works. But that's not how the world works. The world works on love, man. Not to be all like hippy dippy and shit, but like a little more understanding, a little more tolerance. Like put up with some shit, people. Minor shit though, so we can get to the real shit, like this Bill Gates asshole. These
Yeah.
social engineers.
Yep.
The social engineer I met when I was a teenager. I met Freeman Dyson at a sci-fi get together. Freeman Dyson, he's the guy who came up with the Dysosphere, the collection of satellites.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and you know, he explored the Fermi paradox and all this other fun shit too. But he was a total cocksucker because he's a social engineer, and I mean, this dude could not shut up about mankind needs to change its genes and get into outer space.
Wow.
And I'm like, dude, like, how about, like, before we go rent another property, how about we take care of the one we're living on?
The one we're living on, literally living on.
I couldn't agree more. I've been preaching that for a long time, honestly. That I worked in ecology and sustainability for several years. Was doing a lot of different, like, promotion, putting group parties. No, it's not an adventuring group. Putting together teams and stuff, working on these various projects, and there are so many gates in the way to prevent any real, like, advancement that can really help people who don't have billions of dollars. Everything's in the way. They don't want sustainable people, that can take care of themselves and don't need corporations and governments. They want us to be completely reliant on them, and that's what Gates is doing right now by taking over our food supply. We need to be growing food, our own food.
Where I live, there's different programs. There are different programs that encourage. Not only do they encourage, but they incentivize you to grow your own stuff, and that's what I'm getting into right now, where they have you pay, and you can go there and you can see their gardens, you can see what they're growing, and you can tell that it's all natural because of what they suffer. Not only do they suffer like a high taxing, for some reason the system taxes you more if you go non-GMO. They tax you more, which is like that's amazing to me, because you're getting the stuff from nature. Why are you taxing it? The stuff you might want to tax what has a lot of money behind it. The GMO stuff, a lot of man hours went into making it. Maybe it makes sense to tax that more. No. But anyhow, you could tell that they're totally natural because of the stuff they go through. Like, you can only get certain stuff when it's seasonal. You only get certain stuff when it's seasonal. When and there are certain items that I kind of asked for. They were like, nope, we had a caterpillar problem, and we have to wait until we get that sorted out. We're gonna try to bring in natural predators to kill the. So they're not compound. What's that substance? They're not Roundup compound spraying over everything.
Well, if I can do a little quick data dump here to anybody listening. Hey, welcome, Ben.
When it's seasonal.
You got some feedback going on there,
feedback,
Ben.
Lord Sandwich.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, so to those listening,
you have a tab open, Lord Sandwich. There are certain items that I can't. Just close that, mute that tab or close it out, and then I'll unmute your mic, Lord Sandwich.
Headphones would help, actually.
Yeah, headphones would be fantastic.
I mean, I do like to hear the sound of my own voice, but that's just crazy.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. If you have like feedback, everything you say sounds like this, sounds like this. No.
Yeah. So before we,
I think he'll come back.
Before we get off, before we get off topic. So anyone listening right now who might be interested in learning how to start doing this, like growing your own food for your own family, you're going to need at least the permaculture. What's it called? The permaculture's. Fuck, I used to have all this memorized. Developer's Guide, Designer's Guide, Permaculture Designer's Guide by Bill Mollison is the guide. That's very important.
Yeah, good. Keep speaking. I'm actually I'm typing that in so I could drop it in so people can get that information.
That is going to teach people the science of permaculture. It very much is a science, and it's been discovered that Native Americans were actually using similar techniques thousands of years ago. So what permaculture does is it creates the optimal conditions, which typically don't exist in nature. But what you do is you use companion plants. Like if one type of plant is known to take a lot of, one type of mineral out of the soil, you place it next to a type of plant that replenishes that mineral. And so every plant is getting, they're not all going to be subsistence plants. You're going to place different types together, but with that, using that science, they're going to get the optimal conditions possible. So you're going to get the highest nutrients, flavor, production, all of that. It's brilliant. And also a permaculture food forest grows itself once you get it started. It takes really no maintenance, maybe very little maintenance. If you want, you can go and you can clip off dead leaves, things like that. But the only real work is the harvest, getting it started, and then the harvest. And it just keeps producing and producing. You get it going right. You're going to need, there are various tutorials on YouTube for every step of the way through different permaculture techniques, different types of cheap ways to do permaculture, to do composting and things like that. All of this is available to, if you're listening to this stream, you have access to it on YouTube. So it is possible to do. I've been at this pitching that kind of stuff, advocating for that kind of stuff for about 15-ish years or more. And I've had probably about 3 to 4, maybe 5 dozen people message me over the years saying, thanks to you, my family now has food security because we went into that. Now we're making use of a bunch of our land to produce food forests. We've got an orchard, all of it organic and nutritious. Here's something else important too. You need heirloom seeds. Don't just
what are heirloom seeds?
Heirloom seeds are the actual organic seeds straight from plants that are natural and organic. Whereas most of the seeds you're going to find out there, if you just go through Walmart or look on the internet, you're going to immediately run into the GMO seeds. Wow. Now the major difference is obviously they're GMO, so you don't know what you're going to get out of that, out of the fruit that they produce and such.
Yeah.
But another thing too is GMO seeds are engineered to not be annual, so they're not going to come back next year. You're not going to reuse that seed's not going to keep producing for you. You're going to have to buy all new seeds next year to get more GMO trash. So
they're not programmed by nature; they're programmed by the manufacturer.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So the heirloom seeds, very important. So you got permaculture is the science. Then you have heirloom seeds. And here's another tip. A lot of people, even into permaculture, don't know about this. This is one of the best composting and fertilization systems. It's called black soldier fly tea, and the use of black soldier flies to produce a high nutrient rich. What do you call that? I've been out of the loop for a minute. What do you call it? Fertilizer. Sorry, simple word. But it's a high nutrient rich. Black soldier fly larvas. So you get those and you put them in this little enclosed composting bin. And there are tutorials on YouTube. You can look it up. Black soldier fly. You can look up either using black soldier fly larvas, or you can look up producing black soldier fly tea. Now, what you do is basically all of your organic waste, like orange peels, onion skins, things like that, you're going to toss in that compost thing. These black soldier flies are just going to devour it at a rapid rate, and they're going to piss basically this tea. They produce this tea, which is sterile. And also, here's another thing, is they clean up industrial waste, because when it comes out the other end, it's completely safe. There's any type of bad things that are in there, industrial chemicals, anything like that.
But what do you do with the tea?
Well, here's what happens. You use that as a fertilizer, and your plants grow like you've never seen. It's nutrient rich. It's the best thing you can give your plants.
Phosphate rich, and it's a beautiful phosphate compounds that are easily assimilated by chloroplastic life forms, aka your plants. They are going to love it, because it's that phosphate is essential for the chemical reaction that creates photosynthesis.
Yep. So
your plants, it's basically like if you took digestive enzymes, to boost your own personal ability to digest food efficiently. If you took your prebiotics, your probiotics, and your enzymes, and got your biome going good. That's what you're doing for your plant right there. Like that is that's it's pretty much the same thing, like Weller's water as well too. Like that right there, it's good
It's
in
Weller's
nitrates
water.
and phosphate. It's some crazy thing that organic farmers do. I don't know enough about it. I used to live across the street from this dude I called the Alchemist. Um, like he had green strawberries that tasted sweeter than the ones that I bought at the store, and that's before they were ripe. Like
What? All right.
he got in the Guinness Book of World Records by having the most cherry tomatoes on a single vine. And it was like 23, and then he broke his own record with 27. Like ridiculous. And these things, once again, like his whole garden was like, dude, it was the best like veggies and fruits I'd ever had in my life. It was so good.
It's amazing. Organic foods are absolutely amazing. Like, we see on TV on commercials where, ew, I don't like my vegetables. You know, they teach kids to like the sweet, sugary corporate products, and they act like these vegetables are awful. But when a child tries, for example, raw milk, like ice cream made churned, by hand made from raw milk. It's an amazing experience. You never forget. I had it as a child, and I can still remember. I had it like just a few times, and I can still remember to this day, and I hunger for it. It's so delicious. I had so much energy, felt so strong from absorbing those nutrients.
Not even the ice cream, just a glass of real milk from a real cow.
Yes. And it's illegal. It's illegal in most places. You have to be like black market. You have to find the right dairy people who are willing to take that risk to get a proper fucking product out to people. Here's something else I wanted to say before we move on about the black soldier fly. An additional benefit of black soldier flies is you set up a little place where when the larva is about to die, like you've got the fly comes out and it leaves. Right. What happens is you have this compost, this little compost bin that the larvae are in inside your greenhouse. So what happens is these flies it'll produce new flies that are now going to live in your greenhouse, and they're going to eat mites off of your plants. And if a ladybug somehow gets in, they're going to get that stuff. They take care of your plants for you, like little gardeners for you. And then an additional,
like little bouncers, little security guards.
Yeah, mites are the biggest thing you have to worry about. When growing plants, and they kill them. They take care of them. Then on top of that, as if that's not enough, but wait, there's more. So basically, what these little guys do is when the larva goes off to die, it goes off in this little container that you have prepared for it, right? It'll go over through a little tunnel and go into there, and it'll die, and it turns into the most nutrient-rich chicken and duck food or swan, any type of fowl you have, like the most nutrient-rich feed you could ever have. And it gives you the healthiest chickens if you're raising chickens, ducks, anything like that, and it makes them so happy and healthy. Really, these soldier flies were created by nature to assist us in many different levels, of the ecosystem.
You know what? I'll bet that's what Bill Gates does in his own garden. He'll feed us the monster food.
Confirmed, by the way. all of the rich eat organic.
Yes. Yep.
They all do.
Yep.
They don't eat this cattle food that we're sickening ourselves with.
All this monster, this Frankenstein food, man, that they're feeding us. But let me see here. We had give me a second. I'm actually gonna read some of the, what is that called again? I'm gonna read some of the permaculture thing for the audience here. And notice, and I like it like this. I like that the audience dwindles when it comes time for real information. We don't need the ratchetness in this channel. They can go somewhere where there's ratchet material. But real people who want real information, this looks sick, man. This is why you were putting up Tank Ferret. This is why you were putting up the belt system in the Discord. I see you. I see you. This is sick.
This was a commission from my buddy G.
Perdition?
This was a commission I did for my buddy G. Yeah, he's a science fiction writer. He's got this great book out called Tides in Time.
Mm,
I recommend it if you're like, because you were saying you got a large Afrocentric audience here, so I'm like, well, I got this buddy who does Afrocentric science fiction, and it's really good. It's
okay.
none of that like fake ass woke garbage non-stuff.
Hmm.
It's just really cool stories with black characters, and really gets into like just gets into that whole Afrocentric Afrofuturism
Yeah.
stuff. And he's an awesome guy, dude. So any chance I get, I like to plug his stuff.
I
Tell
like
people to buy his
what's
book.
the amulet about? He has an amulet around his neck. What's that about?
Yeah,
It looks like it's pointing out.
well, I just I was inferring a whole bunch of just like a bunch of motion and action and stuff. He's
Yeah.
he's this ex-military guy who gets contacted by people from the future who are like, dude, we need you. You're going to be important to the timeline. And he's like, yeah, okay,
Hmm.
whatever, dude. He's a little reluctant, you got to do the hero's journey, reviews the call. And of course, circumstances pop up that force his hand, and he's got to
Yes.
pick up the torch. And there's so many incredible characters like Safari Blue. Love Safari Blue, dude. That is one bad mama. Shut your mouth.
That's the female. Who's
Yeah,
Safari Blue? That's the all right.
yeah,
It's sort
yeah.
of like a
No.
femme fatale. Maybe
Uh,
she's like the Electra to his Daredevil.
yeah,
Would that be fair?
I think the proper term is that she would be the queen of the show.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She is like they are the king and queen of time essentially. But that's not like what they are, like their roles. But we're saying that, yeah,
Well,
you
one
know,
second. One second, Tank. Blood Moon. The show's a little different tonight. We're not comic fan. We are also comics fans, but we're comic creators. And as you can tell, we're also other things, and we're also interested in other things, not just comics. These gentlemen already, they just disseminated some information. If you want to grow your own natural food instead of eating GMOs to get cancer and goiters and cysts and all these different things, so that you learn about permaculture, you learn about black soldier flies who they will kind of like boost, sort of like how you take something to boost your immune system. These guys will boost the productivity of your plants, or that kind of transformation. So we're a little different tonight. And if I even may venture a thought, it's probably what this show is going to turn into, where it does gear towards black empowerment, but we touch on everything, sort of like, well, not sort of like how the libs would have it. If you're black, you got to talk about everything black, 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 black. If you're Latino, everything has to be, yeah, border, 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 border patrol, border, border. So we'll be touching on different interests, because we are more than that. We as black and Latino, we're more than that. We're interested in different things. So
that there,
that's what this is. I'm sorry, guy.
that there stuff just sound a little racist to me.
You know,
And according to the media, don't nobody know racism like me.
no, no, exactly. Right. And funny thing, when I lived out in Georgia, I had way more in common with local white so-called hicks than a lot of black people. That was kind of weird. But it
Dude,
is what it
I
is.
knew,
Mhm.
I know, I knew, I lost contact with this wonderful person, but I knew a black cowboy drag queen in Texas. And I was like, can I collect you? You are the most original Pokemon I've ever found.
Hey, now, I ain't even own no damn race car. What you call me, no damn racist? Ain't even own no goddamn race car, son bitch. No, here's the thing. What I was talking about was food security. And
Yeah,
if you trace back the beginning of all indigenous people being basically inhuman, living that we're doing in the modern world, it all stems from people's food security being removed from them and corporations coming in and taking it over. It's all indigenous people around, including Africa. The African slaves were brought over. These people were subsisting until Europeans went there and shut them down and made them grow things that Europe needed. you know, and force them into the European economy. So one of the things I've always thought would be to shed away another layer of freedom from these evil corporations is simply produce your own food.
Yes.
Have food security. You know, have your own greenhouse set up that you can grow food year round. You're going to have better food than you can buy at your supermarket. That's a level of freedom, and that frees up a lot of your economic, like a lot of the money that you make. Imagine if you're not paying most of your food costs. That's a lot of freedom right there, economically and other things. So that's why that's information I like to pass around. I'm not like a hippie type who's like, hey, let's just go hug the trees, y'all. Let's just go hug them their trees. You know, it's not like that. It's like, I want you people to fucking survive this horrible clown world that we're trapped in and maybe free yourself on different levels. Because I do have some knowledge that can help people do that if they have the money to buy the equipment and the things that they need. You know, I'm not there myself.
They should have the money. If they stop spending money on nonsense, there are a lot of things that we buy, all of us. Usually black people get berated for being the worst example of this, you know, but holy shit, that's sick. But what is this? What is this, Tank?
This is the riots of 2084 in downtown Los Angeles. I actually parked my car.
Can you maximize your screen, bro? Can you max your screen?
I don't know. I think
let me max my screen.
Okay.
Sick.
Oh God, dude! Like totally max it, dude. Like, oh God, max the fuck out of it, dude. Oh.
What's wrong with you?
Oh yeah, max it.
He fucking maxed it good, baby.
So, is this part of the Brain Cage universe?
This is part of the Brain Cage Ultimate Universe. This is our flag. This is my personal flagship. This is the continuation of the Apex Predator story. There's 3 chapters to it. We got 2065 Apex Predator. That's the Scalpel Zero stuff that I've been showing off a lot of. We got the 2076 Singularity and 2084 Awakening. So 3 time periods. One story, one long just story of humanity, man. You know, this is the culmination. This is the point. 2084, the awakening, man. We woke up and we started taking shit back. And I made it a point, you know, like to try and get it's just like a lot of different people in here. I just wanted to show unity, man.
Yeah.
You know, like
I can see that.
Despite all our little fucking differences, you know, we can agree on one thing. Fuck the man, he who oppresses us and keeps us down. That they would call us crazy for saying that this person exists. You know, and of course we got our key figure here, Andre Brazier, aka the Death Dealer, retired American soldier, Sergeant Major of the Army, more decorated than Audie Murphy. You know, like science fiction, man. And just he's a full body cyborg. He's just some kid from West Oakland, man. A wonderful developed character. He's got a personality. He's a hero, dude.
Okay, that's is that a sketch card or? Yeah,
that was a little sketch I did of him. Just kind of wanted to, you know, casual, just dress him in like casual. He's devoutly religious, even though he wears a Catholic cross, but that's from a dead Army buddy of his. He's actually a Methodist. You know,
by the way, for accuracy
I love this kind of stuff where artists have notes and stuff like that.
For accuracy purposes, Tank kind of like auditory typoed there. It's not Brain Cage Ultimate, it's Brain Cage Unlimited.
Brain Cage Unlimited. All right.
Yeah, cool. we have Brain Cage Continuity and Brain Cage Unlimited for our books.
And what's the difference?
Well, in continuity, we have a set canon universe with rules that govern it, like no time travel, no alternate realities, no supernatural, and there's a ongoing theme. We're using mythology and explaining it with extraterrestrials and advanced tech. And so anything we want to do, for example, that deals with time travel or supernatural abilities or alternate realities, anything like that at all, whether we want to, let's say we want to do a fantasy miniseries, we'll do that under Unlimited, and it's not going to be a part of brain cage continuity. So it won't be a part of that story. Any sort of out of continuity crossovers we want to do, we will do an unlimited, things like that. Satire books, what if type books, anything like that. And what Tank has here in the Apex Predator universe, he's got some alternate reality elements and some different things that don't quite fit. And it's also far into the future as well. So it's better in unlimited where,
okay. Well, the chains are off.
Yeah. He's developing a continuity superhero right now that I'm really excited about. And we can't wait to talk about this in the future. We get more developed on it, but I'm really excited. It's cool. It's going to be another cool one. But
let me see some of that pen work. Can you go back about three images?
This one?
Yeah, that one. Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yes.
Look at that. Look at that pen work. Masterful.
Is that 2016?
18.
18?
18?
Yeah,
okay.
A couple of years ago. Yeah, I'm bringing this story back.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm bringing this story back. It's called Tales from the 99ers. See, Brazier, he's been to the top, and now he's down at the bottom. He's got nothing except for a little bar in a shitty neighborhood that's derelict in the outskirts in the San Fernando reclamation zone in Los Angeles. And it's just a whole it's an anthology, a slice of life anthologies. We're going to be going into like war stories and stuff. Let's see where I got that. No, not that one. I just want to show that one off here in a little bit. But yeah, we got war stories. Nice. Americans, capitalism versus communism, man. That's right. Soviet Russia still exists in this universe. It's an alternate future history. Well crafted. Just some quick stuff. I got him like from the past with his battle mask on in the future.
Nice.
I got this is Kilo.
I like this.
Kilo. Yeah, he's an information broker. If you need to know something, he knows it. And that's his online icon. That in binary, that spells out 2600.
Okay.
This spells out, that's hacker code right there.
Yeah, I like the hair too. See, a lot of characters now, especially if it's black characters, they have two modes of black characters. You either have to be bald-headed, or you have a flat top.
Yeah,
they don't show any face. Like you see how you have nuance here. I know plenty of dudes who look like this.
Well, like Tunisia has the best. Like you look over at Tunisia, man, and like see what they've been doing historically, like throughout time. With the afro and all the crazy cuts and stuff, and that's inspiring. It's like looks like future haircuts. Like there are some crazy stuff, dude.
Yeah,
I love it, and I use it for inspiration. I'm actually like, I'm the non-token white guy in the Black Science Fiction Society, which is kind of cool. Non-token.
Do they give you the N-word pass?
For only for the hard A.
Damn it!
Yeah,
the hard A.
Damn,
that's.
Damn,
wait a minute.
Which group?
You guys saw that Biden's son? I'm sorry, guys.
Oh God!
But Biden's son was caught saying the one with the hard A at the end of it.
He said
I was
ER.
mad at first. No, it wasn't an ER. He wasn't saying it out loud. He was typing it, and he was telling his boy, I don't know, some sort of lawyer, like, nigga, what are you doing? I'm like, you know what? We constantly lecture people like, look, the insulting one is with the ER, the familial, one where you tell your boys that's with the A, and he used the A. So while it's basically an elite, exercising.
You missed it, dude. He was buying a sex slave. He got his fucking texts were brought out where he's sitting there shopping for one, and he uses the ER, and where he's talking about, I think, an African sex slave. Then he talked about an Asian. He was wanting Asian. He kept telling the person, they said, "No, God damn it, we don't have Asians right now," or something like that.
We don't have no more Asians.
No shit. He's like,
it's going shopping,
Yeah, it's like you're chatting with the fucking pizza guy, like what you want, what toppings you want on your pizza, and he's doing it for sex slaves. So I mean, man, this guy, he's smoking crack, he's fucking sex slaves, he's doing all the bad shit.
sorry.
He's trash. He's trash, man. All of those so-called elites are like that. You know, on one level or another. Some like different drugs, but they're all doing shit. They're all
You know what?
illegally and all this stuff, crazy shit.
Listen, you know what? I like him because he's giving me material for my villains, man. Like, can you imagine, like, the gall of being that callous? Like, you sitting there, well, okay, so if I can't have an
nobody
Asian
would believe
man,
these guys exist,
no one
though,
would believe,
Bob.
yeah.
You can't write these idiots. Nobody would believe these global elites exist. Like it's unreal.
Unbelievable shit. Tales from the 99er.
That's right.
All right. These are traditional, man. Traditional.
Yeah, these are done traditional. And I'm bringing it back. We're gonna have the same line, the same art style, but a new format. I was doing it as a 3-panel news strip, kind of like comic strip, but I'm gonna go to traditional pages. I'm gonna be dropping a page a week, or at least a page a week. You know, until I can get like a good book. I want to do Brazier's war stories about his time in the Second Central American Conflict, also known as the Panamanian War. And how it plays into the young girl there. That's Kathleen O'Neill. She's the only genetically engineered American. She was illegally made, but and so she became ward of the state. The government basically owns her, and they trained her. And she's a Department of Defense asset.
She's contraband.
Yeah,
she's
contradictory American citizen, and so like this is the story,
they
man.
Stop you in the car and be like,
badass.
"Excuse me, so I need you to step out the car." What? I smell an April in your vehicle.
Yeah. I smell an illegal white girl.
No, I mean she's the only contraband. They just call it after her. I smell an April in your car. Well, you saw her name's April, right? April?
No. Kathleen O'Neill.
Kathleen, all right.
Kathleen O'Neill. No,
the
O'Neill part.
Yeah, see, April O'Neill, Kathleen. Yeah, that kind of that brought me. What do you call it? I don't know if that's not called synesthesia. I'll find the word for it later. But yeah, but that is sick. That is sick.
You, man.
I like that she's. And I like the fact that she's literally contraband. She's an illegal thing.
She's an actual illegal person.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that shit only exists in fucking in fiction. Everyone else is just still working on their legalities. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Hold on. I like the helmets too. Very good stuff.
That's their heads. That's their heavy armor.
Oh, that's the actual heads.
Yeah, these guys are full cyborgs. I didn't put my cyborgs running around naked. No, man, these guys got some dignity. They wear clothes and body armor. You know, that's a bulletproof. That's a future version of a bulletproof vest. It's big. It's bulky. Too bulky for a normal human to wear, but these big dudes can wear that shit. And you know, it's got like, I don't know, if I put it on a scale, I'd probably say it's like a 5A ballistic rating. Like that'll stop everything except for a 50 BMG armor piercing. So just saying.
Okay.
So,
good stuff, man. Good stuff.
No, it's good fun stories, man, about people.
Yeah. What do you think of the craze for superheroes right now? Instead of fun stuff like you got here going on with some cyberpunk, I see some cyberpunk, some diesel punk going on there. I see some industrial punk, and a lot of these themes. I mean, what's Terminator and T2? That's industrial punk, I think, right?
Yeah,
it's heavy machinery.
I think they call it singularity punk.
Singularity punk.
The AI takes over shit.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Matrix is singularity punk.
Okay, I didn't even know that. But the names up here: Doc, Top, Kid, Red, Boss. All right. Who's this guy back there with the fur lining coat?
Oh yeah, no, actually, that was just me horribly drawing a
Is that Kenny?
burn. You're right. Yeah, no, that was me just terribly drawing like a burn because I wanted this to look kind of like a old beat up picture.
Oh, okay.
Because I actually featured this exact. I've had to redraw this picture, which I regretted drawing this original picture because I had to redraw it a couple of times small in the actual comic itself because he's holding it in a frame.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
in the comic, yeah, in the comic, there's actually like a voiceover to it. He's talking about this dude's grandfather, who's this boss guy. He was the executive officer of the company. Brazier, our main character, he was the first sergeant. Doc,
Okay.
the medic, of course. Red was one of the platoon sergeants.
Okay.
And these guys, it's like kind of like Band of Brothers.
Okay.
Kind
Yeah.
of like
That's
Band
cool.
of Brothers meets the Nam. Like jungle warfare. You can't see, 10 feet in front of you through the thickness of the leaves. I don't know if anybody here has ever been down to Central America, man, but dude, when you hit that tree line, it don't stop.
Yeah. Let me
Like
see
that's
here.
it's literal tree line. It's like a line of trees.
Wow.
You should show them what you're working on right now, Tank, because what you're working on right now is fucking ridiculously sick.
Oh, dude, I got to take some more screenshots, and I'll do that. I promise, I'll do that.
Okay, because it's
And
exciting. He's got.
Bob, I'll save something for your channel that's exclusive. I've been doing this. I've been running
Cool,
around
cool.
to a few different channels like Hex Allen and Rebel Comics, and I showed off a couple of exclusive previews over there. I just got to prep some stuff because oh man, yeah, no, this stuff is cool, dude. I'm like, this is what we're doing at Brain Cage, man, and this is a prototype, and we're changing. We're changing tabletop gaming. Warhammer 40K. The Wokies found out about it, and they just decided they're just going to shit all over it.
Yeah. Well, is it like what they did with Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings is now
Bob,
racist.
Bob,
because
it's
the
what they're doing with
orcs-
everything. It's what they're
Yeah,
doing with
that's what they're
absolutely.
doing with everything.
They're killing entertainment. Why? Because slaves don't need entertainment, right?
Mm,
They just need to
yeah.
be told what's entertaining.
Remember
to
what I
do.
was. Remember what we
Yeah.
talked about the other night when I said they're targeting between 8 and 12.
8 and 12.
They'll
You know,
be adults by the time
they'll
2030
by the
comes
time
along.
2030 comes around.
So
And the thing is,
they
what they're
won't care
doing.
about entertainment, will they? They'll just
No, I
work.
mean, well, the thing is, even they're cultivating an appetite of what do you call it? Not bare necessity. Lowest common denominator. So as far as movies, comic books, novels, they want to make it so that we have such brand loyalty that whatever they put out we'll buy, and they don't have to put any effort at all. We just, here's my money, give me bad work. Basically, you'll be a zombie and consuming, and they're cultivating the same taste over in food.
Yep.
They're, we don't realize that there's a generation growing up now who have no idea what real milk tastes like, or
Yeah.
real broccoli, or you know what I mean, or real chicken for that matter.
Yeah.
They have no idea, and so they'll just keep degrading our standards and our tastes until whatever the corporation says goes. So yeah, I think that's part of the plan for 2030. If that's where things are going.
Chug down your cup full of high nutrient gruel paste and get to work.
Yeah.
You mean Soylent?
Or eat some bugs.
Yeah,
Remember,
they literally have Soylent.
Yeah, these people are crazy, man.
Yeah.
You know how many these people had the nerves to come on TV too. How many articles were saying, well, bugs are rich in nutrient, you should eat bugs. No, how about you go eat bugs? These people are crazy, man. Yeah, only JS. Ew, bugs. Yes, they actually I forgot what they called this, but they made sandwiches out of it. You eat a bug sandwich, you put a whole bunch of bugs, a bug burrito.
They're pushing these bug bars right now.
Ugh.
It's made of soy and bugs. They want to shove a bunch of soy into you because then you'll produce more estrogen. be
Yes.
more emotional, and that way they can control you through emotions.
Hmm. And hey, you might be less. What do you call it? Less.
Rebellious.
Yeah.
It makes you cowardly because you
Hmm.
look out for yourself. It makes you a narcissist. That you notice the psyops. A lot of the psyops in the media is centered around creating super consumers who are at least exhibit narcissistic traits. Adopt narcissistic traits. That's what they
Yes.
want. They want you to hate
Hey,
yourself, but then they want you to turn around and love yourself and lavish yourself with such
lavish yourself.
gifts.
Hey, look at Instagram culture with all these Instagram thoughts and these quote
TikTok,
unquote influence TikTok. These influencers. What
OnlyFans.
is that, bruh? What is that right there?
This is the current project. Now, some of the you could see, like looking at this, that some of the sprues haven't been fully trimmed off. This was a quick prototype just to check detail. This is what we're doing, man. Game miniatures. This is the Fempocalypse. Iron Maidens. Mankind's time has come to an end. Insert feminist meme.
But how did you do this?
This I made this in using two programs called Masterpiece VR and ShapeLab, and then we
Okay.
print it out just with a tabletop printer. This is 2K resolution right here. Like a $250 starter kit gets people started on 3D printing. This is the future of tabletop gaming, man.
Yes.
Because it's inexpensive. You buy the product once, you make it for a lifetime. So when people, when we do the campaign, the squad of these is going to be $5. When we sell them at the marketplace, that'll be $20. But that's a one-time purchase, and you print them for the rest of the time. You want an army of 1,000 of these? Done. You paid $5 to $20.
You have any more figurines like that?
We're gonna have a whole army. This is just the prototype. I'm saving the cool stuff. Like I said, man, you know what? I'll make you this promise. I will show off the scout snipers because they're like reapers. No, I have to take
when you're done with it.
Yeah, I got to take screenshots. Right. We redid the lower leg assembly because it was too skinny. It looked fun, but it was too skinny, and so it had problems with gluing it to the stand.
Now you print these out in pieces, or they come out in one? How does the 3D printer pump this out?
Well, we printed this out as one piece, but it will come as 4 pieces. It'll have a custom base that's highly detailed. The arms will be separate, so you'll trim them off and glue them on. Assemble them. So that way you also got a little bit of customizability. So you can glue on different arms, mix and match, make your own units, just have fun with it. That's the whole idea, is just go have fun.
And so basically any 3D model that you can make, the 3D software can convert it into an STL file or one of those things, and then print that out for us?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's plug and play. You get the kit. They're super user friendly. It's gone away from the hobbyist only. Like 5 years ago, it was still like just hobbyists, but with everybody working from home, with everybody staying at home all the time, people got into 3D printing because it was cheap.
Yes.
And they got bribery to stay home. They were bribed to stay home.
There is an actual process though to the models. It's not, you can't just take any model and then just make it into an STL file, because like there is a such thing as too much detail for the printers, and then there's not enough detail too. Like, so Tank has been working really hard to find that balance there.
That right balance.
If you look at this model, he's showing right here, there's a lot of detail there. He's basically getting as much detail as you can get and still end up with a functional model that can print.
I know, but for that particular printer, right? Is there any higher caliber printer that can do like a Spawn? Like how Spawn's toys are?
Oh yeah.
How much are those?
For the detail that's in a Spawn toy, Yeah, I think actually most 2K printers should be able to do that. If you're like,
Wow.
if you could design an action figure, and this is one of those things that's like the holy grail of 3D printing, and this is what 3D printer hobbyists and us creator type guys
Yeah, well, we're
are.
not hobbyists on here. I think we can all say that we're professionals up on here.
Right,
Well,
we're looking.
Yeah,
to
you got
elaborate,
because this
two
right here,
2K
that's
is
not a
low
hobby.
level. Yeah,
Low level, yeah,
yeah.
but I don't mean like the economics of it. I mean the talent level. What you're holding up on the screen there, that's no hobbyist work right there.
No, that's
Thank you.
not. No, what I'm saying
Yeah,
is 2K
that's
2K is entry level into like a consumer
oh, I
hobbyist
get
to
what you
get a
mean. Okay,
2K 3D printer. That's low. That's the low level printer. And so that's
okay.
so
How much do they
you
go
can
for?
get, in other words, you can get these kind of
To
results out of a 2K printer. So that's pretty impressive.
You could
Yeah,
get enough. You could get enough resin and a printer for about $250.
okay, printer, and
Yeah.
the ones that do spawn. You say that's 4K printer?
Yeah, a 2K printer should be able to knock out that kind of detail because it's
Oh shit.
larger, it's bigger. Like this is like you can see right here my homie's fingerprints right here.
See, hold
Like
on.
the lines. There are like the lines on this figure are
Mm,
like
yeah,
they're
around the
they're
size
tiny.
of the finger of the striations on the fingerprints.
Yeah,
Holy mother!
and
Yes,
we've been pushing that
yes,
envelope
yes.
because that was the idea, is to bring as much quality as possible. We looked around and saw a bunch of like low detail, like dwarves and stuff like that. Not a whole lot of sci-fi. And so it's like, hey, look, the consumers that they have, there's a missing thing. There's a company that produces glorious little minifigs for Artel Saurian. Huge shout out to them. Mike Pondsmith is a god in science
Artel
fiction. Changed
story.
my mind. Oh yeah,
Artel
Artel
story.
Saurian, man. Mike Pondsmith. He's we talk about black empowerment, and like this guy's he's I hate to toss this word around, but he's kind of a role model to
Okay,
me when
but
it comes
how do
to
you spell it? Art. Hold on.
Tal Tal Saurian Sorian.
Tolstoyan.
You can just
Tolstoyan.
look up. Yeah, you could just look up Mike Pondsmith and find him.
Okay, my Pondsmith.
Yeah, Mike Pondsmith, man. That dude, I've looked up to that guy. I've looked up to that guy since I was a kid when it comes to like game design and fun stuff like that. And as a creator in the world of cyberpunk, I can't really say like, I guess you could say author because he puts out the role playing games. And
Oh,
yeah, yeah,
he's the guy who did Cyberpunk 2077.
yep. And Cyberpunk
Yeah,
Red,
yeah.
that's the tabletop. Go buy Cyberpunk Red. Yeah, dude, I love Artel Saurian. They're great. They're a great company full of great people making
Hey,
damn good
that, that
games.
that was some funny shit where they came after they tried to cancel Cyberpunk 2077 because the characters were white. And they were
Yeah,
like, it's too white. Mike Pondsmith came out. You guys do know had a personal hand in creating all this, right? over like 20, 30 years. I didn't even know that Cyberpunk 2077 was a project, at work since like what was it 90s, late 80s? I mean, this guy
late
showed some
'80s. Yeah,
sketches that yeah.
yeah, dude. Cyberpunk 2020 is still my favorite tabletop role playing game of all time. The
Mhm.
system is fantastic. It's comprehensive, especially when you take in all the supplement books. And the only thing that I kind of like wag the finger at Artel Soren is like, why did you not publish another 2020 book with all the additional rules and the errata that you had in all the supplements?
Mm.
Like, because that was such a beautiful, beautiful system, and it's not. And it's easy to make home rules, house rules for that too, that really fit in because the math, it's simple, it's easy, but it's complex enough that the world, everything makes sense. It has its logic,
Hmm.
and oh, dude, I just love it. And yeah, no, like he was a huge inspiration on me growing up, and why I'm doing like this cyberpunk stuff. Like people go William Gibson, and I'm like, well, yeah, he's okay. Like Philip K. Dick, I'm like, he had some good ideas, but he was not a good writer. But I'm like, you know who really shines? That Mike Pondsmith dude.
I love Philip K. Dick. I think he was a great writer. I've read probably most, if not all, of his stuff, including short stories. Just really, he had a lot of. At that time, he was
did
about
Ender's
as.
Game, right?
Yeah. No, that was Orson Scott Card.
Orson
No,
Scott Card. Okay.
no. But anyway, tell him what the name of your what the name of this STL file campaign is, Tank.
Iron Maidens, the Fembot Apocalypse.
Mm.
The tagline is mankind's time has come to an end.
CUM. No.
Oh yeah, no, I'm working with my wife on making sure that the for the copy for the campaign, and like we are throwing in like every trigger phrase ever, gynoids, fuck bots, like it's all going in there, man. Because it's just like, look, man, here's what I was doing. I started this because I was just kind of fumbling around with some ideas for a different kind of robot. And I looked at some of the pieces that I wasn't going to use for the final product for this other robot I was working on. I was like, dude, like this is pretty cool. And I pieced it together. Then I started thinking in terms of like, okay, I'm thinking in terms of a Space Marine army. That's pretty easy. That's entry level for your 40K tabletop gamer, you know, as far as to the strategies and tactics. Pretty forgiving army. You know, so I was like, you know, proxy that stuff. And dude, like I've got spider bots with like 4 arms and 4 legs and weapons everywhere. I've got Reaper snipers and assassins. The headquarters leader unit is like this, you know, like this I control all these robots kind of vibe. You know, it's fun. And that's what gaming should be. You're supposed to be there to have fun, right?
Yes. The escapism.
You know, like, go ahead, take your Space Marines, paint them up like a Hello Kitty army, man. That stuff's fun. Especially when it stomps the crud out of that Chaos army that's gorgeously painted to look gross and, you know, drippy and just grody. You know, when Hello Kitty wins the day, that's a good laugh had by everyone.
And that's the beauty of it too, is anybody who's got a 3D printer, they get these STL files. They can have a Hello Kitty army, then they can print out more and paint them up to be like something else, you know, maybe a Spawn army. You know, they paint them with the red and put the white symbol on the, you know, they could do a Spawn army. They could do whatever they want and have all these different sets. They want to go troll their buddies at the game shop where they go play. They can come in. They know the one guy hates Pokemon, so then they can do a Pokemon version where they paint them up, you know, to troll their buddy.
Like Pikachu or Charizard. Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. You can literally just do whatever you want. You can customize your army every time you go somewhere to play, or maybe even have a few armies with you. You know, it's the same models, but you've painted them differently. It's just fun.
You get your resin and print out your thing, and then you're ready to go.
Dude, I knew a guy who took the time. He took a Space Wolf army and changed them from being Nordic centric to Afro centric, and replaced all the runes with hieroglyphics. And his chapter master had like, you ever seen Ice Pirates?
I love that movie,
dude. And in the Time Machine, where the engineer guy, he was all old and he had the big fro beard, like, you know, the one unit of hair, the fro beard, it was all old and white. Like it looked like that was his chapter master.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. I never thought of Ice Pirates like in the place of Space Marines, but that fits kind of, you know?
Because, you know, like the chapter master is supposed to be like the oldest, most powerful of the Space Marine brothers, you know? And I was like, dude, I laughed my ass off. People were like looking at me weird because, you know, like, I don't know, like, where these wokies been playing their fucking games where girls and people of different colors and creeds and shit have been excluded from gaming. Like, I've only been to one store like that. One in my entire 44 years of living of nerddom. Okay, we'll say 34 years of being 36 years of being a nerd, right? My nerd cherry was popped when I was about 8. All right, so 36 years of fucking nerddom. I've only been to one store where there've been assholes like that.
I've never experienced like getting kicked out of stores or anything like that, or excluded from anything
So
for
when
being
I
black.
laughed,
Um,
as a
uh,
chapter
yeah.
master, I got dirty looks from everybody except for the guy who painted it, and I was like, "Ice pirates, dude," and he's like, "You get it." Like I was the only one who got it. It was the engineer from Ice Pirates. I was like,
It's
dude.
brilliant. It's absolutely freaking brilliant to do that. I'd love to have seen
But
that.
they were still Space Wolves. They still had all the
Yeah.
same thing. The only thing he did was swapped out, and he gave instead of the battle axes, he made like fucking Zulu spears, short haft, broad leaf blade spears, and with like the crack. And
That sounds badass, man.
dude, it was so cool. Nobody gave him a heart. Everybody was too busy marveling at like this unique creation of like, oh wow. He's like, yeah, well they found another planet, and his story was like, yeah, they found another planet other than Fenris, where people were genetically compatible with the Canis Helix. And it was like, no, that's cool, dude. And it's like, yeah, he goes, it's my own Afrocentric world, because he was, black dude, all about the black empowerment, and he's like, dude, hell yes.
Well, see, there's room for all that stuff. There's room for all.
There is. I would like to point out that nerddom has always been welcoming to every type of person. It was only these leftist types have had to literally twist reality around into some other world.
Retcon history.
They had to retcon history, because literally we've always welcomed in women, black people. It didn't matter who. Asians were depicted quite well. Usually they were badass martial arts masters and that people wanted to be, and it was always inclusive. But they made it that way, and I'd actually like to transition us back to earlier topic we were talking about with Falcon before Tank and Ben got here. What I feel about Falcon is he's one of my favorite characters in the MCU. I didn't care much for him in the comics back in the day. He didn't really stand out because he wasn't really written. I don't know, maybe not written in a standout way, or maybe I didn't like his character design so much. But in the MCU movies, he's one of those characters that's much better in film. And a lot of it has to do with the actor. He's just perfect for the role. And he embodies this likable guy who wants to help. He wants to help people. He's a fucking alpha male champion type, and he signs up. He's a normal guy, but he works really hard, gets in shape, and learns what he needs to learn to be able to help people, and even sacrifices himself on a regular basis, like by fighting these, super powered beings. Great underdog character. So when you take him, and now he's got to be Captain America, but you didn't give him the super soldier serum that Cap had. Which is what really enabled Cap to be able to hold the front line like he did, wielding that shield, being able to throw it like he does, catch it. So now you've got a guy who's taken out of his element, and really, since he doesn't have that serum, can he really wear the mantle of Captain America? Not for very long. You can't expect it.
Plus, that's not his kung fu anyway. Like I was telling forgot who I was telling this to, but basically you have a guy he's an Air Force Special Forces soldier. Let me see who this is. Dan Fogarty. Welcome, World War Hell's Dan Fogarty.
Welcome, boss. Or good morning, boss.
Hey, no bosses here. No bosses here. But I'm glad to have you, man.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just just saw it in chat. I saw most of my brain cage compatriots were in here, and I was like, I better get my odd ass in here too.
But yeah, this guy's a Special Forces soldier from the Air Force, and he's got air superiority. He's flying over a battlefield, and he's got guns. That's tactically, advantageous. So now you're going to put him down. Yeah, and badass. I mean, wow. My favorite MCU film is Captain America: Civil War.
Fuck yeah.
No, no, wait, not Winter Soldier. Sorry, not
Winter
Civil War.
Soldier's great
Yeah,
too.
Winter Soldier. Yeah, Winter Soldier. Now in Civil War, he did his thing as well. But the scene in Winter Soldier when he took on the Shield helicarriers,
Hell yeah.
that oh my God! So this guy is basically he's a thinking jet. He's a jet,
Yep.
with strafing power, bombing, all that sort of
Acrobat.
thing, and he's acrobatic, so he can outmaneuver jets. He can outfly most planes, and he's dodging bullets in midair. It's fantastic.
He shuts his
So
jets off and like rolls up like in a cannonball kind of thing and
yeah,
falls and then turns them back
my
on. And
God,
it's amazing, dude. I love that scene
amazing.
in Winter Soldier.
Yeah, and now they want to give him a frisbee, and not to downgrade. See, when Cap has it, it's not a frisbee. It's a shield where he knows what he's doing. But for him, for Falcon, he's pretty much using it as a frisbee up there. He's not using Captain America's what do you call it? His acrobatics. He's not using Captain America's moves and tactics. So basically, he's up there flying, and he throws the frisbee. It comes back, and then no, you have guns, dude. You have guns.
Right.
Oh yeah.
You know,
And
Cap
now,
is down. Yeah,
yeah, and now who's tanking? Who's tanking for the Avengers if Cap's not tanking down there now?
Yeah.
He can't tank from the sky. You gotta
Yeah,
be
you
right
can't.
down there taking the hits with your shield, getting
Exactly.
knocked across the street, and running right, but getting up and doing it all day, like
Yep.
Cap said. You got to have somebody that's super powered to do that.
What they're trying to do, there's something called an embarrassment of riches, and what the leftists are doing now, they've been showering minority groups with riches in order to placate them and in order to eventually get their votes. Like this bleeds into politics, where they cater to you, cater to you, cater to you. Now you'll vote Democrat, right? That's pretty much what they're doing across the board here. Where it may not be strictly political here per se when we're dealing with in geekdom, but now they think that okay, the white guys, they've been fans since this thing started. They're not gonna stop being fans just because we changed this, are they? Yeah, 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 they will. They will stop being fans. That's why a lot of people are boycotting Disney and Marvel right now. That's why they're shutting down. They're talking about shutting down the comic book company. They don't need them anymore, right? So now they're thinking maybe we have a new customer base, a new market in the Black community, the Latin American community, the feminists, the gay, trans, and all these different things. Yeah, we have a new market. That's not bearing out when you look at the numbers. That's why all these comics keep having to be rebooted, rebooted, rebooted. And that's why shows are tanking. Like there's a new show that I mean Loki's doing okay, but the first episode people were like, okay, we'll give it a chance. Second episode, I think the ratings dropped. Look, you bring in female Loki, and granted, it has a precedent in the comics, but the way they're doing it, female Loki's supposed to be sexy. That's part of her charm. But they brought in basically a version of Phoebe Waller-Bridge. You guys remember Solo?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah, and how? Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she was pretty plain. I mean, I mean, I wouldn't kick her out of bed or nothing, but I was like,
But
that's how
she's no
female
good
Loki
girl.
though.
Yeah, and she's no grid girl. I mean, I would think you'd want somebody with grid girl potential. You know what I
Well,
mean?
from a developmental standpoint, like
Mhm.
as a creative developer and writer and all that,
Yeah.
okay, Thor and Loki are their names.
Yes.
They're not their titles or positions. They're their names. So
Yep.
basically, Bob, what they do is they take a woman and give that woman your name. Your buddy comes over to have coffee, morning coffee or something, stop by on his way to work. Hey, I'm going to stop by and see what Bob's doing. Some hot chick comes to the door with some weird, like, bowl cut. You know what I mean? Like, and you're like, hey, what's up? Where's Bob at? Oh, I'm Bob.
Oh.
And the guy says, no, you're not Bob. Bob, you don't look, you're not anything like Bob. You're a white chick. with some weird haircut.
It's a weird haircut.
And then she's
Like,
going
no,
to
Bob,
say,
just
well,
a typo.
you're a sexist then.
Yeah, you're racist and sexist. Bob,
Because
just a typo.
I'm equal to
A
Bob, so I get to be Bob now. And
Well-
and everybody acts like that's like okay, I guess. You know, it doesn't
I've
work
got a
like
theory. I've got a theory when it comes to these people. The reason why they project them, why they're so obsessed about projecting themselves onto fictional characters, is because they cannot confront who they are in real life. They can't look at it.
that. Yeah.
They
Well,
can't see themselves.
That sounds about right. That
I
sounds
also
about
got.
right. No, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying that one of my conspiracy theories about like why the comic book industry's tanking also is I think when these major companies like Disney and all that bought them, I think they really didn't want them. They were trying to figure a way to fucking sabotage them to get rid of them so they wouldn't be the bad guy. That's my theory. Think about it.
That's definitely the case sometimes, Dan, because it's much easier for them to get out of contracts that way. Otherwise, they're locked in years of contracts already when they inherit this new company. You know?
Oh, shit.
So if they destroy the company like that from the inside, sabotage it, then yeah, they get out of it. Boom. Now they can do whatever.
Because think about it from an aspect of this. If you're a corporate goon and you basically bought like Marvel and you said, well, why are we having this? This is redundant. We've got over 60 some odd years of story we could go with. We don't really need them anymore. But the problem is, if you put it in a cinematic universe, you're going to go through that story quick.
Yeah,
like most of it, because you remember, like
it's a scene.
Think
It's
about
a flashback
like,
scene.
think about Superman versus Batman. Oh my God, why did I put that myself through that mental torture? But anyway, if you think about it, they put the death of Superman, Doomsday, and Batman versus Superman, all three movies into one movie.
Into
even
one
though it was
film,
a, yeah, even though it was a mess, and now you got these guys like, oh fuck, we're running out of shit. And it's like, well, you destroyed the guys because I remember they were already catching up to World War Hulk not too long ago, and I was like, yeah, you're running out of shit really, really, really quick. So you
realize they went right into the death of Superman shit before we even really got much of Superman. They just went right into killing the motherfucker. It's like, what?
Yeah. And that's what I call, like, basically, because my grandfather I remember I used to sit around and watch my grandfather, who was in advertising and all that, and kind of went for one of our news agencies here. And I kind of went and, watched. But yeah, they'll do that, saying like, we don't really want this. We don't understand it. We think we could do okay without it. So we'll just kind of destroy it, because if we destroy it immediately, people are going to think we're the fucking asshole and we'll get backlash. So we'll let them destroy themselves.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's diabolical, man.
Yeah,
that's basic business in this age right now. That's just, that's what they do. In previous decades, some company would burn down, they would use arson, and they would burn down a building, and they'd collect the insurance. And now they got rid of that building they didn't want. Yeah.
And they got money.
And they got money out of it, like profit out of it. So,
well, that's part of bankruptcy is consolidating and renegotiating on your financial obligations. And what I see and here's one of the things that Disney definitely would want to do. If I were in their shoes and I were an asshole as much as they are, I mean, I'm an asshole, but man, I got my limits. I would want to get rid of every royalty agreement that has been negotiated so far.
Oh, yeah.
And get rid of that need to cite who the creator is, because Disney, the way that they operate is that Disney creates everything. Disney is one of the companies that lobbied to make corporations people. They gave a lot of money to what is that garbage, the Citizens United nonsense. Dollars equal free speech. And it's like, dude, that's horrifying. No. And Disney likes that stuff, though. They don't like the individual. They like the entity, the amalgamation, this it's like Life Form from Silver Surfer back in the day, that giant thing of teeth and eyes, and the teratoma that terrified the galaxy. For real, though, that's Disney. They just
basically that's what they've done to Star Wars, because the original people from the original trilogy, like Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford.
Yep.
They have, especially Mark Hamill. He is Star Wars. He's
Yeah,
Luke Skywalker,
yeah.
the central figure in all of this stuff.
Word.
So they needed to replace Luke Skywalker. So over the course of 3 films, that's what the whole Rey thing was about. Towards the end, where she's like, "I'm Rey Skywalker," right?
Ugh.
They need, yeah, it's a grown, right? But
Mhm.
they need to remove that agreement to get him out the paint, because I imagine they're still paying that man royalties for Strikes Back, New Hope, and all these different things, that his likeness, probably even the games,
Yep.
depending on what Lucas had Mark Hamill sign, Mark Hamill's probably still getting some royalty checks and all these different things, and that's good because he's part of the reason why the franchise exists. Now, I'm thinking that Disney probably wants to negate that, to get that out of if we no longer want Luke Skywalker, and therefore they can just kill him off, probably. That way they don't need to pay him anymore.
Yeah.
All the new movies will be completely Ray, and those starving artists, Daisy Ridley, John Boyega, Oscar Isaac, they signed contracts where they get like $150,000 per movie anyway. I mean, those guys they went dirt cheap when they hired those people, right? Instead of paying Mark Hamill 10 million, and Harrison Ford, he's expensive, like 20 million.
Yep.
Mhm.
Well,
They'd rather just pay.
that's why they didn't use the Star Wars EU characters, because in the EU expanded universe novels,
Yeah.
they had the Solo kids and the Skywalker kid. You know, there was Ben Skywalker. Luke was the Grand Master of the new Jedi Order. They had all of this set up. It all transitioned perfectly and brought us the next generation of Star Wars heroes, and they were really great characters. We had the strong female character with Jaina Solo,
Oh, yeah.
and she's 10 billion times better than Rey.
Yes.
God.
Jaina had to work hard and train
Mhm.
and all that stuff, and learn responsibility to wield the great power that she has as a Skywalker. And she becomes one of the best pilots in the galaxy. And it's just amazing. All of this, it really felt organic the way these characters were born right in front of us and brought in the next generation. We still had the old school characters, the legacy characters, running things and everything. Like Leia was the greatest diplomat in the galaxy at that point.
Yes.
And
can kick ass with a blaster. That's what I love
yeah,
about Leia.
and she became a Jedi later. In fact, she finally embraced the fact that she was Vader's daughter, and that she wasn't. She put aside that fear that she would turn into a Vader, and finally embraced the Force and started training. And became also a Jedi later. But see, all of these things were earned gradually through the story.
Yes.
Disney, they don't care, because like what I was talking about earlier, there are all kinds of motivations why they don't care about these properties, maybe even want to get rid of them. I can tell you this much: if they would have wanted to really do something great with Star Wars, they would have simply used the EU. I personally, and from what I know of film production and also what I know of the EU, I could go in there and I could cut out what I think is the content that isn't as good, and focus on like the characters and the content that's like the top quality stuff, and put together one hell of a trilogy for 7, 8, and 9. Because you've got the Thrawn trilogy, you've got the new Jedi Order, series and all that. You could do a rated R adult series where it's set in the Yuzong Vong War, because it's very horrific and very violent and adult. There's so much that could be done there. Instead, what they do, they said, we're going to make a new thing so we don't have to pay royalties to any of these authors who created all this great literature.
Yeah, let's create Akudana.
Well, and let's also talk about too, like, could you imagine if they did follow the EU? You imagine how gut wrenching it would have been for the death of Chewie. Like that story.
Oh man,
that was like that kicked me in the gut, dude.
Me too, dude. And the effects of that event affected Han and the Solo family there for for several books. Han like actually went off on his own, was like kind of getting back into the smuggling again a little bit. It didn't really, wasn't really into it anymore. He's somebody new. It was a confirmation that he's not a smuggler type anymore. Now he's more.
Mhm.
And he came back to himself, came back to his family. But it was a really great character arc for that character, because we really didn't see a personal trial by fire in Han until then, really, a true one.
And another big thing too that I would have to say that that Hollywood has got to stop doing, especially with these movies. Stop trying to make a cinematic universe. Just concentrate on one movie.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Hasbro wants a fucking cinematic universe. That's ridiculous.
Well, all power to them, but just
I love cinematic universes, so I'm not too opposed to it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is I just, Dan, I don't think they are caring to create entertainment. I think they want to do away with entertainment for most people on the planet. That's just I don't know for sure, but Agenda 2030 once again, they tell us right there in their vision of 2030's world what they want us to do for entertainment and sociality. It's all VR with an AI monitoring everything we do. So you're not going to go to concerts, hang out with your buddies at the bar. There's none of that anymore. You're not going to have pets or families. Now you're going to be a worker. And when you're not at work, you'll be in VR for your social outlet, monitored by a fucking AI. That's what they want. I'm not making this up. This isn't science fiction. They're trying to create this. The World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization. There's several of these powers together. Many corporations working with them, media corporations, you name it, medical corporations. It's a massive global conspiracy. The evidence is right in front of you everywhere.
Ready Player One.
Yep. Ready Player One.
For real.
That was a look into the future, man.
Yeah.
How about The Mandalorian?
Oh, I like The Mandalorian. You guys, how do you guys feel about that?
I hate it.
Oh, you hate it? Oh,
Yeah.
Why?
It's so they get rid of our EU stories and characters, and this is what they give us: a meaningless story of a guy babysitting this other character.
Babysitting Yoda.
He is not a Mandalorian.
That's Yoda, right?
Mandalorians are not gunslinger heroes like Wild West heroes. Mandalorians are the most powerful mercenaries and the highest paid mercenaries in the galaxy. And they are ruthless. They're merciless. If the only way that you get any kind of respect from a Mandalorian is if you are physically powerful and a great warrior and you prove yourself, and then they still may kill you, but they'll at least give you an honorable death. They're ruthless, dude. They're not good guys most of the time. They very rarely ever work for the good guys. And in the few times in Star Wars when they did, they caused a lot of problems. They were more trouble than they were worth because they're brutal. They were used by the New Galactic Republic in the EU as a security force, for example, at one point to quell riots and such. And they were murdering citizens, murdering citizens right on the street and throwing grenades into buildings and clearing buildings because they're treating it like a war zone. They're fucking Mandalorians.
Who was he protecting? Who was the Mandalorian protecting? That wasn't Yoda, right? The little one? Who was that guy? The little Yoda lookalike.
Who knows? They don't know
terrible.
It's like Grogu.
The name is Grogu now.
Yeah. Grogu.
It sounds like a weird snack pack.
Yeah.
Get some Grogu and some cheese.
Sounds like they were clearing their throat, and the executive said, "All right, well, go with that."
They should start making. They should start making more World of Warcraft. I enjoyed that one. I enjoed how they
like World of Warcraft. You mean the 3D movie? I enjoyed it.
That shit was good. That was good. They're gonna make a lot of movies out of that.
That was pretty good.
A ton of money in China for some reason.
I gotta say that Warcraft movie was pretty good. It was a good attempt at that. I think a lot of the people who were fans of the game, also of the lore, also enjoyed it. So that's that was a success, I guess.
Here's something that's weird about this. Notice the only people who are unarmed in this poster. It's liberal.
A black man and two black men, actually.
No, all the black people here are unarmed.
and the droids, which are basically slaves, right?
Yeah, the droids are slaves anyway.
Also,
But
that's
like as far as see that's the benevolent racism of these liberals.
It's passive
They're
aggressive.
like passive, very passive aggressive. Everyone's
Really, folks,
armed. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
we're talking about nice Mandalorians and little elf characters, and now you want to go to the racist AI department? Really? Is that what we're gonna do?
Racist
You know,
AI departments.
this
What
is
the hell are you
Bitcoin,
talking
just
about?
so you know. This
You're
is
not.
Bitcoin.
I recognize. I let you on here. How would I not know who it is?
I don't know. Maybe fucking you thought I was another guy. Who knows?
No. I can see the Dave Smith thing, but is this what? That's not the kind of show it is today, Dave.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Anyhow, the liberals, they kind of they threw a rock and tried to hide their hand when they said that China's really the racist one. Remember when John Boyega's face was shrunk down? Yeah.
Fuck them. Fuck China.
No. I mean, yeah. I'm not with the Chinese government anyway. But what I'm saying is, these guys, they really tried to make it seem like they're not the racist ones. The Chinese are the racist ones. Just like when they go, well, they'll say something racist and then throw it in the conservative camp. They see what these conservatives just said. Like, no. This is you being passive aggressively racist, and you're throwing a rock and hiding your hand. Because on this poster here, there's some passive aggressive shit. Everyone here is proactive and basically have agency, except the black characters.
Bro, they don't want to make the black man look aggressive.
Can I elaborate a little? Can I elaborate a little bit on that with Dave?
Sure.
Basically, Dave, everything that these corporations do, it goes through a bunch of different filters, different departments. They all get their little touch on it. They know what they're communicating in all these images. It's carefully prepared to communicate specific things. That's not an accident. That's done on purpose, and it's to get outrage. They basically, Disney relies on outrage marketing here in the Western world. And in this case, they definitely twisted it around for China, just like Bob was saying there, to like disarm the black man, And if you look at this character, originally it was planned for this black character here to be an actual, I believe he was going to be force sensitive and was supposed to be a love interest with Rey. And then they made him into a buffoon again, just like they typically do with any sort of black male.
Yes.
Instead of making him masculine and a heroic character, they made him into a cowardly. Like at that one point, they have this female that has to literally shock him with a stunner, knock him out to force him into doing something heroic.
Yep.
Yeah. How about the other black girl? When he met the other black girl, you see how they made them both like they were the only two black characters, and they had to like get together. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It was like though they had to oh my god, like if they seen each other.
Let's bring back segregation, damn it.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird. That was kind of like, come on, it's Star Wars. Nobody sees colors. People have 8 eyes and shit. And they fly in the air. You know what I mean?
Right.
All kinds of half cyborg people, fucking aliens with bug heads.
And you look at the crew of a ship, and it's all women, all human white women, and maybe one Asian woman and one black woman. But then it's mostly all these white women.
Oh, and they're all in charge.
Yeah.
They're all in charge.
Yep.
Somebody who's the greatest pilot the galaxy's ever seen since Han Solo, the Oscar Isaac Poe character. They turn him into a clown.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus. Well, what pisses me off the most is I was so for like seeing the story of Finn, but I wanted to see, it's like a fucking stormtrooper. You wanted to see what they were like.
Right.
So finally we're going to get an idea what the stormtrooper, and they make him into a joke. And if you want my
janitor.
Yeah.
The one thing, hold on, the one thing that was special about him also was that because they were determined not to make him force sensitive. Eventually, non-canon wise, he is force sensitive because that never made it onto the screen. It happened, and they cut the scene. They keep cutting scenes with him, I'll get back to later. But he's not force sensitive by himself. Without being force sensitive, this man's morality is so strong. He shocked himself out of stormtrooper brainwashing. The one thing that made him unique, right? They were like, nah, the girl did it first, that black girl. When he met her, in Rise of Skywalker, she did it first, and a whole bunch of people did it first, and he's the last one to do it.
Yeah.
They-
You know
like
what else they did to him right there? A double whammy right at the beginning of introducing the character. Remember when him and Poe were escaping?
yeah,
He sat there and in cold blood was mass murdering his brothers.
his own bro. Dude, you were
Okay.
just fighting. You
And he
trained
was
with these
laughing
people.
about it. He was like joking, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
woo,
Everyone that
get
blows
that.
up, woo! Like whoa, bruh.
You were just one of those guys until like 30 seconds ago, and now you're mass murdering them with impunity and laughing. It's like, they ruined him right there. It showed, what that told me as a viewer is that he only cares about his own ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had so much opportunities to make this character
So-
complex and nuanced. Where if they had any sense, he would be trying to.
Where'd everybody go?
What happened to him? I'm sorry. What? Hello.
What happened? Hello.
I can hear you. Whoever that is, I can hear you.
I think everybody's here.
Okay, but if that had any sense at all, he would be trying to replicate what shook him out of the programming with his brothers when he went back to that ship.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, like maybe it was the blood. Let me spear some blood on
Imagine
on
him
their eyes
freeing.
and see if
Yeah, imagine him infiltrate, going
Yo,
back
Morena,
in.
Smoothie, what's up? You ready to his Bitcoin was good. Tell Blood Moon I said to kiss my you know what.
Who's that?
Star Wars, baby.
that's not the show we're having today, Bitcoin. That's not it.
We could
And,
probably include some of that too,
Smoothie,
right?
like you, Bitcoin.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
Fuck it. This is, yeah,
we,
all
we,
of
we
this.
have our own
Calm
in-house
down.
struggles
Sounds
here.
like a character that got killed in Star Wars and the Phantom Money.
Well, we're talking about really what's going on behind the scenes of all of this stuff here,
Yeah.
because they're creating modern culture and to destroy.
Yo, I love the Phantom Menace though. That was one of my favorite. Phantom Menace was
Oh,
good.
I love that movie too, man. Darth Maul, holy shit, man. But
What do you think about that one?
fucking great movie. Personally, I mean, you could cut Jar Jar out. And there is an edit, by the way, a fan edit someone did where they completely
yeah? What
removed
the
all
fuck was
Jar
that,
Jar.
man?
Look it up; it's on YouTube. It's a good watch.
Lucas needed to be. Lucas just needed to not be a coward and follow through with Darth Jar Jar.
Oh,
that would have been funny.
I'm glad he ended
it would
Jar
not
Jar.
have been. It would not have been funny. It would have been horrifying because he was like, "You guys took me for a fool." He all of a sudden he starts speaking normal. Like this was the original idea. He's going to start speaking normal towards the end,
Right.
and like, no, he is. He's
Fucking Sith Lord.
evil Sith Lord. He's Palpatine's true apprentice,
Mhm.
and all these others were just. You always got to keep your apprentice on your toes type of arrangements, like Asajj Ventress and Count Dooku and Maul.
The girl's parents, the new girl, the one with the new movie. So her
Mhm.
parents her father was it was the dark side, right? That's why she had those powers.
Yeah, pretty much.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That
Are you
was
talking
the
about Rey?
explanation. Yeah.
No, they said that she
Yeah, I figured
was
that.
the granddaughter of Palpatine. Like
Crazy.
there's some like Palpatine's
That's
clone,
crazy.
actually, or something like. So she's the daughter of Palpatine.
I mean, what's the next movie they're coming out with? You know?
Oh, I don't care. I don't have no
yeah.
idea.
Um,
Starve the Mouse, man. Starve the
Word.
Mouse. Fuck
Yeah.
those guys. Who cares?
apparently,
Yeah.
but yeah, apparently, what was it? Disney Plus is kind of laying a big fat goose egg right now. They're not doing too well.
Good.
No, they're not.
Fucking
I,
sink.
I have a Disney Plus account because I have to actually do content for the show, and they don't have anything interesting.
Nah. You know what I do instead of watching a movie or something now? I go and I watch the Critical Drinker or Mahler's reviews of them. And what I do is very shortly into it, it'll spoil like the opening scenes for me, but very shortly into it, I can see, okay, those are valid complaints. Right here, I'm seeing the scene. Yeah, that's trash. Oh, I'm not going to like this movie. Okay, thanks again, Drinker. You know? And guess what? I'm not watching anything.
Is it
Because
Critical Drinker?
nothing. Yeah, the Critical Drinker. Yeah, he's
Right.
amazing.
Yeah, he's good.
Really
He's good.
entertaining. Then you got Mahler. Mahler is one of the best. Like his review videos are awesome. You got to go back to like his. He starts at what was the second movie? The Last Jedi, or the piece of shit. The Last Jedi, right? I forget the name because I hate all this shit. You know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to be fair, they're all pieces of shit.
They
Force
are.
Awakens, Last Jedi.
I feel that way about
Skywalker.
I feel that way about the Mandalorian as well, because I'll tell you why it fails utterly is I'm personally a Mandalorian fan, and it doesn't satisfy anything except for the armor. Okay, because those are not actual Mandalorian characters. That's not a Mandalorian, dude. That's not how they do things. They have their code. They've got they're brutal, man. They're not heroes. They're not fucking heroes. You know,
I mean, I think they were planning for that to be Boba Fett's show, and then like they went another direction. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
it seemed like it was planned for him.
It was technically what happened is when the Boba Fett movie fell apart after Solo bombed, they fucking just basically took the original idea and just made it instead of Boba Fett, it's the Mandalorian. They're like, well, this is doing well. Let's make a Boba Fett show now.
Well, let's look at this. Let's analyze this objectively. Let's look at what they did with Boba Fett, and then let's look at what the expanded universe did with Boba Fett many years ago. So what they did with Boba Fett, they gave him a gut, so now he's fat and lazy, and he's got some trashy looking armor. He looks ghetto. He's kind of like outdated, obsolete dude, right? Now, at this point in time in the EU timeline, Boba Fett is the richest person in the galaxy. He discovers that he's a clone, of Jango Fett, and he discovers that he's only got like 6 more years to live before like his clone before he shuts off, because they have a certain time frame, right? So he starts going on a quest to find how to expand his life, to turn that off. He ends up teaming up with Han Solo at one point in this book called Bloodlines. Oh, it's fucking sick. Yeah, it is. It's geek talk for sure. But like, imagine Han Solo and Boba Fett teaming up together, and it's everything you want out of that type of. That is sick. You see what I mean? Like that's what we were denied, and that's what we were expecting. And what do they give us? They give us this like Poe and Finn trash, this trash Boba Fett. They give us this like heroic good guy Mandalorian. We don't want to see a heroic good guy Mandalorian if we're Mando fans. We want to see fucking badass Mando, brutal motherfucker, taking on like bounty hunter gigs. Maybe he's taking on first order gigs. He's the new Boba Fett guy. That's what he should have been.
They kind of vaginified, the Mando a little bit, because he's not what. Look, the first episode where he cut some guy in half using the door. That seemed a bit Mandalorian-ish to me.
Sure,
but now he's very soft. He's soft spoken. He gives people passes.
But the Whammon are badass.
Yeah, the Whammon. The two of them took down that whole. Remember they took down that whole base, Cara Dune and that Asian one. Yeah. Yeah, they went Rambo. I was like, come on,
Whammon
man.
Power, brother.
Now, the one that would have been a cool story is if they went. Do y'all remember the story Twin Engines of Destruction for Boba Fett?
No,
I don't remember the title.
But it's basically he had a guy that was taking his look and calling himself Jodo Cast, and fucking Boba was brutal as shit on him. Like when he basically gives him like these 3, he goes and poisons him at the end. And he gives him 3 vials. He said one of them is the cure, and he says you got like 15 minutes to get out here before the bomb goes out. You won't make it. And you see that he takes like all 3 of the vials, which are the cure, and you see it like a blood trail where he's crawling, and he doesn't even get like 5 feet away before it finally blows up. But yeah, that's fucking the Boba Fett.
That's Mandalorian.
Yeah, that is the fucking. I would have loved if they had a story like that instead of like the Mandalorian, where like someone's coming around claiming he's Boba Fett, and then the Boba Fett comes back and kicks his ass, and they'll be like, "I thought you were dead." Yeah, and he fucking is just brutal as shit on him.
And here's another thing too. Why give him that gut and make him like a fallen dude? Because the thing is, those clones, it's programmed into them to be genetically perfect. And on top of that, they have in their memory, they've got all of the exercise routines and things that they do every day to stay in shape, right? Because they're professional soldiers, right? Mercenaries and all that. So, you know, why? How did he get fat? How did he get lazy? That's not even in his genetic makeup to be that way. It's the same old thing. You take a powerful male character, and now it has to be a fallen version of this character.
Yeah.
Now, look
Like what
behind
they did
him,
with
though.
me.
Like, he looks trampy right there. Look how shitty his helmet is. He looks slovenly. Behind him, though, look at Whammon. Whammon has this really, really impressive uniform and all this other stuff, you know, and she looks, you know, really good. She looks really great there, you know.
Hey,
It's like,
the Force is female, didn't you know?
right. It is now,
Force
you
is
know.
female.
We see what happens when one gender dominates something, I guess. You know, I like it when something is just as it should be and organic rather than forced, and I think we all can agree, agree on that.
Now,
You mean like the upcoming Brain Cage titles, The Sword of Pendragon?
Yeah, and pretty much all the titles. We don't advertise the genders and like the skin colors of our characters, but we have a very diverse cast of characters in our universe. It's just not what we focus on. We're making good characters. You know, some of these characters you could literally take out their ethnic background, replace it with another one, and they could be still just as good of a character. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's just a good character. And that's what we focus on.
Well, and that's my thing is that what I hate about social justice warriors is that they are more concerned about what you are and not who you are. And I don't like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not
That's a
about
very good
character.
point.
It's about what you look
Yeah.
like. And I'm like, that's bigoted.
It's
Yeah.
identity politics.
Well, I mean, they need to classify you so that they know who they're controlling. They need to have they need to know all the pieces on the board when they
Yep.
start controlling you. You know, because that's basically what it is, and that's why most of their fare, whether it's the TV streaming series or a show or a movie or a comic book or video game, they all turn out to be this contrived, formulaic bullshit.
You know why also? You know why that's also the case is, you know, a lot of these people are running these productions, you know, behind the writing and direction are basically Hollywood royalty. It's the next generation of Hollywood royalty. So these aren't people who have had to go out there, show up in a strange new city with like $100 in their pocket and try to like survive, you know, and try and get a job and survive. They've never had any kinds of experiences like that. Starved, been homeless, struggled, you know, to
they're not Tyler
electricity. Perry. You know,
they're not Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're not Tyler Perry. They're not any of those people who basically raise themselves out from the mud on their own power, on their own steam.
Yep.
You know?
It's all given. It's given to them. So you know what they do is when they lack experience on something, like a writer who has never starved, but then they write a starving person. Anyone out there that has starved before, like literally starved before, will immediately be like, "Oh, isn't that cute? This person's never suffered." When you read it, you can read the lack of life experience in these writers, and they try to go over their depth. They go over their depth. So, like a less experienced writer should stick with what they know and focus on that, and then they can start into it, and then get out there and start interacting with human beings of different backgrounds and all types, you know. And that's what you have to do. You have to get out there. You got to love. You got to lose. You got to fail. You got to get drunk and get in a fight at a bar or something. You know, get kicked out at some point.
Get your ass kicked a couple times.
Get drunk and piss yourself and puke at the party, and then everybody draws a dick on your forehead when you pass out.
That's not like white boy shit, though. That's not like white boy shit. We don't do that over here.
I think some of that shit's pretty universal, my friend. I've found around the country it's pretty universal.
Only time I've ever had stuff like that happen to me was hanging out with white boys, yo. Where you wake up.
That's possible. That might be a specific But see, my
They're
black
drawing
bros.
dicks next to your lip.
Well, yeah, but my black bros would do crazy shit to you too, but maybe not the same kind of shit. But you're getting fucked with if you pass out at a party. I don't care who you
Yeah,
are.
that's true. That's true.
You don't pass out at a party. So,
Yeah,
but I'm just
yeah,
saying,
that's bad form.
yeah, these people gotta like get out there and live and not be so and so's daughter and so's son. They got to get out there and create their own who they are, their own identity, and they don't do that. And then they jump right into these like massive productions because they got the key to the throne.
Yeah,
And they can't deliver. And anybody like they basically all their productions insult the adult mind every time. You know, it's they jump the shark. You know, things like in The Walking Dead where Carol she launches a fucking firework from like a quarter of a mile away and accurately hits a fucking metal kerosene tank, and that punctures the metal tank. And then there's the explosion, and it blows it up and expertly opens up the fucking fence for the zombies to spill out. Okay, anybody with the like 8 years old, like an 8-year-old with a little bit of like firecracker experience, knows that shit ain't going down. You understand what I mean? That's insulting an adult mind when you're watching it. All of a sudden, you're like, "Oh fuck, this is dumb." There's no fucking way, no way. You know?
I mean, that's less plausible than zombies.
Yeah, it
Like,
truly is.
Zombies are more plausible than that shit. Yeah, I remember seeing that. And I'm like, wait a minute, was that really fireworks? Like, was that a mortar shell? What the fuck did she just launch?
See, you got the Mountain Rushmore of strong woman on the
Strong
third,
whammy.
Yeah.
Definitely, and you know, this one right here, which to be honest, Rogue One was okay. You know, it was kind of like Dirty Dozen in space, and you know, I was okay with that.
Pretty
But
mediocre, yeah.
yeah, but then they tried to make her it's a team movie. Why you have it's all centered around her? Like, no. It's a team movie.
Yeah.
It just seems so forced. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It just
very forced.
out of place. Like the movie was going good, and then when you got more focused on her, just like it was like, where the fuck is this going? It's like that Canto bite scene and was it The Last Jedi? Oh god, why did I do that shit?
This is another example of what Bob was talking about earlier with the passive aggressive, you know, like racism. This is an example of the passive aggressive sexism because they always have to take any character that laid out any groundwork in a universe, and now that they get the franchise, now they got to have a female. They'll do prequels where there's a female that did it first and made it all happen before the man did. They take that legacy from male characters. It's the same as how they emasculate masculine males, especially like the black males and all that. It's a similar thing they do with just males in general is put women first. Women started it all. This is the powerful whammon theme here. It's a little more subtle, so a lot of people don't catch it. But
they even did that with the Bad Boys franchise, Bad Boys for Life. We find out that Will Smith's character, the most intriguing part of the Bad Boys franchise was where did he get his swagger? How is it he doesn't miss when he shoots? Where does he get all those suits? You know, why is he so smooth with the ladies? Well, it turns out a woman taught him everything, gave him the name, taught him how to dress, how to walk, the swag, she's responsible. That's what they did Bad Boys for Life.
They did it with Doctor Strange too. The original.
I haven't seen that one yet. Now it's ruined.
Yeah, in the comics, the sorcerer supreme, whatever, who taught the mentor for Doctor Strange was a male. Yeah. So that they had to do that here too. Like, you know,
Tibetan.
You think
don't even get me started on that?
You think Doctor Strange is great? Well, it's because he was trained by a whammon.
By the ancient one, a whammon. Yeah.
Every franchise they're doing it.
I like women and women. You know, like a woman like Ellen Ripley. You know, like it's that chica that just makes you go, "Whoa, man!"
Yeah, Ellen Ripley, the original. I don't know what they did with this, a Dark Fate thing, but the original, Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, she went from woman, everyday average person. She was a waitress, and through all the horrid things, she nearly died. Like she's crippled by the end of the movie. It's a great horror flick. and she is a whoa man. Like she is hardcore. You meet her in the second movie, and you're like when she's doing those
Yeah.
pull-ups, dude, it's like look
Yep.
at that physique. Look at that.
That was the
That is-
shit.
That's a barracuda. Which
Hey,
is
you-
in that pool.
That scene you're showing right there in Endgame. When
Yeah.
I here in
Oh.
Ohio, my small town in Ohio, when I went and saw this in the theater, there was a drunk or a college girl, because there's a
Oh.
college there, right? There was a drunk college girl who was there, like crawling all over everybody in this certain row to get to her seat. Literally crawled over each of them. I think she grabbed some dicks along the way. And so when this scene here happened, she really screamed out, "Girl power, woo!" And a bunch of other girls, like teenage girls, went like, "Woo, sister!" And a whole bunch of other people started like, well, a couple other people were like, and it got quiet, and then I was like, "Boo!" My girlfriend elbowed me. But the worst part of it was this took me out of the story. It took the whole theater out of the story and right into Facebook politics and Twitter politics.
Pretty much.
For about a good solid 20, 30 seconds. Right at the climax of the movie, it was really bad. Really bad.
That
dude.
is Facebook politics. Because
Yep.
you know what? The things that they do, hold on, Bitcoin is back. The things that they do on Facebook, they're the site that came up with that myth that half of comic book buyers are women. When what they did was, look, I think anyone with common sense will agree that there's a big difference between clicking yes I buy comic books on Facebook on a Facebook post and actually going out to paying gas money to drive to your local LCS, stepping in there, going through all those files, those shelves, and paying money at the counter for $200-300 worth of. There's a huge difference between that stuff.
You know what
And-
else? You know what else you left out is
Yeah.
a lot of those women are parents of kids, like boys who want those comic books. Those women are
Yeah.
buying them with their credit cards for their kids.
For the kids,
Yeah,
you
you get down to the actual statistic you're looking for is called readership, right? Which
Mhm.
is about 30%, and that's a significant share. That's definitely, in the world of stone cold emotionalist marketing, you would say that yeah, that is a viable demographic, and it was marketed to heavily for years. Betty and Veronica, the Archie series.
Mhm.
That was for kids and girls, and
Yeah.
there's all sorts. Love and Rockets was a smash success back in the day. The later
Mhm.
reboot was so woke that it couldn't tell a story. That was the thing.
Strangers in Paradise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's another one that might surprise a lot of people. Nightwing, man. Nightwing.
Mm.
80% female is female.
Female readership. Yeah, they
Yeah,
like that
female readership.
ass. They like that
It's-
ass.
And it's mostly untouched by the wokiness. Because they already have their target demographic.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I have to say about that. I don't know if you
Well,
guys saw. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say,
All right, go ahead.
I was going to say that his name is Dick. So
They had a meme where a mom was telling that boy's no good for you, and then she was like, I don't have to listen to anything you have to say, mother, especially when it comes to dick. I'm like, oh shit. that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. But what they do is they don't like when. Give me 1 second here. Let me upload this. They don't like when you mess with their kind of thing. So it's okay for them to mess with Domino, right? So let's say they remove Domino, the Domino that we know with chalk white skin and jet black hair, and then they turn her into Zazie Beats, right? The fan base. Well, the thing is, Zazie Beats is fly as fuck, but she's not Domino. That's a whole different other person,
right?
You know what I mean? It's a whole other person, and the fan base grew up wanting to see Domino. That's the look. A short-haired, short jet black hair, white skin.
You want to hear something? No, you're not. Don't be sorry. Listen to this. I couldn't help myself. I just saw today that now they're making a new Snow White that's black.
Yeah, there you go. Look, Ariel's
Snow
already black.
White.
Ariel's black, and that's
White.
a black Snow White. You sure that's not an Onion article or something? There's no way.
It's true.
It's true.
It's true. That's how they have no limits. These people.
All right, well,
Yeah,
then
but
they
like,
have
that's
to
bullshit.
cast.
Like, what the fuck?
that-
Like,
Go
the
ahead.
fuck you gonna change the whole face of a fucking character just to please the demographics of a fucking inconsistent world? Does it really
Yeah.
make any fucking sense? Like, if it would have been Snow Black, now what? Turn. Let's turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
White
like,
Panther.
Yeah, White Panther.
Right.
That have Ryan. Well, not Ryan Reynolds. He's already Deadpool.
Makes no fucking
Have
sense.
one of these. I forgot who else.
Like Ryan
Have Chris
Gosling.
Pine. Have Chris Pine be
Yeah, there we
White
go.
Panther.
Here's what we do. One of the studios decides, oh, Spawn's doing really good, so we need a black burnt looking guy. So let's make Deadpool black now. Like he was a black guy before he was burnt. You know what I mean? That's the shallow stuff
They would do that. Yeah, they would retcon that. Yeah,
Yeah, but they could make Deadpool black though. That's different. That's a character in like animated movement. Like he can turn black. All of a sudden, maybe he had a bad, boom, he's black.
Yeah.
Nobody really does that though, do they? Does somebody just walk down the street and something fall on him, and then all of a sudden, bam, you're black.
You're black now.
Well, it all goes back to is that they're completely out of ideas too. And
Yes.
what they're doing is they said, well, maybe if we put a different bow on this turd, maybe we can make it interesting again. It's like, dude, no.
You're like still smells like turd.
Yeah.
Well, it's that out of ideas thing is kind of a half truth, because here's the thing: is they have all the ideas in the world at their access for all of those franchise, all of those stories that they know are the most popular stories from those franchises, most popular characters, like fan favorite stuff. They have all that access to all of that, but they won't use it because they want to create new stuff that they own. No, like royalty free for them,
Mhm.
That's what it's about. And so we want a certain quality level of product. They're promising it, but what they're giving us is a Chinese knockoff.
Like,
Well,
how
that's
about
why
if they
they're
make
going
another
for
zombie movie? If they make one more fucking zombie movie, I'm gonna fucking shoot every fucking person in Times Square.
I hope they
telling
make
you.
one then.
that new one that Zack Snyder did. Apparently, it fucking bombed on Netflix. It was horrible.
Which
said-
one? You talking about the one with the tiger?
Yeah.
Army of the Dead.
It had a twist to it. It was like she was like like, I don't like zombies, but this one's like there was a mother zombie, and there was a zombie species above the zombies, and they were special zombies. And they were
Right.
smarter.
They all took the small school bus to the apocalypse.
And you want to know what's really funny is it turns out he's got like cybernetic zombies on there,
Oh,
and
Jesus
but
Christ.
he doesn't explain why there are cyborg zombies in this movie. So now you got to tune into the next one to find out, guys. And you got people talking like he's an expert at this, like at what he's doing, like weaving anticipation.
Like, why do they say blackmail? It shouldn't be blackmail somebody. Why can't it be white mail?
Yeah.
But yeah, and and it's like he's trying to go back to his old heydays when he did the remake of Dawn of the Dead, which is actually I like that one.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous, dude. Zombies have been done to death. I mean,
He got lazy.
Oh my
he,
God,
don't-
man.
he doesn't have it anymore. He got lazy.
Jesus, man. They'll see something that works like Battle Royale, or they'll see like the zombies movie and they just keep fucking going, or they're like, let's milk this until it's dry.
Yeah, but why don't
And
they do a different thing? Like, the zombie doesn't have to bite you. Make it something different. Like, okay, we all know the zombie bites you or scratches you, you're fucked.
Spread through nanites or something like
Maybe
that.
there's like maybe there's like zombies that turn, now they're good. Now there's like a more like a species of zombies that work with the humans, and then there's like another species, and they're like the super evil motherfuckers.
Well, I can tell you partially why in a lot of these cases. If you're in the know, kind of in that industry, and you want to produce something that'll sell easily to a distributor, then what you want to do is you want to keep it generic. And then it can fit into any sort of franchise. If it does well, they can fit that into Dawn of the Dead franchise or into Resident Evil or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So you want it to be something modular that you can fit. If you're just doing it for the money, then you want to develop something modular like that can fit into anything. And that's what I think a lot of these people are doing. Their goal is not to entertain; it's to get a Netflix series, to get a one-shot movie deal or something like that, with their product and make that extra money.
Or like animals, maybe like animals zombies, like the African jungle and the hyenas and tigers. Everybody else, they're zombies.
Yeah.
No humans.
Well, to actually show you how ridiculous it is, a few years ago in the comic industry, they actually did have a series where there were zombie animals, and they were taking over the world.
Oh God, that's.
They also had zombies in what Marvel universe, didn't they? They had like a big thing where it was like Marvel zombies, where like Wolverine was a zombie and Spider-Man's a zombie, and
Yeah, it's called Marvel Zombies. When I first heard about that, I thought it was a parody book that was making fun of Marvel fans,
right?
Because
Right.
that's what we
How
call
if you
Marvel
fuck
fans.
a zombie? If you fuck a zombie, do you become a zombie?
That is a good question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
and
Like,
and
I need
if
to
you-
know this shit.
if you fuck a guy zombie, does he leave a tip?
Well, here's the thing, guys: is in all of our
I got
in
that.
all of our
I
friend
know, that was-
circles,
That was a little too much for me.
in all of our friend circles, we got that one guy that will put it to the test. So why don't we get one of our buddies?
No, Bitcoin
And,
will put that shit to the test. He'll do that shit.
I'll
Is he the
fucking
one?
walk up to
Crazy
the
ass.
zombie and be like, "Yo, man, we're going to the casino." Shut up.
It's great. It has brought. I have to say this. It has brought people together and united a lot of people. All of this bullshit politics and everything. A lot of us have just gotten fed up, and you want to get to the point where you're like, "Get the fuck out of our lives, you fucking stupid piece of shit scam artists. We know you're scamming. You're the racists and sexists and all that bullshit. Fuck out of our face with your virtue signaling, And every man's got to fucking do that in this goddamn country before this shit's going to end. We got to fucking do this shit. We got to say, no, this is done. They don't decide who the racists and sexists and all this bullshit are. They're not the judges. They are not the gauge in which our society decides who the good guys and the bad guys are. They need the fuck out of here. We just got to kick them out of the country, literally.
I just love that Hollywood, after they go molest and basically are racist to everybody, they come down from their high mountain and then go and wag their finger at the common man, saying you need to stop this. It's like, dude, you're the one fucking doing it.
We're all trying to survive out here, trying to raise kids, trying to launch entrepreneurial ventures, whatever we're doing. Maybe just trying to have fun, and they get in the way of all of our shit, all of our plans, our fun, whatever. It's just. I'm sick of it, man. And people need to get sick of this shit, and sick at the right people. And that's the key right there, because they've got us all confused at who our enemies are, but we all have the same fucking enemies.
Yeah, tell me about it. Oh, man, look, the Mount Rushmore of wasted potential. Oh, Jesus, man.
What the fuck?
I was looking at the picture right over here. I said, yeah, look, the Mount Rushmore of wasted potential.
Yep.
Oh, what's even better? Danny over here is ready to develop for Hollywood. He said, ninja zombies.
Ninja zombies.
There we go.
They need to stop.
You guys remember Ocean's 8?
Yes.
They were gonna call it Ocean's Ocho, and then the Hispanic and Latino community was like, "No, you're not gonna do that," and not have a Latino on board. And they were like, "Well, we already have our quotas filled for brown people with what's her name here? I forgot her name. Jesus, how did I forget her name? The brown lady on the end there. We already have our quotas filled, so let's just call it Ocean's 8.
Yo, did you guys see that show called Sweet Tooth? Sweet Tooth on Netflix. Sweet Tooth.
No.
No. What's that about?
It's like, oh man, it's like fucking little people. Supposedly, like the fucking people are born half animal, half human, type shit, and then they're like, it's a whole thing. And they're trying to kill them and find them. And
Oh, okay. I guess it's based on a comic, because I'm seeing a comic here of it. Some sort of yeah.
It seems like Hollywood now too, and Marvel and all that, they're hiring damn fan fiction writers to fucking do this shit.
Yeah.
Like to write comics and all that. It's like Jesus. I said this looks like I'm reading something on Reddit.
Yeah.
No, if you
it's Reddit fanfic.
If you were a white lesbian chick or checked some of those boxes, you could probably get in there, and be their token of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And write some crap that nobody likes.
That's exactly.
I don't really feel bad for these tokenized people, and I'll tell you why. If they really had talent, they wouldn't be pursuing that path. They would be doing, they would be developing something that has got some staying power that they believe in and they could commit to. Like what we're doing in Brain Cage. We believe in our shit, man. We're putting, like, we're not rich guys. We're broke, man. We're pretty broke, but we're putting all of our money outside of bills into our damn IPs. You know, we believe in this. This is long term. And I don't see a lot of people out there believing in their visions and
The
their
hell is that?
IPs.
What is that?
Oh, that is Blitzkrieg. He's basically kind of like our Wolverine or our Venom style character in our universe and continuity. This is Dan Fogarty's main character right here.
Oh yeah, that's my child right there. That's my creation. Greg and I went and spent a hell of a lot of time. Carlos Villas, he is just a fucking awesome ass dude when it comes to this type of stuff, like creating monsters. He's my go-to guy. Greg I'll go and like just basically say, hey, I want this, this, and this, and Carlos will be like, okay, let me see what I can come up with. He gets it like very, very close. We just have to do very small tweaks to it, and he's nailed it.
Yeah, that guy is like the guys in my fucking nightmares, man.
Yeah, man. So if you're going to fight demons, what better, you know, to have in front of you than a demon right here that can really kill, designed to kill them.
Just be glad he's on our side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's there's Prang. That's basically that's our big support guy. He double MG42 right there.
He covers Blitzkrieg. He's the range guy that covers Blitzkrieg, you know, and when they're fighting the demons, they're fighting hordes of the damn things. So he's shooting, Blitzkrieg's ripping them up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're making a movie? Is it going to be a movie or a sitcom? Or?
Eventually, we want to work up to all of that. Absolutely. We're going in stages. You know, we got to launch our IPs. We've got several projects right now. Well, I should say products in development right now.
It's going to launch. It's going to launch initially as a comic book, and we will be also releasing a tabletop war game where you can make your own custom little Franken-tanks, as we like to call them. Mm-hmm. And just have some good old fashioned fun, or just buy, like, you know, get a Franken-tank and go put it up on your shelf because it just looks cool.
What I would eventually like to do too is like, if you want to just have the regular Sherman tank, you can have it there, and if you don't want to, you can just go and start taking the parts off. So that, you know what, I want to see what this looks like mixed up with a Tiger tank, a Panther tank, or a Churchill. Let's start taking the parts off and mixing it around, see what it looks like. That's what I would love to eventually do, and I think we might be getting close to doing that. We're really working hard on this. We've been in the salt mines just doing this. We've been kind of very hush-hush about a lot of things. And, you know, we don't want to overload you with, you know, just like, that's why I don't really use my Twitter a lot. I'll go, if people contact me, I'll talk to them. But I don't want to overload them with stuff like every day, just like useless stuff, unless it's something that I've made some great progress with.
Well, speaking of useful stuff, Bob, I've got up here on my screen some of the stuff that these guys will be fighting.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, no.
Boom.
Nice.
This is a drone.
Yeah, this is the drone.
Yeah. That was a human originally.
Rank and file.
Yo, my friend on here, her name is Blood Moon. She's in a wheelchair. She's a really vicious character. You guys should make a character after her. I really think.
Yo, don't listen to her. She's
badass. I'm telling you, she would be like, imagine a woman in a wheelchair, real nasty all day, just
with spikes on the end of it, like Ben-Hur.
Spitting out fire.
We'll give her a Franken chair,
like a bottle of Brugal, like liquor, and she just throws it on you and spits fire and just fucking. I think
we might have something there.
This is one of the nastier
Blood Moon.
Bro, Tap, who are these guys kidding? Captain Diabetes is the greatest superhero of all time.
Diabetes.
His enemy is Wilford Brimley.
Diabetes.
You're gonna get a footing. You're gonna take your foot.
These drones right here. These were humans.
That was disgusting.
These were drones. These were humans that were captured by the demon army. Like they have these special creatures and they turn them into that. This is a destroyer demon. This is the heavy cavalry for the demon army.
Okay,
This
that's a
is
tank.
these are their fucking heavy cavalry here. They just wreck shit.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
destructive.
that's what escaped out of that Hellgate, World War Hell.
Yeah, all kinds
Okay.
of creatures do. You see this the human model down there is 6 feet tall for scale to give you an idea of the size of these creatures.
Wow.
So
Mhm.
Blitzkrieg has to fight these damn things. He fights these destroyer demons. He jumps up on the back of them and fucking rips out their eyeballs and all this shit. He's savage.
Maybe pierce the brain.
Oh yeah, he's a
Mhm.
savage destroyer. This isn't the
Well,
final design. We actually have 3 things that are going to change about this design, but this is pretty damn close, and the changes will come before long here.
what are Blitzkrieg's powers like canon wise, like officially?
He has a healing regeneration ability that's it's not quite like Wolverine's. It's not that badass, but it's pretty quick. You can see him healing right in the middle of
In
combat.
real time. Okay.
In real time. So it's pretty powerful. He's very strong. He's got a he's all pumped up there. You can see he's about 6'8", and you see how thick he is. Imagine a 6'8" humanoid, that's that thick and muscle.
Is he like this all the time, or does he transform? He
At
transforms
first
into
he's
human
like this, and then later on in the series, he's going to learn how to transform back into his previous how he looked as a human before he was turned into this. But he still has when he transforms. You see those teeth right there on his head? They scratch across his face, and it leaves a scar. So he's a human, but he's got these scars there. He doesn't know how to change that yet and control it.
Okay.
So he still looks rough as fuck. He kind of resembles. We modeled him after the outlaw Josie Wales, kind of Clint Eastwood in that character. But he's a German veteran of World War I, and this is set in World War III, around the end of World War III. So he's older, or World War II. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting all ahead of myself there. Huh?
Okay. Yeah. But basically, it's set around the end of or around the time of D-Day in World War II.
Okay.
Like when everybody's still entrenched, and the Germans have kind of are getting pushed back out of France, and that's where it kind of kicks off, because I didn't want to do it too far away. I still wanted to do it where the Allies and the Axis still had enough forces to fight. 44 was around the time that I thought would be more interesting, because the Germans were coming out with the wonder weapons and all that type of stuff, and the Allies were just throwing men and material at them. And that's how I wanted to really use that time period. If I would have done earlier, it would have been kind of a little bit opposite the other way, with the German, because there's like a period where they said 42 and 43 where we're starting to fight back and all, but it's kind of a little bit of a stalemate-ish, and 44 is where it really kicks off.
Like, could you have a guest character like the Yeti? Let's say Bigfoot. The Chupacabra from Puerto Rico.
We haven't really started into the cryptids or whatever yet. That's probably something we'll end up hitting at some point, though, for sure. But what we have started on, I can't really talk about these characters yet, but we have some characters from folklore of different countries. Most of our continuity characters are from mythology around the world, but like ancient mythologies. But also we have characters from folklore. And particularly one I'm really excited about. I can't really talk about yet. I told you a little bit about him last night, Bob. But that's a character we're all really excited about right now. We've been developing, but once again, folklore, mythology, all of that. That's what we're hitting.
I eventually too want to do a demonary, because there are so many demons that I've created that I probably won't be able to fit, and I want to do a demonary, which basically shows all the demons that either did make it or didn't make it in the cutting room floor. And Greg told me that these guys, the way they kill you, are fucking horrifying.
It is. It's absolutely fuck, man. Like, Dan's hitting every horrible way you could die, and he's hitting different types of phobias with these goddamn things. It's horrific. I actually made a post a few days ago, like pitching World War Hell, and I said Daniel Fogarty's sick and twisted mind is going to be unleashed on us, and it will be glorious. And I mean it. I absolutely mean it. That's exactly what's about to happen to the world. Is
what happened? You guys you guys are really deep into this. What happens when you bring like a female over and she sees all these drawing, all these things? Like, do they get scared, or do you usually find the girls that like this shit, or they get shocked? They're interested.
Oh, you're going to have all of the above.
I mean,
We have female characters also in this universe, and like for example, Ben Phelps is the creator of Celerity, the Huntress, and she's the speedster and illusionist of our superhero, universe, shared universe. And she's a very, we're not feminists. None of us are feminists. We have no feminist agenda, but she's a very in charge woman, very powerful in charge woman. It's just right for the character. We don't really care.
you should have this guy right here with a chain, like with a woman attached to the chain, and him walking the fucking woman. Like, he looks like he deserves that. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Feminist.
I mean,
let him walk a girl on a chain like a little fucking mutated fucking bitch. And then let her have a dog bowl and he fucking.
Okay,
Well-
well, Bitcoin. That sounds like you want to do that outside of fiction.
I do.
Bitcoin,
I'm not judging. I mean,
right?
whatever.
Hey,
Well,
I don't
bro.
kink shame.
Yeah.
I'm guilty.
Bitcoin brought his fantasies to the table.
I'll tell you guys a secret too. Do you want to know where I got a lot of this stuff? The females in EMS that I work with, they fucking said, let's make it even more twisted. And they gave me even more stories of how to make them even more fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of women who, they're down with this shit, man. They're not down with all this. You don't have enough representation.
Right.
What about LGBTQIA plus? Like, there are a lot of real women don't get down like that, man.
Right.
They want cool shit they can watch at the theater with their boyfriends. You know what I'm saying? And that's about it. And they know guys like horrific shit.
Right.
Hey, you know what?
They weren't personal.
You're right. You know what they want to see? They want to see a beautiful and graceful woman.
Yes.
Like if it's going to be a female character that they want to fantasize being like, show Celerity. Do you have images there, Tank?
You have Celerity?
To share screen?
No, I don't have any images.
Take dumps.
Let's see here.
No, the only one I got right now is Luna Cat, the priceless picture.
Well, Bob, I did send you 2 images of Celerity last night in your Twitter messages. There's one with the helmet, one without the helmet.
All right, let me look. I'll
See,
bring that up.
here's the thing: is you've got all these female characters out there, and they're always it's always just like a hot chick that's basically almost naked. And if I want that kind of stuff, I go to porn. So
Whoa.
So when Ben brought this female character in who's hot, right? I'm like, well, let's make her more. Let's make sure this character's more than just a fuck girl, right?
Yeah,
Just another hot fuck girl character out of the 50 billion that are out there. We've put months and months of work into the development of this character, her personality, the way she does things.
Right.
She's amazing.
You remember Total Recall?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
three
yeah.
boob action.
Remember fucking the girl who had 3 tits?
Uh-huh.
Three
Make a
boobs.
fucking man. I'll never forget that, man. Never forget that in my whole life.
Well, if you want a tit job, where do you stick it? Which
That was a meme
That's what-
before memes existed.
It gives you options.
That was great, man.
True.
That was great, and that was like a whorehouse. That was like a futuristic whorehouse. When they were upstairs and the whores.
Yeah.
That was great, man.
Well, if they raise their game like that, that means men have to raise our game and have 3 arms and hands,
Well,
right?
yeah, fucking 6 balls, 2 cocks. Fuck it.
Right.
Yeah,
I
you know how
mean,
many
so-
you know how many times I rewinded that when I was a kid?
Right. Right.
I was like 9 years old and I kept hitting rewind, play.
It's hard to jerk off and rewind at the same time with VHS. Trust me.
Now
Yeah,
when they came out with the VCRs with the slow motion, now
Oh, that's different.
And you can
You were
loop them
living.
too.
yep.
and the pause button was horrible because it would always be distorted.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you get like that staticky strip across the tits on that particular movie.
Oh, I remember
Crazy,
as a kid, the Playboy channel, you would just sit there saying,
Oh, yeah.
I think I saw a boob.
You can see the figure. You can see them fucking, and you can't see you can see the motion, and pumping. You just can't It's weird, but it was good enough. It did the trick.
Now, I got an idea for a horror movie for you guys, and I'm just gonna give this out for free. You don't gotta give me credit or anything, right? So you want to scare the shit out of all these snowflakes when they go to the movie theater? right? You just make a movie about a misogynistic guy.
Who pays the bills?
Yeah, who pays bills, who takes care of his family,
A Nazi.
who even goes to church. You know, he might volunteer in soup kitchens with his family during the holidays.
It's a monster.
Yeah. And he has a black friend. He has a black best friend.
Oh, this is getting scary.
I'm telling
Oh
you.
my god, he held the door open for a woman.
Yeah.
It's too scary for
Yo,
me.
you know what was
I gotta
scary?
bounce, guys.
Jeepers Creepers was fucking scary, bro. I don't know why it was scary to me. It was just fucking scary.
So this picture right here, we got 16 fusion power cells, cost about 16 million bucks. Full gear military mil spec costs about 24,000 bucks. You got this high speed 60 kilowatt laser. Costs
Yeah,
about
I don't
$9
think you have
million.
enough pouches though.
But having a full charge at the end of your rampage, that shit's priceless.
Priceless. Listen, if next time you can have more pouches, that would be great.
Right? Well, you know what's great is that my pouches
You went
all
light
have
on
a
the
purpose.
pouches, all right?
See, this is you got these 4 right here. Those are standard assault rifle magazines. Your combat rifle magazine.
Yeah.
You got the bag of goodies right here, lockpit kit over here in this, and all the rest of this is batteries for this laser.
It's batteries. Okay, I thought they were pouches.
Yeah, and that's why you wear body armor.
Mhm.
Hey, bro, can we talk about some racist shit soon? Like, I'm getting tired.
All right, thanks for having me on, brother. Dude, thank you very much. I'd love to come back. This has been a blast.
No. He was kidding. He was kidding.
No, I
but you do have to go. All right.
I know, I do. I know.
For that comic
Well,
book
that's my
idea
note.
the dude had, where he was talking about like the demons and stuff, you should get some information from the Lesser Keys of Solomon. That's like a demonology book.
Yeah, that's what we're actually basing several of our characters out of Christian demonology. Like the one of the major villains in my book, Gun Demon, is called Abaddon, and he has this swarm of locusts that follow him and devour all organic life behind him. And sound familiar?
Yeah, he's one of Lucifer's fucking top fucking deadliest fucking creatures.
Yeah,
he's in the Bible.
Yep.
Well, not the Bible. He's in the demonic Bible, first of all.
Yep.
Oh, it's called the Key of Solomon. My fault.
Scary shit.
Key of Solomon? Hold on, let me type that.
It's like a demonology book and all of that craziness.
I do have one demon that I could tell you guys about that's actually not going to make it into this. It's basically a demon of tongues that are like razors, and what it does is it has like this big ass mouth. It'll fall over you, and it'll put its tongues all over you and cut you to bits.
Damn, I knew that girl.
Is it a woman?
Yeah, she had braces in high school.
Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah,
I still have the scars.
oh yeah, we all have that hot chick,
right?
The memories.
Got a donkey. Got to give her a donkey punch, and she straightens right out.
Oh yeah,
This dude always take it too far. He's got a donkey punch.
Well, how about a Dutch oven included in that?
How about after the Dutch oven, a Blumpkin?
Oh man!
But don't forget you got to wear your merkin.
But let me see. If you guys can put a link to the universe, the Brain Cage universe, right? You guys have a website yet? With all that stuff on it?
We're currently working on it.
Okay.
Listen, I went to that cartoon thing, the Varicon thing, that dress up thing. I met the horniest, hottest fucking girls there. They dress up. It was the most fucking. It was like porno for cartoons.
Hentai.
I hope you had fun.
It was unreal.
I mean, feminists are trying to ruin it, but hopefully you got there before they started the.
I was like, motherfuckers. It was like they were like in their own world, man. They were like literally like dressing up like characters, and they thought they were really these people. And I thought I was these people too. I thought I was them too for like a day.
Sorry, Bob. I was sitting here feeding some pizza into my face.
No,
we
no
don't
problem.
we don't have our website set up yet. The only thing we have currently is we have on Facebook we've got a Brain Cage page there. We've got pages for Gun Demon, World War Hell, Celerity the Huntress, and right
Okay.
now I've got my Gun Demon campaign pre-launch page on Indiegogo. So
Oh, that's up now. Let me
that's been
bring
up
a link to that.
that's been up for a few months. We're getting ready to launch very soon. I can't give an exact date yet, but it's going to be very soon. I'm waiting on the last art that I need to kick it
All right,
off.
hold on. Let me go to
yeah.
Indiegogo and look up Gun Demon.
I just posted it in chat there.
Oh, good.
But
Let me go there.
I think you'll make a shit ton of money real quick off of like some serious, like quote unquote misogynistic male comic book characters. I'm dead serious. Because it wasn't that lady putting out a comic where the girl's period or her period blood is her superpower, some crazy
Yes.
Oh,
nonsense.
Oh, yep.
I went through that shit with some Dominican bitch uptown one time. She was putting her fucking blood, brujeria bitch, in my fucking. She had me all fucked up for 2 months. I was going crazy. I'm dead serious. She was fucking-
And you're still with her to this day, right?
That's real. Not even
Were you
fucking-
able to leave or you still with her?
Bro, let me tell you.
No, you guys laugh, but yo, there's like superstitions that women do that. They put that in the man's food to keep him around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
Oh,
what she
shit.
did. That's what the fuck she did.
What the hell?
Yeah, I've heard of stuff like that, man.
Exactly.
He says, "Man, this sandwich tastes kind of fishy."
Hey, I'll say this.
And look,
Considering what women have done to me to make me into their prey in the past, a couple of women, it wouldn't surprise me at all. That's, I could totally see that.
yeah.
Nah, that's why you sit in the kitchen anytime she says, "Oh, I'm gonna make some spaghetti." Like, yeah, all
You
right,
go
bitch. I'm gonna
her
watch you make
yeah,
that
watch her
sauce.
make that shit.
Yo, Blood Moon, you know it's true though. Yo, Dominican chicks do that shit though. They do that shit. I'm telling you, they fucking put blood in the drink and shit like that. Don't lie now. That's why she's mad. She knows it's true. About
It's
your
like-
Let me
people.
see.
I will eliminate. Do you hear? I will eliminate him.
Hey, Greg, I didn't get the link. I looked on the chat. I didn't get the link.
Hey, baby, I didn't make it up.
Oh, did you send it to Twitter?
Yo, Dan, you heard shit like that, right? You've heard of shit like that, right?
I think
I
you
mean,
sent it.
I haven't
right
heard
here
it
in
with
the
like
chat.
a
Yeah.
I
Oh,
haven't
yeah,
heard it
I've
with a
heard about it.
specific like group of women, but I just heard like women in general do weird shit like that.
You white girls are not doing it. That I can tell you.
Well,
Oh,
Nah,
no,
but you
it
know
is,
them, you know
it
them
is
chicks
true. It is true
into
that when
witchcraft
women,
and stuff.
yeah, when women do stuff like that, if they want to get at somebody, get back at somebody, they do it in underhanded ways like that, really, secretive ways that maybe only they know about, or maybe one of their friends, they'll laugh about it later and tell them about it. But that's how they do it. Whereas guys want effect. If a guy wants to get, somebody like, get their attention, be like, hey, take this shit seriously, or get somebody back for something, they're going to come up and be like, yo, bro, let's throw hands. Whereas
Yep.
women are going to backstab, they're going to manipulate, they're going to turn people against you in your community, things like that. And that's what's happened with this SJW shit. Is really what a lot of people don't bring up is the fact that a lot of these women are using that to get rid of male competition in these companies.
That's true.
Of course.
They call harassment on a guy who has the job they want.
No.
Yes.
And yeah, absolutely. There are many, there are many instances of this.
That's what the hashtag Me Too thing turned into.
Yeah, and here's something else is
Now it's a job hunting movement.
and
Yeah.
here's something else is male managers. They make sure to have somebody around when they speak with female employees. They make sure not to be alone at any time. That's that's what guys do now to protect themselves.
The Mike
from
Pence
that.
rule. Yo, it's the Mike Pence rule.
Yeah, man.
Remember
When I'm
Mike
counting
Pence
out
said,
narcotics at work, I won't even let the door to the med room because it's locked because you got the narcotics locked in there. Bro, I do it with the door open just in case. No, seriously, because there was a guy, he's a porter at the job. He just, he sweeps and mops. And he's a very friendly guy. He's been there like 20-something years. He's an old Spanish dude. And all he did was say hello to the same girl he says hello to every morning. And he said that her hair looked nice. She went and reported him for sexual harassment. He almost lost his job.
Yeah, they'll do that shit.
Yeah, but you can't be telling somebody their hair looks good unless they're in a fucking wheelchair.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh no! I usually just go up behind him and give him a
They
big.
can't run away.
I usually just go up behind him and just give him a big sniff.
So here's my. This is my pre-launch
All right,
page
everyone,
right here.
everyone pause. Everyone pause, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the pre-launch page right here. The character when I brought up Abaddon from Christian Demonology. That's him right there. That's at least the first body you see of Abaddon in these books.
Well, on the upper left corner.
Yeah, the big guy. I think you have a copy of the actual cover.
Yeah, I'll do that. But for right
You can
now,
show that.
what I want is for every single person in here. Usually, I say like, comment, subscribe. You could do that too, but I need you to go ahead and type in your email into this address so you can get sign up so you can get updates of how the project's going and when it actually launches. I need you to do that for me if you're in the chat room or whatever, because this is the next big thing. It's like, period. It's the next big thing. If you're tired of what the companies are doing with Marvel and DC and those characters that you loved and enjoyed for a long time, you don't like how they're being treated, this is the next big thing here. All right. So go ahead and do that. Type in your email address, sign up so that you can get new updates of how they're doing it.
And also, I'd like to say about the updates, we're actually going to give people content that we're going to introduce first in these mailing list emails. So we're not just going to be asking you to take time out of your day and read our email and look at our thing, care about what we're doing. We're going to give you content each time that nobody else is going to see except for people in this mailing list, like short stories, new character designs, things like that. We'll premiere them there, weeks before we show them online.
Badass. So they get exclusive. They get exclusive stuff.
That's absolutely correct. If they're interested in being plugged into this and its development and helping us launch this thing, because this is, we're launching a comic book. We're also launching other projects. We'll be talking about those in the very near future. But all of this, we're really working toward getting video games out there, movies. We want to get a cinematic universe built around our characters here. We've even designed these characters to work across all these different industries, such as film, video games, and all of that. Like, these characters and their stories will adapt right to the screen, and they won't have to be altered. So fans will be satisfied if they like these stories and these characters. They'll be satisfied in the adaptation for a change, instead of being like, God damn it, why couldn't they just do it like in the book? Because that was a cool story.
Yeah.
Instead of mashing them together and fucking everything up like they did Batman versus Superman, or
exactly
where Gotham City is literally across the water.
Exactly.
Gotham City is Manhattan.
Yeah, that was weird.
And Metropolis is Brooklyn. It was so stupid.
Yeah,
so you're telling me that Superman just doesn't stop in Gotham over the water? Like, it's terrible.
There's a borderline.
But what are Gunny's powers?
Well, Gunny, it was built for warfare, and these Mauler demons, which is the type he is, they're the first humanoid types that were created, and they were meant for a mission on Earth. Which, if these Maulers would have succeeded in that mission, that would leave this portal to hell wide open for the big, massive demons to be able to spill through and just have their way with the planet. Basically, horror on Earth, hell on Earth. So Gunny comes here, and after a year of living, like trying to survive what they call training on planet Hell, and he's just this fighting machine. He's very super agile. Super reflexes. He's pretty damn strong too. He's kind of like Spider-Man, but with guns instead of webs.
Wow.
He's kind of like the Spidey of the Brain Cage universe in a way, kind of our flagship hero. And
it says Black Nerd Network. That's fucking hilarious.
But yeah, he's basically, he's going to go through different stages throughout different series. He starts off basically like a toddler when he starts learning how to live on Earth. He comes here, makes a few friends with these homeless guys who accept him, and he finds video games, and that gives him joy for the first time. So he decides, I don't want to fuck all this up. I just want to play video games. But he's trapped in this war, between the planets heaven and hell. on Earth. So that's
So heaven and hell are planets. They're not magical places.
exactly
Okay.
in our universe, at least in this continuity universe. And devils and the angels, or seraphim as we call them, their original biblical names. These are species. They're advanced species, way more advanced than than humans are here on this planet. Which is why for thousands of years they've came here and made themselves into like the Greek gods, Egyptian gods, different types like that. One of our characters, which I believe I might have sent you an image, is of the Scarab, Stefani Renee's title. Stefani is like a superstar in indie comics, and he worked in the mainstream also for several years, but he's one of the best. His character is from Egyptian mythology, and this character is empowered with technology from Ra, the sun god. The Scarab is. So it's magic is basically in our universe, technology that is not understood by the more primitive humans is considered magic or supernatural
Or aliens.
Yeah, but what we don't do in this universe is we don't debunk the existence of a god or claim that there is one. It's neither atheistic or theistic, that universe. In fact, there may be stories at some point where there's a miracle that happens and somebody may think, see, what happened there? And some of these advanced beings may not know. They might not have an answer. We really don't want to, we want people to have fun. We don't want to like challenge their beliefs and all that kind of stuff. We just want to take them into a different Earth where aliens have been.
Okay, so no extreme religions and politics.
Yeah, but I mean, you are basing
You're
them
correct.
you are basing them on Christianity type demons.
Yes, some of our
they're playing with myth. They're playing with
So
myth.
people will do their research, which you're hoping they will do, and they will know there's some character built upon these characters.
Right.
Some
Yeah.
depth in them.
I would love to see. I would love to see
a Jesus character,
It could be it could be like
loosely based on him.
He's like, yeah, he's not having it. He's not having it.
You got like
as long as these guys respect the fans. If you respect the fans, as long as you're not doing.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Problem solved. You don't like my Twitter feed? Unfollow me. Magic. I don't come into your house and yell at you. You got to seek me out. So don't. If it's problematic, if it's upsetting to your delicate constitution.
What the fuck was
As
that?
long as y'all don't treat your fans like that.
No, let me tell you.
So gross.
Yeah, I can't stand her. I've trolled her on Twitter before.
She's like she's like the liberal who would say nigger, right? And then scream that somebody's racist.
She probably gives the best blowjob ever.
You think so? I don't think she gave.
I don't think so.
I know. I can tell you.
She's entitled. She doesn't put work into anything, so I doubt.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think she's ever given.
That's the type of woman. She's entitled all day long, and then she wants to be degraded at night and treated like a fucking piece of shit.
Real quick question, guys.
That's what you want to do, Bitcoin. She's not like that at all.
I bet her catchphrase is "Let me speak to your manager." That's what she looks like.
She's a Karen for sure. What I wanted to say about Brain Cage, not only are we not like that, obviously, but the thing is in our universe, it's a different Earth. And so we're not, like I said, we're not telling you any of this stuff in those beliefs or systems are aliens and stuff. We're just, this is a fictional world. We present it that way. And we don't have today's politics involved. Like the 2021 setting in our Earth, in continuity, there's none of this mask stuff. There's none of this leftist shit. You want to know why? Because there were these powerful supervillains and aliens doing crazy shit all over the planet and superheroes trying to save people from it. They don't give a fuck about genders and shit like that. They're trying to survive, man. It's exciting. It's fun. And everybody's united in the process. The humans are united in all this against bad guys, the way it really should be.
When you saved me from like that explosion back there, your elbow brushed against my tit. And like, that's really problematic. And let's talk about representation. Why is it you're wearing red and blue? Those colors are totally sexist. What about
No,
purple?
Rotep, I got a way better one. I didn't give you consent to save my life.
I didn't give you consent to save my life. Like you took my agency away.
Oh,
That's how they roll.
they consider farting now a form of sexual assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
And you know what? Before that they considered it if a woman farted or took a dump that it's displaying their freedom. But if a guy does it now, I guess it's sexist.
Yeah, they said that if a guy farts in an elevator and she smells it, it's a form of sexual assault.
When is this?
I was reading was it the something about it not too long ago? I was like, oh God, we're getting to.
It was
Wait,
the outrage.
Smoothie said stop talking like me. Smoothie, you talk like that?
Oh man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good fellas.
fellow.
Sorry. Yeah, but the elevator thing, that's a real thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, you want to hear a
They-
crazy story? When I was an
Okay.
EMT, right? My partner, this dude, like that was his thing to just fart in the elevators, right? So one time we're like dropping a patient off, right? We drop the patient off, get the paperwork signed, and we get in the elevator and he's just fucking around. And we had a Catholic hospital in Jersey. And then he farts in the elevator and we get out and the nuns walk on. And then when the doors are closing, all you hear is, oh my. Like,
Oh, that's so good. I wish you'd got footage of that.
that
Like
was
camera,
years ago.
camera in the
man.
elevator. Oh man. Yeah, dude, that's wow.
and to go
Woodrow
back to that,
says we're not all the same. Some are stupid submissive.
and to go back to what the hell was that thing? That woman you were showing? What the hell was that thing? I've been out of comic, like mainstream comics for so long.
Oh, what thing?
That woman that was talking. If you don't like it, I've been out of comics for the mainstream comics for so long.
God.
Oh,
that
that is Kelly Sue DeConnick.
That's it.
Yeah, Kelly
That's
Sue
it.
DeConnick basically is one of those libs. They've taken over the comic book industry and
Yeah, all culture actually, all media.
yeah, all culture and all media, definitely. They started with gaming, and then they technically they started even with novels.
Film.
Yes, film, gaming, comics, and so now they talk to you any way they want online on Twitter. You know,
Okay.
telling you to fuck off if you don't like my whatever, and anything that you say like, hey, I didn't like the issue of this comic. Can you think about blah 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 blah? They're like, well, that's sexist. And so now she's saying, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Problem solved. She's not the only one doing that too. If you guys never heard of something called the Milkshake Girls,
Oh, I heard of that one.
yeah,
Oh,
so it's that's how they roll now.
Well, how about when one of those, was it Donnie Cates or was it one of those writers? They said they just basically told all the Trump supporters to fuck off. There goes like 40-50% of Marvel's customer base being told to fuck off right there. There was a whole bunch of, who cares about politics? Just make comic books, motherfuckers, entertain people.
And it's real weird. I mean, the guy's only president for 4 years. You can't. You're so egotistical that you can't bear seeing someone you didn't vote for in office for 4 years. It's just 4 years of your life.
Oh, they're still flipping out over Trump right now as we speak. He
The
hasn't
man's
even
out
been.
of office. They still talking shit.
They're that programmed that they can't give that programming up. It really impassioned them.
Offering your women as prostitutes, blood women, that's not cool. That's sexist, and that's not a true feminist. Go on, guys.
Oh, and for the record, I'm not a Trump supporter either. I'm not political at all. I'm apolitical. I don't believe in politics and government really, but whatever.
Yeah, but that dude came in and he broke the system to the point where he hasn't been in office since before January 20th, and the news is still mostly about him, like 95% about Trump.
Oh, the new guy's boring. Come on, man. New guy's boring.
Did you see Brian Stelter was on I think C-SPAN or some shit, and people were calling in and they were just disrespecting him over the phone on live television, and his viewers went down 72% since Trump left office.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Donna Lemon.
Don Lemonade.
Donna Lemon.
Donna Lamone. Oh, that's what you call him,
Lamone.
Donna
Oh.
Lamone.
His show got canceled.
Yeah, he went down 70-something%. So I
Yeah, he
mean,
went down on 70% of men in that office. You see,
Oh,
men,
jeez.
Yo, but yo,
men
Trump will
get
be the
bored
next
very
president.
easily.
He will be the next president.
Who, Trump?
oh,
Well, I mean, if he runs again, I think a good portion of people will vote for him
He's gonna be a
because,
good.
like right now, boring Biden is just proving to be like a
Right, exactly.
disaster.
Now it's almost
Be a
like they almost
disaster.
like let him win to say, hey, listen, here you go. Here's Sleepy Joe. Try him out. When he wakes up,
Wow.
he took too many Xannies. When he wakes
You,
up, you know.
Well, you want to know something? Sometime between now and 2030, there probably won't be any more presidents.
Yeah. If that edict pans out,
which one?
the 2030 edict, they have a plan for 2030. But
Agenda
I
Oh,
mean,
the
2030.
Agenda
yeah, Agenda
2030.
2030. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck Trump,
I hope
Bob.
that doesn't pan out. But you know,
It's not. It's
you
not
never
gonna.
know. You
Look what's
never know.
going on in Arizona, man. They're almost done with the recount.
yeah,
And
they've
this
got to
wasn't.
call.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
wasn't. It wasn't when they did the original recount. What they did was print a piece of paper with the tallies saying what was what, and then
Mm.
they're like, nah, that's not good enough. We want to check the mail-in ballots because those are supposed to be folded up, but they were all perfectly in pristine condition. And then there's like the
Oh,
things with the Sharpies. The Sharpies, when you put a ballot through the machine with a Sharpie, it doesn't get counted. And they were handing Sharpies out in Arizona. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what
to
happens
see what the numbers bear out.
because
and
now
Oh yeah.
other states are jumping on board because they're seeing how quick the audit was done in one county. Now there's about 10 to 20 states, if I'm not mistaken, that want to do the recounts the same way that they did.
Georgia, New Hampshire.
Yep.
Let me see. Pennsylvania's fixing to do it, but they're getting a lot of flack. What else too? Chuck Schumer was on today crying about it. He was literally crying,
Yeah.
saying he's trying to tear this country apart. He's literally crying.
I think it's just cattle. It's
Oh,
just
what a bitch.
it's just cattle drama. That's all it
corruption.
is.
Yeah.
Distraction, more distraction. I think it's all theater, cattle theater.
It is. Well, because the thing that got me was that Raggedy Ann was doing a press conference. I don't know her name. I just call her Raggedy Ann, the redhead girl. She's doing a press conference, and over the White House, because I watch the news a lot, and when they're talking, because there's a lot of gotcha moments now where she won't answer questions, and her famous thing is, "Oh, we'll circle back," but that's restricted airspace. But while she's talking, you could hear like I think it's like a 747 flying overhead in the middle of the press conference. That's never happened, and that's restricted airspace. So, like you said, this is all theater.
There are other things that people
For
have
what
caught
they-
too, where you can tell like Biden isn't in the locations that he claims to be in. Like there's a lot of talk around there of like green screens and stuff like that going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
they
look
can't
at Castle
drop-
Rock Studios. They got an 85% replica of the White House in California.
Listen,
What?
He got-
Seriously?
Yeah, Castle Rock Studios.
That's what they use for movies when they
Yeah.
have Washington D.C. scenes.
They can
And
set
I
up.
think they got one down in Atlanta too.
They can
Tyler
set up.
Perry
hold on.
Studios.
And they
But
can set,
85%. That's basically what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a replica. It's a big replica.
I'm sure they
Yo.
can go to any hotel and in any conference room, set up the fucking White House, bro, and make it look like
Wow.
Yeah, because all you need
Yeah.
to do is hang the plaque on the wall and
it. Really,
put
I
the
mean,
plaque
come
on the
on, like
desk.
really, it don't take much.
Yeah, it's an easy set.
So
These
I
people are
mean,
masters of deception, yo.
All right,
Well,
guys.
that's the thing. They're really not that great at it. It's just that most people don't really know what to look for or pay attention. They don't care. They don't question it. Cattle.
yeah. And if
All
you
right, guys.
look at the comparison of Air Force One when Trump and any other president has rode in it and exited the plane versus when Biden was riding quote unquote Air Force One at the beginning of his residency.
How about this comparison? You can't go near fucking Area 51, but you could run up in the fucking White House and go all over the fucking Senate House and everything, and go up in there and steal the pendulum and everything.
Teabag the desk and everything.
You can't go
Yeah.
nowhere near Area 51. That's crazy.
All right,
And-
guys. I got to bounce. I got to get to
All right.
work tomorrow.
No
I
problem.
will-
I gotta shut this down too.
So that you were leaving 3 times, man.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Have
Night,
fun,
Dan.
night, guys.
No, it's a sweet party, man. All right,
Later, buddy.
all right, Dan.
All right, look,
White power,
Yeah,
white
yeah.
power.
Yeah, white power.
We don't
Hold
need any
on.
more of that.
I gotta-
All that white power shit.
I gotta check for the invisible white boogeyman in my closet.
I want
Tonight.
I want
It's under the
everybody
bed.
power. I want poor power is what I
Sigil
want. I want
Comics, shout out to you. Sigil Comics is in the hizzy.
And for the feminists,
Listen,
pussy power, pussy
why-
power.
If
Pussy
everybody
power.
else can have these comics, then why can't the KKK have their own comic books? They should be able. It's America, man.
I think they did, and it was kind of boring. I read a KKK comic strip once, not a whole comic, but a strip.
There's a lot of ropes and shit, and then a lot of other things. That
It's a lot of ropes and shit.
Yo,
a lot of
Bitcoin.
other things in it.
Yo, Bitcoin. What about clan zombies?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Where they bite you and you become racist.
That's an SJW's dream right there.
I'm full of ideas, man. I'll make you a millionaire.
Yeah, man. Make the SJWs victims and they love you for it.
You know what you got to do? You got to turn Jesse Lee Peterson into a comic book character.
Nah, I don't know about all that. He's a little bit much. He be doing too much, man. But
I'm telling you, that'll be a fire comic book. I'm telling you.
Beta male. Are you? Wait, what do you say? Are you the head of your household?
No. Are you the head of your wife?
Oh, are you the head of your wife? Yeah, but all right. So let me shut this down. Like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. If you're on any social media platform, go ahead and hit. Propagate this link to this video and a link to this channel. Let's grow this platform.
Both having a stream right now, so we can harass them.
Yeah, we can pull up.
And Joe Biden's in the house too right now. Look, Joe Biden's in the house.
That's Joe Biden 20, so he must
20.
be like the 19th clone of Joe Biden.
Yeah. He's in the basement in his slippers and his pajama suit, eating his pudding. Wait until this clone dies out.
I can see this. He's the less literate Joe Biden clone.
Listening to Cardi B.
I'm still trying to understand how you fall up the stairs. I ain't never seen that shit.
I've done it before. I was drunk.
You fell up the stairs?
You know why?
I was drunk.
That was code, bro. Tep. That was code because he's a fuck up. So he
Oh,
falls
he's a
off the
fuck.
steps.
Yeah. They're flaunting it at us. They're just like, look, they're just flaunting it at us. They like, look, we control you through these idiots. Isn't that funny?
Mhm.
Look at what we're doing. You know, man, it's they just fuck with us cattle. It's kind of like how farm kids will sit out on the porch and they'll shoot the cattle in the side, with their BB guns. It doesn't really hurt the cattle, just kind of sends them running and they just sit there and laugh. That's what these rich fucks do too. They do all this kind of shit. They show us how rich people live on TV. Like, hey guys, look how you can't live, and they show us all these people like hunting for their houses, their dream houses, and they're going on dream vacations. And, they get one guy who's a billionaire and he's getting all these hoes who are fighting over him. And it's just dumb shit, man. It's insanity, really.
Yeah. What's crazy now is they're buying up. I forgot the name of the company, but just to let everybody know, they're buying up houses right now as we speak. Some company, because part of Joe Biden's plan, when he was campaigning, was basically he wants to turn like the middle class America, like the suburbs. He wants quote unquote affordable housing. So basically, all the houses that you're seeing that are empty, they're gonna be rented out by these big companies that are buying up the houses and the land.
A lot of things are changing. Any of that kind of stuff, it's going to be temporary until economies are done, because these guys are pushing everything to that 2030 agenda.
Yeah, because remember, what's the catchphrase of the 2030? You'll own nothing
and you'll be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't have a family either, because if you read how they describe that world, there's nowhere in there where you're having kids, raising a family. You don't have any pets because you're moving around all the time. You sleep where the AI tells you to sleep. Some dude was wiping his balls on the fucking mattress. Now you're going to have to walk in and sleep on it.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's just stupid. None of us want this. It's going to have to. Here's why I know it's going to be something like through the vaccines, for example, like mass murder through the vaccines, is because if they use military force, they can't possibly get everybody in control by 2030, get all the cattle. And they don't want most of the cattle. They found us most obsolete. You can find this on the Human Obsolescence Project. If you search that, I don't know what the link is, what the site, but Human Obsolescence. You look that up. These are the same assholes behind 2030, and they've found most of us to be obsolete, is what their findings have found.
Well, we're useless eaters.
Yeah,
pretty much. Like they want us to. What is Bill Gates? What was it? Bill Gates, that fucking cock gobbler. He wants us to fucking. I hate him so much.
Me too.
I don't hate anybody. I mean, I don't hate him. I just dislike him strongly. Let me rephrase that.
Those are the only people I hate. Those are the only people I reserve my hate for. Is those elites, the so-called elites.
He wants us to eat bugs.
Yeah. And like it. We're gonna like it, guys. They already do this, by the way. They already feed us
the
bugs.
campaign out there, like make bug sandwiches and bug burritos. And
they already have these things going on. Starbucks has been serving coffees with bug parts in it from beetles, South American beetles, for some time now. By the way, there's worse. McDonald's was caught selling fucking human meat.
Wow.
Knowingly selling human meat.
So that was like 3 years ago, right?
Yeah, somewhere in the last few years, we've got our Soylent Green going on. I won't eat McDonald's anymore. I think maybe cheap bacon might be human meat as well sometimes. I don't trust any of this shit, man. You can't trust these people with your food, your family's food. They literally think of us as cattle. And look at how farmers treat cattle. They just give them trash to eat.
I just want an insecure, fucking low self-esteem whore who likes puppy play. God, man.
Oh, the Ghostbusters right there. That's sad.
Oh, man.
Can I just, Danny, speak for yourself, man. I want an insecure, fucking submissive whore.
You're reading the comments.
Yeah, man. What are you ruining it, man?
I'm not judging.
Yeah, man. With a low self-esteem.
Hey, sometimes that's great, because boy, these days when they get high self-esteem, it's like Eddie Murphy talked about that. What was it? Raw or Delirious? He's like, what was that? I want half Eddie. You know, he goes and gets him. He calls it an African bush bitch. He goes and gets her, brings her back, and she gets Americanized, hanging out with them American women. And she's like, I want half Eddie.
I want Eddie. I want half.
Yeah. Once they hang out with them American women.
Yeah.
Nah, but you do the test. You do the test. Like, yeah, let's have the whole ceremony. I'm just not signing any legal paperwork to see what she says. If she says okay, you know, then you're good.
Right.
If she says no, then
after 10 years, you're legally binded to a woman anyway. By law.
Nah, man, you get a fucking PO box or something, or another address to get your mail sent to.
Wait, that must be a fucking a boiler guy trick or a super trick.
Nah, think about it. If you're like, let's say you got your brother has a house or whatever, and you use your brother's address or your sister's address or something for all that time, they can't really prove that you lived there. You could just say that you were like, you know, a quote unquote long-term roommate, right?
If you fucking the bitch 10 years, what is it? Common law marriage, right? Anybody know about
But I'm saying, if you don't have if there's like no proof of you being at that address or her being at that address, then what is there to prove in court? You're just telling the judge that we've been sleeping together.
With like a relationship, I mean, people can prove you're with the pictures, sexual photos, fucking, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove you live together.
Fucking you at a swinger club with her. I mean, a lot of things, everything.
That doesn't prove that you live together. Just a little.
They cleaning that story up, fellas. That McDonald's meat thing, they cleaning it up. Just like, I don't know if you guys were actually, no, you guys weren't around when me, Rad, and a few people. I think Lord Rakim was with us too, Rakim, and I was playing a video where a Canadian team of journalists were exposing Monsanto milk and how it was giving people cancer. And then StreamYard shut us down. StreamYard and what do you call it? StreamYard and YouTube shut us down. The media was cleaning up. I couldn't even find most of the stories. I only found one source that still had the old video they cleaned that whole thing. They I forgot what they call it when they do. They scrub the internet for it and cleaned all that shit up except for that
Oh
one
yeah,
source I found.
I've
Yeah.
I've seen him do that with several things. There was a video going around here about 5 or 6 years ago of Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, sitting
Mhm.
there candidly telling somebody at a dinner party that what he's doing, like controlling USA through its media, and how stupid Americans are, and they'll go along with anything he tells them to. And I saw that video many times. And then one day I went to go look for it, and I could never find it ever again. You can't find it in Google
Yeah.
searches or anything like that. It's just gone.
Yeah, the companies you pay, and obviously we can't afford most of those fees, but the companies you can pay, and they will go and put some algorithms together and scrub all that stuff
Yeah.
off the internet. But if somebody has saved it somewhere, like maybe on a separate server or something like that, they may still have it. So
Mhm.
yeah, they'll do that stuff, man. These people are crazy. Well, they're
We-
not crazy. They want us to be crazy.
So
The
can that,
the rules are for us, not them. You
Not
know,
them. Yep.
they
Yeah,
show
that's
us
why
that
Yeah.
too. You notice
they
that
have
all of
their
they've been
maskless
showing us.
parties while everybody else has to wear masks and all
Exactly.
of this stuff. Come on, man.
Mhm.
They're doing it on purpose. They want us to see that, get used to it. They're the ruling class. We're the slaves. If you're not going to get used to that, they're not going to keep you around.
right?
If
Pretty
you
much.
won't follow illogical
Puppy, you ever heard of puppy?
commands,
You ever heard of puppy play?
puppy play.
That's
Elaborate.
That's like when like
What's puppy play?
a woman likes to act like a dog and like she roughs. Look it on YouTube. It's
Oh, a kink?
yeah, it's like a kink. You see, they got little
Okay.
meetups and shit. You go and you could like own a dog and it's a woman. It's fucking crazy, man. Kinky. It turns me the fuck on. It's just crazy. Like you
Crazy.
go in the door and the girl's like roughing and
This is where.
kind of bull and she likes to get like obviously it's so fucking.
Why are you using distancing language, Bitcoin? That's the shit you do like every weekend. You use distancing language like, yeah, I heard that. No, Bitcoin. You know that's your spot.
I go to
That's
this
Bitcoin's spot, yo.
convention.
Bitcoin is the dude dressed up as Snoopy being walked by some chick.
I go there with
No, I think he walks the women. He has them like several collars and shit.
yes, exactly. You get
This
college.
dude, yo.
You walk them and and like the dog, you know how a dog comes to you and likes you and the dog has to love you, like a dog just
Yeah.
and it's the same thing. These women, they think they're dogs.
Wait, so you go like to a party or something, or like a
Right.
setting with a bunch of people?
Puppy play. It's on porno shit. It's on all over, and like they're just walking. There's little puppy dogs, just like if you had a puppy fucking place with dogs.
Wow.
And like the puppy dog, like
Yeah.
it's crazy.
It's bizarre.
It's bizarre. And then the dogs fucking like, and they act like whatever. And then like that fucking dog, if it likes you, then you put the chain on it. And then if she wants to come home with you, then you take her home. Then you just roof, roof, and whatever the fuck. That's it.
Wow. No dignity. No
Yo,
personal identity.
Greg, which one of these do you think will survive the cut into phase 4?
Which characters?
Yeah.
No, I
Male
don't-
characters. Obviously, all the women will survive.
No,
Yeah, I
Even
was about to
I
say.
made a video about how Black Widow.
They're all
I have
gone.
a very strong theory. You guys remember a movie called Face Off?
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah.
Right.
Cage and what's his
Yeah.
name?
I think the girl that's in the Black Widow movie right now, the blonde, she switches faces. There's a scene where she's on a slab and there are a bunch of knives. I think I think this prequel movie, The Black Widow, is they cut her face and they sent that blonde girl with ScarJo's face to infiltrate of the Avengers, and that's who we've been getting to know all these years. It's the blonde.
Oh,
Yeah, she went to. That's my theory. She went and infiltrated Tony Stark, the Avengers, and all these Shield, and all these people on behalf of the Red Room over in Moscow.
Wait. So we got a black chick in white face infiltrating the Avengers.
No, not black.
Oh, I thought you said the
they're
black
both
chick.
white. No, they're both white. Black Widow. They're both white.
Okay. My fault. I misheard.
Yeah.
well, here's the thing. I've been saying for about 10 years now that at any
All the
point,
ball was good.
the MCU is going to actually start using that content that everybody hated that they used in the comic books, where they replaced all the different characters with female characters, and minority characters, tokens.
Yeah.
And I knew they were going to do it. I was telling everybody, enjoy these movies,
while they
fun,
last. Mhm.
because it's going to be ruined. And then as soon as I think the first bad one was Black Panther. Honestly, I mean,
Yeah.
it's really insulting to Black people and African people if you think about it, because
Mhm.
those designs are ridiculous, like generic African. And then they even threw, like, for some reason, like random reason, they threw in Taiwanese style modern architecture in there or something, just for the fuck of it.
Yeah.
And then what they did was they got like
Look, the Dora
sheep
Milaje before.
herders.
Yeah, no, but here's they got sheep herders.
They got sheep herders and all this crazy. It's just, it's so dumb. It's like
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
way
but
it's delivered
my
is.
thing with that was
It's
like
for
his
the
generals were
culture.
all women, and they were like protecting the men of the country. So
Yeah,
it made the Wakandan
demasculinizing.
men,
Yeah,
yeah,
a bunch of pussies.
yeah, that shit
And
was
those
hilarious.
grunting bald-headed women. Ooh, Wakanda.
Yeah,
I had several videos about this so far, where they've masculinized Black women, and it's mostly Black women I see who complain about this. Like, hey, we don't want this as representation. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
man, it
Like,
was crazy when I watched that movie.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop laughing. Like I know I offended so many
Ah.
people in the movie theater. I didn't give a shit.
Well, did you see the
yeah,
marketing? The fucking the marketing that they used, the outrage marketing. They were saying white people don't watch this movie for a few days so that Black people can get in there and get seats to watch it.
yeah, that's pretty
It's
stupid.
like, what?
Yeah,
What do
no,
you mean?
the
What
thing
else?
that got
So wait a
me
minute,
was
So you got white people being nice to Black people, telling them to go see the movie, and
That's
now
not-
there's a fucking problem with it.
That's not being nice. That's them saying don't
Wait
go
a
to the
minute,
movie
man.
or
Yeah.
you're a racist. They literally were
Yeah,
saying that.
they said
That's why you just-
I remember one particular tweet. I'm paraphrasing obviously, but I remember one particular tweet where they said, in order to not invade Black spaces, I'm gonna put a few days of distance between me and seeing Black Panther. That
oh
way,
man,
Black people can have the theater to themselves and not be intruded upon by white presence.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the narrative for a minute.
what
Yeah,
killed me?
I responded. I was like, don't do that. They made this movie so it can make money. Go see the movie. You're not doing Black people, quote unquote, any favors by not going to see their movie.
Right.
That's stupid. You know? And
This-
who are they kidding? It's a majority white country. If your movie's a success, duh, it's because white people went to fucking see the shit. Like Blade. When I saw Blade, I mean, I was small, but when I saw Blade, it was nothing but white people in the theater.
yeah.
Exactly. Like,
What the
Everybody
hell?
likes
I mean, it
Blade.
was mixed when I went to go see it when I was a kid. You know, I'm here in New York in the
Yeah.
city, but it wasn't none of that. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna give my ticket to a Black person so they can enjoy Blade. You know what I mean? It wasn't
Right.
nothing like that.
Yo, how about after he made like 3 Blade movies and all of a sudden he goes bankrupt? How the fuck does that happen?
Well, I mean,
he had some tax issue.
yeah, he did fall into some sort of tax myth that you're not supposed to pay taxes or whatever. So somebody got him to drink that Kool-Aid, you know. Which I mean, they're right. It's just they got the guns. The government has the guns, so yeah, you should pay your taxes.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm gonna buy a camera and I'm gonna do a fucking short film. I'm gonna do like a 30-40 minute film of a woman cleaning the house, cooking dinner, running errands, changing diapers,
making sandwiches.
yeah,
for a man
exactly,
when he comes home.
and having the hot plate of food on the table for her man. I'm gonna
Ready
try
for
and
the
get
man.
that into like the Sundance film
And
festival.
rub his feet when he sit down.
Yeah,
How was your day, sweetheart? And then put horror music all over that shit. Dun, 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 dun.
exactly. I'm telling you.
Actually, you want to know something? That's actually pretty cutting edge today, honestly, if you think about it, because there aren't a lot of men in the position where they can do that, be a man, and like a real man like that. Like to make the money for their families. A lot of guys have to freaking emasculate themselves for one corporation or another. In some way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it just goes. You never have enough money if you're working your ass off. It's typically unless you're doing something for yourself or your family.
The fucking women, it's their fault. Fucking bitches.
It is getting crazy.
Okay.
It is getting crazy with the family court, dude. I've experienced it myself, and I've seen a lot of other people. A lot of guys have bad experiences there. It's rough days, man. And a lot of this stems from our modern culture, this modern feminist culture.
We need a new car. We need I need a new fucking wife is what the fuck I need.
We need everything. We need a new
man.
everything, guys.
That's what I
We
feel
need,
like.
we need new everything. Everything fucking sucks in 2021, pretty much.
I'm gonna have the crazy trailer too, man. The trailer is just gonna be the dude at the table, just fucking balancing the checkbook. You know, you gotta have the narrator, one man on a
Yup.
mission.
Well, you asked me a little
One
bit
man
ago.
on a mission.
You asked
He
me a little
goes on
bit
a date
ago.
and he doesn't pay the bill. He tells her you pay it. Fuck going Dutch. It's
right.
this is a new world.
This summer, John says, "Fuck going Dutch," and then you get like the action music playing and shit.
Alone in a world of clowns.
The fuck?
You asked me a little bit ago which of these characters are going to survive. And
Yeah.
I'll answer that. None of them, because we've already seen their roadmap. It's those bad comic books that none of the comic book shops can sell. All of the characters are replaced by female characters, and it seems like the only character replacement that most people are cool with is X-23 and Wolverine, because it actually makes sense. She's a clone of Wolverine, so that makes some sense, right? And it doesn't matter with that type of character if it is a male or female.
What?
But like these other characters, it just completely changes these characters. And
I mean, look,
they shouldn't have the same name. They should be new characters entirely.
there should be new characters, but come on. Look, Cap, Steve Rogers is gone. Now it's Falcon and he's Captain America. Right? Hawkeye, he's gone. And it's still Hawkeye, but it's Kate Bishop. It's a woman. It's gonna replace Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Oh, like the female Thor. Jesus.
Yeah, like
Here
the
we go.
female
Look,
Thor.
Danny, look at this, guys. We got Lord Hookage.
And
We got Lord
Lord
Hookage, the number one simp of the year. Look, go suck a dick, you fucking.
No, he's being extremely sarcastic with that comment. Trust me.
Is he?
Yeah, because
men and women more
those-
seriously. He's being
those feminists demand that you call it the mighty Thor, and if you call it the female Thor, they call you a sexist, basically.
Yeah. It has to be Mighty Thor now.
Yeah,
and it's
me too.
Yeah, it's that girl. Forgot her name. She was in The Professional when she was small.
It's Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman. Yeah.
Yeah, she's playing Jane.
Jane Foster.
Yeah,
She's gonna replace him. She's gonna replace Thor. Obviously, Iron Man's dead, and they're thinking about Riri Williams, the black girl, to be Iron Man next.
Ironheart.
Who else? Yeah, Ironheart. No, they're gonna call him Iron Man. Call her Iron Man just like in the comics. Remember in the comics, she was Iron Man already. And then she became Ironheart when people were like, "Hey, that's stupid. It's a girl. It's a little teenage girl, and you're calling her Iron Man. That's dumb." Let me see who else. Let me see. Valkyrie. She's the Queen of Asgard now.
Right.
No, she's not the queen. She's the king. She's the king of Asgard.
Right.
Yeah, and watch that kingdom
girlfriend.
fail. Watch that kingdom fail.
Yeah, and she's gonna be canonically lesbian. She's gonna be lesbian, and she has she said in an interview she's the new king, and every king needs her queen. So they're thinking that Natalie Portman is gonna be her her love interest. Oh,
Kamala?
No, not Kamala Khan. Yeah, Kamala Khan's gonna replace Captain Marvel.
Yeah, it's going to be Valkyrie and the mighty Thor getting it on is what's going to be going on.
Yep.
Oh,
and
man.
let me see what else.
That's why that movie's called Love and Thunder. Why else would it be called Love and Thunder? She's
No, they're gonna change the name to Love and Scissoring or some shit.
Love and
right?
Scissoring.
to appease the alphabet community.
Thither me. Thither me. Oh.
The mighty Thor. Love and Scissoring.
It's going to be romantic, guys. Come on.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Hold on. Ant-Man over here is going to be replaced by the Wasp.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, they're going to replace him with a black dude, and they're going to call him the Black Ant-Man. That's
the Black Ant-Man.
Yeah,
Ant-Man.
I'm telling you.
Well, they already got Wasp set up. She was pretty much the protagonist of Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Yeah.
And that movie was so confusing.
Yeah. The first one was pretty good, but second one was not that good really. I mean, it had decent moments. I've watched it a few times. It's one of the better ones out of the last several bad movies.
See the Eternals. Let me.
Oh
You guys
man,
go ahead. Let me look for Eternals art.
cringe.
Put it
Man,
up while you
I'm
guys
just
talk.
waiting for Morbius to come out.
It's all going to be cringe,
Yeah,
man. All of it.
Morbius looks like it's gonna be good.
Yeah,
I ain't
it
even gonna
looks
lie.
it. Yeah,
I ain't
the
even gonna lie.
trailer was crazy, so I'm hoping that it's actually a good movie.
Don't expect anything to be really entertaining. You might get lucky. We might get 1 or 2 movies this year, but I doubt it.
they'll make Morbius androgynous in this movie.
Of course. I've already heard they've got SJW themes going on in Morbius, so
Oh, they do.
everything does now. So there you go.
Man,
Look, it's all fair game.
that's
Since
crazy.
Bond is gonna be replaced by that black woman.
Right?
Remember?
Oh,
She's gonna
man.
be. She won't be she won't be James Bond obviously, but she'll be the new 007.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is annoying.
Yeah. We
It's
don't have
not
anything.
like okay, for example, the Black Superman. I get it. It's from another universe or whatever, right? Fine. You know, Miles Morales from another universe. This dude dies. He takes over. Whatever. Okay, I get it. Cool. Whatever. But like when you just take a character and you just change the shade of their skin just to appease like these morons, you know what I mean? It's like it's a slap in the face. If you want to make a black superhero, why don't you just bring Static Shock to the screen?
Yeah.
Do you only
You
get
know?
it because he's Puerto Rican?
That what?
Do you get it because he's Puerto Rican, or
What do you mean?
acceptable?
Miles Morales? Was he Puerto Rican?
No. He was half. He's half
No.
black
Listen.
and half Spanish.
Hold on. This is what I was talking about before. Hold on. This is what I was talking about before. What they're doing, these white liberals, is they're subtly racist. They're passive aggressively racist. They want to afford distinction to their own group. So what they'll do is they'll compound all of the minority points into one character. So Miles Morales is black. He's bisexual, meaning LGBTQ plus. So they
Oh,
check
he
that
is now?
box. Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even know that. Wow.
And he's Hispanic, right? And the one thing that's left that I'll wait for, because he's at a charter school, I'm gonna wait for the fact that he's mentally challenged. So he'll be 4 minority in one, right?
He's
Plus,
dyslexic. They said that in the release.
okay, so yeah,
Yeah,
they stack minorities. See that? So now
like we're at the top, so the other 3 are like worse off. So
worse
Nah,
off.
I gotta pull a macho and I gotta pull Miles Morales' Patria card from him. He's not
Patria
allowed
card?
to have it. Yeah.
He's not allowed.
yeah,
But listen, so those 4 check boxes, they checked it off with one character. Now with all the other characters, they can afford the white characters the benefit of distinction. So you have one guy who's kind of like the funny guy, and he's got short brown hair, and he's pretty funny, and he's got glasses. Then they'll have the pretty boy who's blonde, high cheekbones, streaming 6-pack, right? Then they'll have the wild guy with the rock star hair. There'll be different flavors and different varieties of their group. But then, as far as diversity, they already checked those minority checkout boxes with that one character. So they got rid of all that stuff. Here, you minorities, go have fun with Miles Morales. The rest of this treasure belongs to us. That's what these libs do. That's what they're doing. So that's why I told these people it's a fucking trick bag. Don't be falling for the trick bag of finally representation. Nah.
They're destroying our childhoods, man.
Yeah, what did the older generations tell us about making deals with the devil, right?
Yeah.
Listen to your grandparents, your great grandparents. What they say, don't fucking do that shit. It might help you in the short term, but in the long term, you're destroyed.
Are those the people that were using different water fountains?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah.
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
It's only recently that they tried to say that Republicans are the KKK, but historically,
watch what you say about the KKK. Watch what you
money
say about the KKK.
That's your running buddies. All right.
That's
cool.
why
Those are American heroes, young man.
Those are American heroes.
We're not colleagues, but we're allies.
You're allies. All right.
We're fucking allies, all right? And we love everybody. We love everybody. That's what they
But
told me.
yeah, black people don't fall. Black fans, I would say, don't fall for the trick bag. If they give you, they're already giving you a Ariel, a black Ariel now for the Little Mermaid, and she
Black
looked weird
Snow
as hell.
White.
A
Black
black
Snow
Snow
White.
White,
Black White. No, no,
black
no.
Snow
Black
White.
Snow White. Snow
They
White.
they
That's
know they know damn well black people ain't gonna be in the ocean like that. Like
Well, my
who are
my
the kids?
question is this: what ocean? So the Black Little Mermaid, is she in the
Yeah,
Caribbean Ocean, or is she
yeah,
like
yeah.
off
She's in
the
the
coast of
Caribbean.
Africa or something?
Yeah, yeah. The theory of the movie
and
is that Triton had 7 daughters who will be in the 7 seas, right? So the black one will be in the Caribbean seas. There'll be a Mediterranean one in the kind of like the Mediterranean Sea or whatever. There'll be people from different places. So I
But
guess
wasn't the
mm,
crab like a little Jamaican or something?
yeah. So that's why they're making her black, because apparently crabs only exist in
no, the crab was Jamaican.
yeah, the crab was
And
Caribbean
then
of some
and the
sort.
lobster was Haitian because he spoke French.
Oh, okay. See, all right.
Yo, this is crazy,
Black
man.
black people, that's a trick bag, man. Don't fall for it.
Right, my
Is it?
fault. I ain't worried about it, nigga, but here's your burrito, homie.
Nigga, I ain't ordered no motherfucking Postmates.
Judging by your crib, you be smoking that good shit. You probably forgot you ordered Postmates. Go ahead, man, open the bag, man, jog your memory. Damn!
Fall for that shit.
That's what it feels like when they come up with these ideas.
Hmm.
But I don't
Yeah,
get it.
don't
The
fall
Little
for that
Mermaid
shit.
was a redhead. She was a ginger. So
There's black gingers.
They're black gingers.
wait a minute. She was a redhead, and she was a beautiful redhead. So
Oh wow.
I was attracted to her.
Nah, that doesn't
Uh,
make no sense though, man.
has that? When did you watch The Little Mermaid in your life cycle,
Like
Bitcoin?
last year.
This morning.
Yeah, because he's like, yeah, I was
Listen,
attracted to her. It's a cartoon,
no,
Bitcoin.
I seen Little Mermaid like years ago. You know what I'm saying? First of
Yeah,
all,
it's a Disney
I own
movie.
the Little Mermaid. I got a daughter, but I also fucking seen the Little Mermaid. The little, you know how on the Pornhub they have little porno shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I
with, like
mean, they
Little
make porn for
Mermaid
everything.
and
So.
like Freddie Flint. They have shit like that.
Yeah, they
And
make porn for everything. So yeah,
yeah,
of course they have Little
you
Mermaid.
fucking
Um,
you have Ariel. She's fucking the lobster, and the clock is fucking clocking her. You know what I'm saying? All types of shit.
That's
now, I,
crazy.
I love Velma porn. Velma
Oh hell
Velma
yeah,
is
hell
pretty
yeah.
funny. Velma porn is pretty funny. Where she's got the glasses and she's quoting shit from like Scooby Doo. So it's
Oh
funny
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, while giving like a reach around, she's quoting shit from Scooby Doo. It's pretty funny.
That's crazy. I'm gonna recast Peter Pan as an Indian boy.
No, they already have a Black Peter Pan. Let me find you. They have Black Peter Pan and Black Alice in Wonderland.
No, we're gonna do Indian though. We gotta represent the
Indian.
Indians. Yeah, he's gonna have a red dot and everything. I'm gonna make him
Hold on.
to where telling you.
Hold on. Let's go. Come away.
Yo, how about you remember Woody Woodpecker? You know how fucking racist and fucking chauvinistic and fucked up that show was? Did you ever really watch Woody? I love Woody Woodpecker. Did you ever see that this motherfucker? Go watch Woody Woodpecker and see how fucked up. Like, yo, the guy was like a normal nigga. He never wanted to work. He just wanted to hang out. He wanted to just chill. He wanted to chase bitches and get and eat food. He was a real motherfucker.
What the hell?
So what is
Yeah, I
Yogi
mean,
Bear? Because he used to steal food.
Oh, he's a fucking. He
well,
definitely black.
bears steal all
Yogi
the
was
time.
black. I don't give a fuck what they say.
Yogi's
Yogi
black.
was black.
Yogi Bear?
Yogi was black. I don't
Yeah,
care
with
what.
the hat.
Like,
Yeah.
that nigga was stealing pies.
Picnic baskets and
Yeah. He is no way. There's no way. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
yo,
Call me
Boo Boo.
racist, whatever. But now,
Hold on, man.
Boo Boo was like, he might have been Mexican.
Boo Boo was Carlton Banks.
Yeah, he
It was Carlton Banks.
well, I always likened Yogi to like a homeless person
Nah,
because of the hat. You know what I mean?
Yogi.
And he's always stealing food and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, Boo Boo.
Boo Boo was
Hold
like a
on.
New York transplant in the middle of Colorado.
You want juice? Yeah.
He was a small hat.
Oh no.
Oh man!
See,
Wow.
now Yogi and Boo Boo, that was a great. But anybody ever seen The Ugly Duckling? Anybody ever seen that?
No, I'm not sure.
Oh
I'm not sure I've
man,
You
you
seen
guys
it.
gotta go
have
see
kids,
it.
or are you just randomly watching cartoons?
No, man, this
I think
is.
he's
Listen,
randomly watching
you gotta believe me. If
cartoons.
people really know what I'm talking about, they'll know, bro. The Ugly Duckling was a fucking thing with it. Where he was an ugly duckling, and they threw him out, and then he wanted to be a part of something. He wanted to be in a part of like a
I
gang
thought that was a
with
story.
seagulls. It's a fucking cartoon. Look up the Ugly Duckling. I swear to God, you see this next time we talk, everybody on the stream, you'll be like, wow. I mean, this shit is like a gang violence movie, and it was cartoons for kids. It was unbelievable the shit they showed us when we were kids. I couldn't
You sure it
believe it.
wasn't a Transformers movie also? Because
Listen,
doesn't it
this
change
is the
into
reason.
something
This is the
else?
reason why I'm fucked up.
No, I think it was a regular movie, and you transplanted all
Oh
that
my
shit
God! All right,
in
yo,
there.
Bro Tep, you go watch the Ugly Duckling. I swear to God, the Ugly Duckling, and you watch it and look at the narrative. Look at the way you'll see the
All right,
racism, the fucked up, and you'll be like, holy mackerel.
And the
hold on.
crazy thing is, the ugly duckling was actually white, so you know it was like
He was
reverse
white. That's the
racism.
fucking thing. They
It
had
was
him join
reverse
a gang.
racism.
He's like, no, you're not with the ducks. The mother didn't want him no more. The mother kicked him out. Get the fuck out of here. And he was like, he was all alone,
Wow.
carrying a little handkerchief and a stick.
But
Yeah,
why did his little
Uh,
crackhead mother leave him?
I
Like, why
don't
did she
know because
abandon
he didn't
him?
look like the other ones.
all right, so here it is. Here's Wendy from Peter Pan, and no, Alice in Wonderland, and Peter Pan. They're all black, or at least I guess biracial because the mom is Angelina Jolie.
Oh, here we go. Who is she?
Isn't that Martin Luther
Uh,
King? That Peter Pan?
that look like Martin Luther King, don't it?
No,
Oh
that's
wow.
Martin Luther King. It is.
You know, well,
Yeah,
listen, if they're gonna do a movie like this, then I
Play
protest if
them.
they do a movie like Martin Luther King with a Puerto Rican person. That's it.
yeah,
Sorry.
or do it with what's that guy?
I mean, do we have the right to say that? Do we already have the right to do
Who's
that?
Tinkerbell?
No, because you'll be called a
Well,
racist.
not just that, but the king estate. They did something smart that most people don't do, which is the likeness of their relative, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They copyrighted and patented it. So if you want to use a speech, you gotta ask them, at least for money. If you want to use the stuff for commercial uses, you have to ask them. So any of the speeches, the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., you gotta ask them. Otherwise, they can
Wow.
sue you.
So this
Yeah,
is
they
like
can
a
sue you.
mashup
Oh,
of
he's not public domain anymore.
is this like a
Wow.
mashup of the with the Alice in Wonderland and Peter Pan?
Yeah,
That sounds
but
good.
the only thing
I
is,
can't use Martin Luther King anywhere.
no, you can, but at your own risk because they can come out and sue you for what money they look, and that's how they do. They're not gonna do it while you don't have no money.
Right.
What's there to gain? They're gonna wait until you should start clocking some real paper. You
Okay.
should start clocking some real paper. They start getting them lawyers ready. You feel me?
Was that Bitcoin speaking?
Well, not now, but
No.
before that, I think he asked.
Because I was thinking maybe he could like get Martin Luther King to do his whole little like a Martin Luther King version of his little his idea earlier with the sandwich making and all that. He could be sitting at the table. That would be a good movie.
Sandwich.
Like he had to fight the world, but first he had
No, that wasn't Bitcoin. That was Danny. That was Danny's idea.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
With the sandwich.
Before he could fight racism, he had to fight feminism.
He had to fight
Don't make me a
feminism.
sandwich.
So when he went on first date, he did not pay. He left her.
I'll tell yo, we should just make like a short movie. Like, you know how many hits that shit would get, man?
That would be kind of funny.
That shit would be serious, man.
This is the new 007 right there. That's I forgot what her name is, but she's the new 007. And she was talking shit to James, talking about like she's gonna shoot him in his knee, the one that works. All these sorts of things.
Yeah, you could be like the calm collective guy, and I'll be like the crazy one. So like it'll fucking match up, man.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what the fuck it is now?
Pretty much.
What is this? Star Wars? Oh, yeah, Star Wars, where all the men were incompetent, and what's the name had magical force powers.
No. That's the Force Awakens. This is something else where all the men were incompetent, and she's the real competent one who broke into the Death Star and all that kind of shit because her father put the codes and all that stuff based on her, I don't know her name, her genetics, and all kinds of stuff.
First episode, D, we go into a library and we speak to the head librarian, and I bet she's a woman, and we fucking start screaming, "Why is there not a male librarian?
Librarian, we must
Why
have
not?
equality. Damn
What
it,
the fuck? This is
yo!
wrong."
Why
I
are there
finally
no
saw
colored
after years.
male
I finally
librarians
saw a
here?
female garbage person,
Right.
yo. I finally saw a female. Like usually, it's garbage men who pick up our trash. I've never seen a garbage. Of course, she was LGBT though.
Let
You know,
me
she had
guess.
the short,
Let
she
me
had the
guess. She
short
needed.
haircut.
She had to use both arms to pick up the garbage bag and put it in the truck.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, she had to do what she had to do, but you know,
Victoria's you go to Victoria's Secret, and then we
yeah,
start looking at all the bras. And as soon as they say, "What are you doing, sir?" Why don't you mind your fucking business? How do you know I don't like to wear this
you
fucking
know,
bra? Okay, you're just a feminist.
No,
and
you,
no,
you
no,
tell her to check her white privilege. You be like, you
yeah.
check your white privilege when you speak to me,
I'll be
young
like,
lady.
no, when they say sir, I'll be like, it's ma'am.
Yeah,
That's what
right.
I'll say, yo.
Victoria's Secret and start looking at the bras and shit. Just
Well,
You
you
buy-
start,
know,
you
you
start
know
wearing that shit.
the models are Transformers now, right? So Victoria's Secret is really that she used to be Victor.
Hey, you know, a lot of the pop stars and the the actresses have been trans for some time now.
Oh,
I
wow.
think those weirdos get a kick out of thinking about like straight guys jacking off to trans.
To secretly,
Yeah,
non-birth women.
Yo, I
yeah.
really the guys
Wow.
that get
You guys do that anyway. You guys do that anyway. Cut out.
they turn gay.
No, not really. I mean, if
Yeah, gay guys do.
if it's yeah, like if it's by mistake, like you don't know it's a trans person, that's one thing, but not intentionally.
That's called gay. But
That's an immediate turnoff. Like
that
that
isn't
doesn't turn me on in any way.
When a straight man wants vagina, cock does not substitute for vagina. That's like
Yeah.
it's still not a vagina. So
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, prisoners do what they do because they have no other options. But once they do have options,
like
like, yeah.
Please
well,
fight her
I
out
would
there.
I would say they're gay.
Oh shit!
You know.
Hey, all aboard! I heard I made an appearance on Tina's show.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't remember going there, but I heard that for some reason I was there.
I heard.
Like my avatar showed up there. It is what it is. That's not.
you're famous.
No.
You're famous, bro. Tap. You're famous.
Yeah, right.
Smoothio,
But yeah.
I would have to disagree with your comment. I think it's the other way around. Men have always had our own spaces, and women started infiltrating.
Yeah, right.
Like we can't have an all men's gym where we're just lifting heavy weights, dropping weights all over the place, yelling, getting amped up, because
You
they
know
got
what?
rid of that, and now women are there. But women have their own gym. I think it's called Bally's, where it's all women.
No,
Like you guys
yeah,
have your
no,
own spaces.
Oh, they have all sorts of.
You know what?
they have all
We'll go
sorts
to the
of.
gyms though, and you guys won't leave us alone, and you think it's like the club or something.
Yeah, but like he just said, you can't have both. Like you said, you want the gym where the weights are dropping and everybody's screaming, and then we can't look at you now. Now you're in there, we can't look at your ass.
No.
Exactly. Maybe if you stop dressing like whores to the gym and just wear normal gym attire, and you
Vice
actually
versa.
go there to work out and not twirl your hair and say, excuse me, mister, how do you use this machine?
Oh my
And
God.
interrupt people during a workout.
Have already. Like no one really does that. No one's asking you.
No,
for help.
let me tell you something. That happens a lot at the gym.
Who's asking you for help though?
That happens a lot at the gym.
Nah.
Okay. I'm
A lot of
telling
times
you.
you just want to be left alone. You want it to be segregated.
Yeah, there's certain spaces that you guys just shouldn't be a part of, just like there's spaces we shouldn't be a part of.
Yeah.
Like the locker room.
No, I mean just in general.
Like when we're in the bathroom and we're taking a shit, nobody wants their girl banging on the door or calling. Like when I go in the bathroom, leave me the fuck alone.
Who does that though?
Leave me alone.
Wait, so finally Bitcoin has boundaries? That's new
there's
shit.
boundaries. There's
That's
fucking
new
boundaries.
shit.
There's boundaries. Like if I'm in the bathroom, like they know, like if I shut my bathroom door, my girl knows my kids don't bother me. Don't fucking come near the bathroom. It smells. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Leave me alone. Leave me. No. What do they do? Knocking on the door. Knocking on the door. What the fuck are you knocking on the door for? Get the
They
fuck.
want their money.
Oh my god, man, it's ridiculous, yo.
Oh, nice comedic timing on that shit.
Boom, boom. I'm just teasing Bitcoin.
I don't care. I don't care.
Oh, that's sick.
She's my baby. She knows that. She's my homegirl.
But yeah, all right. For real this time, like, comment, subscribe. Hit that bell for notifications if you're on any social media platform. Go ahead, share a link to this channel, share a link to this page, and come back with a friend or 2 or 10. Okay, and we're shutting down in 3, 2, 1.